Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. You could say that. Saigong Cheng shook his head. Because I didn't even get a chance to speak. Beings like that simply didn't care about any of Night City's elite. Those old rivals had arranged for supervisors to follow closely, showering the other party with flattery, which put them in a good mood and earned some opportunities. There was nothing he could do. That guy is so full of himself. I was just about to ask him for a favor, Suchi muttered to himself. Saigong Cheng said helplessly. You think you two are acquainted? You speak as if it's a given. But in reality, they were acquainted. Himself, on the Love, Death, Robots show. Helping to host, changing processes, interacting with the audience. In the end, Mr. Nancy gritted his teeth, feeling grateful and reluctant to say goodbye. If that wasn't a connection, what was? Suchi yawned and stood up. You're really going? Saigong Cheng was startled, shaking his head lightly. He's already dining, effectively rejecting other visits. Your going would be futile, and should you displease him, that would cause trouble. No big deal, Suchi picked up a dessert and walked straight over. I can share a table with him? Suchi's figure caught the attention of others, and many cast their gazes in his direction. The president of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. What does he want to do? The assistant too heard the footsteps. Why was someone disturbing them again? She turned her head slightly, then slightly frowned. Why did the person seem familiar? The next moment, the assistant's eyes trembled even more. Wait. Looks really familiar. Why does he look just like Mr. Nancy's archenemy of a lifetime? Mr. Nancy, old boss. The assistant uttered instinctively, feeling an inexplicable danger. She couldn't help but speak up to warn him. Mr. Nancy slightly raised his eyebrows, cutting his steak. He only felt a strange numbness on his scalp, and before he could react, he saw a figure pull out a chair and sit down directly. Of all Night City's elite, all upper class, who could be so rude? The next moment, the assistant could distinctly feel her boss's body tremble, then his gaze became stiff yet silent as he stared at the young man in front of him. Long time no see. Mr. Nancy. Suchi's smile was innocuous and contained a hint of politeness. May I sit here? Mr. Nancy. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Sometimes, encounters between people were like Murphy's Law: the less you want them to happen, the greater the chance they will. He didn't know why he was seeing this face here, and again this smile. In any case, an inexplicable unease couldn't help but rise from the bottom of his heart. And also, you've already sat down, why ask such a senseless question? Chapter 180-156 Love struck is inadvisable. Nancy took a deep breath, not knowing why he was behaving this way. Already a gold medal host and a superstar accustomed to various circles, he was far from a newbie who needed deep breaths to steady himself. Such behavior was typical when he had just started and had faced grand events or unexpected challenges. Now, Nancy slowly set down his knife and fork. Indeed, I didn't expect to meet you again. He had regained his composure and managed a smile, though his face remained stern. Actually, when he thought about it, it wasn't a big deal. This was no longer the context of their previous encounter, so there was no need to be cautious about this young man. Why are you here in Night City? Or is it because of the descent's strength? Nancy calmly asked Suchi. This wasn't the first time he'd mentioned the word descent. He had encountered many descenders, terms like missions, players, tools, skill, during his shows. They were no longer secrets, simply influenced by Paradise's powers, and skills were just atrophied versions of various abnormal traits. He knew more than most about those beings from Paradise. It's a long story. Long story. I'd listen to it. If it had been anyone else, Nancy might not have been interested, but when Subuxian spoke, he felt it was necessary to understand the whole story. All right. Suchi said. 14 days ago, including myself, a total of 1,000 players, or descenders as you call them, arrived in this city. I was in debt when I arrived. He flashed his wristwatch. Now, even my citizen-level status is still at the bottom. Nancy's lips twitched into a smile, realizing he had worried too much. After all, what could someone achieve in 15 days? In Night City, they probably couldn't even afford a ticket to Stars Hall. He had thought the other party might cause some unforeseen trouble. Now, it seemed he had overthought it. Tsuchi glanced at him. Can you tone down that schadenfreude smile? Sorry, I was born with a love for laughter. Nancy, a bit more relaxed now, raised his knife and fork again, cutting through his medium-rare steak smeared with black pepper sauce, comfortably popping it into his mouth, gently chewing. His assistant watched this scene, knowing her boss was back in good spirits but hadn't expected him to actually burst into laughter. It was a genuine laugh, not the forced kind he usually reserved for others or his fans. Though indeed, it was a laugh at others' misfortune. Since you're naturally inclined to laugh, it seems you are indeed the perfect spokesperson for the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. Tsuchi murmured. Nancy squinted his eyes. The Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce? Hadn't this guy called himself the sect hierarch of the Hustlers sect during the show? Now what's this about the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce? This is my business card. His assistant immediately reached out, ready to take it, as she usually managed such exchanges, which all the dignitaries of Night City did, unless it involved a higher-up. But Nancy gestured for her not to and wiped his mouth with a napkin before taking the card, saying, to come up with a Chamber of Commerce in just 15 days and even make it here, you do have remarkable abilities among the many descenders, having at least clung to a dignitary. Despite having been dominated by Tsuchi in their broadcast show, Nancy had seen Tsuchi's performance and even the priest present had admitted defeat. His abilities were indeed stronger than he had imagined. However, when Nancy saw the self-drawn business card handed to him, he fell silent. Are you sure this is a business card? Tsuchi replied. What else could it be, a meal ticket? No, I just feel it's doodling. Stay calm, after all, there wasn't much time, and it was a bit rushed. Plus, these are limited editions hand-drawn by the sect hierarch of the Hustlers himself. Tsuchi patted him. Keep it, study it well, its future value is immeasurable. Keep it, my ass. Nancy nearly threw the business card back. But thinking about it from another angle, there was even less to worry about. If the business card was this crude, then this so-called Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce must be even cruder. Stars Hall had established hierarchical sections to prevent ordinary people from mixing with the dignitaries, with vast amounts of EMT security as a barrier. Put nicely, it was for the safety of the viewers. Put bluntly, it was to keep certain people from catching the eyes of dignitaries, those in power, or even the spirit prince's heir, to avoid displeasure. All right, I'll keep this business card. Nancy coughed lightly, gently placing it back in his pocket. Consider it a token of our second encounter. Actually, after his previous disastrous show appearance, some audience members kept bringing up Suboxone, causing Nancy's veins to bulge during the few subsequent shows. Hence, Nancy eventually learned and studied a bit, especially in terms of commentary style, which indeed brought more passion and influenced the audience's mood, leading to some gains. Of course, he definitely wouldn't admit that. But the endorsement you just mentioned, Nancy shook his head with a mild smile. I'm afraid that won't work. You've seen, all the big shots have made high offers, but I haven't agreed to any, as it's not just some casual matter. Rejecting Suboxone felt genuinely satisfying. Moreover, the matter indeed wasn't that simple. Chapter 181, Being love-struck is not advisable. Nancy was well aware of his commercial value, so he cherished his reputation even more. The endorsements he accepted were, in fact, very few, and he strictly judged their value and influence. Moreover, the most important thing was that he never aimed to make money. All his actions were solely to enhance his reputation. Some people, with the prestige brought by their strength, could protect a part of the world. Nancy's strength wasn't at that level, but he could achieve protection through his celebrity status, safeguarding the world he had lived in from pollution and collapse. In the increasingly dangerous present world, a world without any background would only struggle more and more to survive. Tsuchi hesitated. You mean to say that our friendship doesn't count? Nancy twitched the corner of his mouth. We don't have any damn friendship. It's just that the feelings have faded. Tsuchi shook his head. I clearly co-hosted with you, partnering up, we were colleagues. You're a contestant. Have the nerve to call that being colleagues. When the past was brought up again, Nancy, gripping his knife and fork, barely kept his composure. After the last program ended, he swore he'd blacklist Tsuchi, never to participate in Playhaven again. Well, the female assistant, seeing this scene, quickly coughed to give her boss a way out. Mr. Nancy, sir, many people are still waiting for you. This time, Nancy realized he had almost lost his composure, gritted his teeth slowly, and put down his knife and fork. Enough, I won't talk to you anymore. His usually adept talking couldn't cope with this guy who played by no known rules. You should just go back to where you came from. I still have events and schedules, and I have to host at Stars Hall tomorrow. Very busy. Suchi, so. Will there be interaction with the audience then? It has nothing to do with you. Nancy's eyelids twitched. Because. There really was. Anyway. Nancy always felt that staying any longer might be ominous, so he stood up. Buxian, till we meet again. Okay, see you tomorrow. Nancy always felt uneasy about that phrase. Still, even if the other party entered later, he would only be in the rear area, he couldn't step into the privilege area, let alone the VIP area. Then see you tomorrow. After he stood up, other dignitaries swarmed towards him, surrounding him. Suchi scooped up a spoon of dessert. He looked at the female assistant beside him. Aren't you going with them? She shook her head, but answered off topic, money, power, status. The assistant softly said. Mr. Nancy has seen too much of that, he generally isn't moved by it, nor would he agree easily to such matters. But still, personally accepting your business card is indeed Mr. Nancy's recognition of you. Recognition? Hardly necessary. And not moved? That didn't exist. However, instead of arguing, Suchi looked at the female assistant. By the way, do you like Nancy? The assistant was still speaking but her eyes suddenly widened, she stammered. Wait, what are you talking about? The switch was too quick for her to react, and where did it even come from? No need to hide, I've worked at both matchmaking agencies and blind date corners, I am quite insightful about love. Are you some kind of matchmaker? Additionally, I'm not hiding anything, how could I possibly like my boss? The assistant gathered her composure and explained. I'm professional, I won't be wrong, Suchi said indifferently. I once helped 32 pairs of nearly couples. Were you successful in matching them? No, I successfully split them all. The assistant incredulously widened her eyes. That's professional? All I broke were losers or flirts, of course, I've made many successful matches too, I can tell at a glance, and you naturally can't hide it. When I was testing my abilities, I went to the blind date corner. Nearly got surrounded by people, so I moved to the matchmaking agency. I must say I made some contributions to human happiness. So what are you trying to say? The assistant's voice sank, her expression towards Suchi was a bit wary, her tone slightly stern. Or are you trying to use this somehow? She didn't expect her thoughts to be seen through, but so what if the other party wanted to use this against Mr. Nancy? She could only say no way. I'm not a bad person, Suchi's smile was harmless. I was only proving my professionalism, and taking the opportunity to remind you. He looked at Nancy's figure. It seems that guy has taken a liking to you too. The assistant shivered, a bit flustered. You. Don't talk nonsense. I can explain the analysis details to you, and could even teach you the confirmation methods, though it might take several minutes, Suchi muttered. But it might be inconvenient for you, given both of you are really busy. If not, then forget it. The female assistant slammed her hand down on the table. Forget it? Tell me. Suchi smiled. 5 minutes later the female assistant left, her heart shaken and her steps unsteady. Watching her retreating figure, Suchi muttered. See, people in love are just irrational. Even unaware that their data has been breached. There's quite a lot of content. Suchi looked at the event itinerary and information he had extracted through his Super Dream Protocol from her device. Using Super Dream Protocol was time-consuming, and if the woman glanced at her watch, she might notice. So Suchi had chosen a topic that would make the biggest impact on the assistant. The effect was indeed good. After all, everyone has their vulnerabilities or weak spots, and having that information meant he had the advantage. However, he didn't really lie. It was just that the two had different statuses, and their feelings were a bit awkward. If it could work out, both would have to bow to him. Suchi continued browsing. So many guests from different worlds. The so-called fantasy universe is indeed rich and colorful. Preparing so many opening programs, can Nancy handle it all by himself? There are quite a few auction items, but none caught my eye. And the Spirit Prince's heir. Will he attend? Suchi glanced over these points, then suddenly paused, his gaze stopping on something. Wait. This piano, why does it look familiar? At that moment, Saigong Cheng's incredulous voice sounded beside him. You really got in touch with Mr. Nancy? He looked at Suchi, astonished. I saw him personally take your business card. Many were shocked. How did you manage it? Suchi closed the panel. How did I manage it? I've told you, we're acquainted. Once, he nearly had a mishap during a live show, and I stepped in, turned the situation around, and helped him keep control. Really? Saigong Cheng's eyes widened in shock. It couldn't be truer. If you don't believe me, you can ask him next time. Nancy? Suchi paused. Also, there's good news. Saigong Cheng blinked. What? Nancy has already agreed to become a spokesman for the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. When did that happen? Gongqing's eyes widened. He hadn't seen the two signing any contract, and their conversation wasn't long. Probably right after Stars Hall opens tomorrow. Gongqing. His veins were throbbing with excitement. It seemed impossible, considering a spokesman and Stars Hall advertising were completely different. All the elite knew they couldn't get Nancy to endorse their products, so they resorted to using Stars Hall for ads. At most, they would use holographic scrolling advertisements when Stars Hall was about to close. To have Nancy personally endorse it, considering their Night City connections, it was impossible. Gongqing sighed. If only he could represent the products of Life Group, the continuous losses, including the whole situation, would surely change completely. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. Who's endorsing those things? Suchi patted his shoulder and said. You just remember, set up the sanitation in illegal land tomorrow, put up the banner of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce, have the factory ready at any time, wait for my word, and after Stars Hall closes. The rest is all up to you and Simon. Chapter 182 Nancy, what a sin. Stars Hall on that day. It was also the last day for many players to visit the replica city, Night City. Night City was teeming with people, with all kinds of visitors pouring in from all directions to step into the magnificent Stars Hall, where holographic technology, welcome speeches, electricity that didn't cost a dime, and a plethora of advertisements flooded every corner of Night City. A large number of personnel were entering Stars Hall. The assistant was doing Nancy's makeup, arranging his clothes, and making all the preparations for the opening. Nancy, recalling everything calmly, didn't feel nervous, but he did look at his assistant with some curiosity. Say, why have you been looking down all day? The assistant replied. Last night. I didn't sleep well. Got a stiff neck. This was a lie. She hadn't slept all night because of the details and analysis Suchi had mentioned, which had been circling in her head. She couldn't possibly say that she had been kept up all night thinking about it, could she? Nancy glanced slightly at the holographic surveillance screen in the office, where a large number of Stars Hall staff were bustling about. There really are a lot of people. There were many guests from various circles, as this auction event amounted to a grand annual celebration of this domain, and Night City was just the selected host city. However, even so, Night City had also put all its effort, mustered all its strength, and devoted itself to serving guests from all circles. These dignitaries were indeed willing to spend lavishly, naturally spending all their money in the VIP and distinguished guests areas. But many dignitaries considered it worthwhile, as this domain contained too many big and small worlds. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg in the truly vast chaos, or even equivalent to a galaxy within the entire universe, for Night City, it was already enough. We cannot afford a single mistake today, Nancy said softly. There are already about a dozen or so Spirit Prince's heirs that have arrived at the scene. These dozen or so were relatives of the Spirit King, akin to descendants of the great Spirit King family. Although it didn't sound like much, anyone related to the Spirit King was someone Nancy needed to treat cautiously. Don't underestimate distant nephews as relatives. Additionally, the itinerary of a few Spirit Prince's heirs seemed a bit slower, so they were expected to arrive a bit later. Their identities appeared to be even more significant. That was why Night City had arranged such a long program lineup. It's about time, Mr. Nancy, said the person in charge softly. The opening will begin in 5 minutes. Okay. As the host, Nancy naturally had to go to the staging area beforehand. Stars Hall was now crowded with people, but it was distinctly organized, there was no chaotic noise, and it didn't seem crowded. Night City had even significantly reduced the noise between different regions. Even if there were loud shouts in the rear areas, at least they wouldn't bother the VIP section. And after all, with holographic images projected in every corner, there was no need to worry about myopic guests not being able to see the central platform. It really is perfection. But that's good. At least there won't be any trouble. Nancy heard about the incident in illegal land from those dignitaries yesterday. They had said Night City had successfully eliminated the Black Emperor and Giles crowd, 2 major gangs, and it was now under their jurisdiction. The specifics weren't clearly disclosed, as if deliberately avoiding the topic. He didn't bother to ask more. It's time for the opening, Mr. Nancy. Nancy nodded. He collected his thoughts. Then, revealing a professional smile, dressed in a sumptuous tailcoat, he stood up straight, exuding confidence as he strode out. He entered the stage like a beam of light that captivated everyone's attention. Music, lights, the whole Stars Hall was sparkling. Ladies and gentlemen, Nancy's voice reached everyone's ears. Welcome to Night City. Welcome to this world auction of celebration. I am today's host, Nancy. He was surrounded by many spotlights. The applause of the audience also followed. The burning sensation in the air made every cell in his body jump. Exactly. This was the feeling, everything progressing step by step. All in his control. Next, let us first welcome the important guests who have come to Night City. Nancy first introduced the other spirit princes and the presences of other powers. They all sat in the foremost and top seats, having individual private areas, so there was no need for detailed introductions, merely a welcome speech according to their power. These dozen or so spirit princes were people of Phantom Dream Spirit King, and Death Omen Star Spirit King, both of whom had formed vast families, with the latter even being a power centered around heirs. Then there were some other organizations, who, although they didn't compare to the Spirit King, were still behemoths to Night City. Finally, it was time to introduce the organizers of Stars Hall, the 5 investors of Night City who contributed the most to its construction. Their strength and value in Night City were undoubtedly top-notch, and this was also their method of making their reputations known. Galaxy Logistics. New Evolution Group. Nancy looked at the holographic panel and read off each name. After all, as the organizer, this was the normal procedure. And the seats of the 5 organizers were also separately placed at the front, located in an area like judges' seats, of course, also near the spirit prince's positions. Above each person's seat, there were holographic logos and advertisements for the groups. After announcing one, the dignitary would rise with the chair. It could be said that they had exhausted all means to climb up in status. Wisdom Group. Meh Group. Chapter 183 Nancy, Sinning. Nancy continued reciting until he reached the final name, also, the Hustlers. He suddenly choked, his pupils slightly constricting, disbelief evident in his eyes. What the hell? Why do these characters look so familiar? The Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce? Nancy was utterly shocked. Wasn't this that guy's joke-level Chamber of Commerce? That crude business card was still in his pocket. How could these characters now appear on the organizer list? Nancy didn't have time to think, as thousands of eyes were fixed on him, confirming that he hadn't seen wrong. He took a deep breath. And the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. Thanks to these 5 organizers for their support. Nancy looked towards the distant VIP area, the last seat. Slowly displaying the logo of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce, a design that, upon closer inspection, was recognized as the character for Idol. Simultaneously appearing in Nancy's line of sight was Suchi, who slowly emerged along with a rising seat. Damn it. Nancy felt a lump in his chest, and he even saw Subuxian waving and smiling at him. And giving him a thumbs-up gesture. Thumbs up my ass. The most crucial part. The organizers even had a microphone, ready for a short speech at the end of the event schedule, before the auction would start. This was also an opportunity for the 5 elite figures to advertise and court various powers. As long as they captured even one person's attention, it would be enough. Anyway, it was bad. Really bad now. Nancy's scalp tingled, and he began to sweat profusely. This guy showing up in the front row was one thing, but being one of the organizers, and now he even had a microphone. What a disaster. With trembling hands, Nancy picked up the microphone. In any case, this is not only an auction but also a celebration where guests from all walks gather. Before the auction commences, please enjoy the upcoming fabulous shows. Without any hesitation, he hastily exited the stage, letting the show temporarily cover for him. The person in charge stood there, dumbfounded, watching Nancy stride over. Mr. Nancy. You seem to have left the stage about a minute earlier than scheduled. Don't remind me. Nancy's eyes were intensely solemn. First tell me, what's the deal with the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce? How did he become one of the organizers? The person in charge coughed. It was a last-minute notification. Originally that spot was supposed to be for Life Group and that Saigon Ching. After all, although they've declined significantly, the funds invested previously ensured Life Group owned this seat. Then, this morning, there was a last-minute notification. It was changed to the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. Other elites saw that Life Group didn't show up at such an event, and even transferred the spot to this unknown chamber, naturally feeling it was a good opportunity, and they agreed. I'm not asking about that, Nancy said slowly and earnestly. I'm asking why Life Group would transfer this seat to that guy. This seat was coveted by the elites, both in terms of value and opportunity, naturally very important to their own interests. The person in charge stammered, I don't know either, I just know Life Group moved into illegal land, which seems to be where the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce originated. Nancy's expression subtly darkened, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he decided to leave the place directly and find his assistant. Mr. Nancy. The person in charge couldn't call him back. Meanwhile, the assistant lady was inspecting various auction items in the lower area, which were very important, and she was personally responsible for them. Yet she saw the approaching Nancy and was slightly startled. Boss Nancy? Shouldn't you be in the waiting area? How did you end up here? Seeing the hurrying Nancy, she suddenly realized something, that if you need a toilet, it's over there. Nancy shook his head. Help me check something. The elites of Night City lied. Investigate illegal land. About the real situation of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. He felt an odd sense of crisis. In fact, this feeling had always been present, its source unknown, possibly related to him, or possibly to the Spirit Prince's heir. In any case, it seemed something big was about to happen that would decide his career. After seeing Suboxian, this feeling grew particularly strong. Therefore, he needed to gather enough information to face the unknown situation, or to use as leverage in making his decision. Elsewhere, in another area, Saigong Cheng and Simon sat together, but they were not in the VIP section. Instead, they were in the ordinary area. Simon muttered, I didn't expect that the president would actually persuade you to give up your seat. He looked towards Saigong Cheng. You wouldn't happen to be holding any secrets, like an affair or a crime, that the president might be using against you? Saigong Cheng. My actions are transparent and honorable. I wouldn't have such filthy secrets. Besides, I like investing. He glanced over at Suboxian, who briefly appeared on the holographic screen. Saigong Cheng's support for the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce was motivated by his daughter's illness, but that didn't mean he would support them unconditionally and hand over all benefits. The fact that he could enter illegal land and announce the official start of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce was already the utmost he could do. He had initially wanted to take this opportunity at Stars Hall to revive and rejuvenate Life Group. But that guy had successfully persuaded him. Taking part in this gigantic gamble, I wonder whether the outcome will prove to be right or wrong. Simon was confused as he silently gazed into the distance at Suboxian. But it didn't matter. After all, whatever the president intended to do, he would support him unconditionally. Reputation plus 100, Suchi's eyelid twitched slightly. Where did this 100 come from? Large increments in reputation usually indicated a powerful person or deep reverence. Had the followers of the Hustlers sect increased? He had also gained some scattered reputation by just making an appearance, though the amount wasn't large. It was because he hadn't yet made a deep impression. Like watching an advertisement, without repeated, brainwashing slogans, who would remember? He checked his current progress. Title, Sect Hierarch of the Hustlers, 75,238 out of 100,000, current level LV2, emerging, not bad. He had gained nearly 40,000 more since the last time, besides the over 10,000 outside of Night City. The rest of the reputation had accumulated naturally over time. He wondered who had contributed this boost. But indeed, I need to pay attention, Suchi muttered to himself. According to the information gathered from Left Hand's group, reputation is not just about boosting capabilities. There are also important elements like totems, shrines, and followers. He knew about shrines. Whether it was the gods or the 7 spirit kings, powerful beings likely all possessed them, used to provide sanctuary to the world and deter pollution. It also served as a way to increase followers. Of course, it was the opposite for Evil God. His shrine was in the form of a sheep head, primarily aimed to pollute the world and create chaos. However, this was all because these dreadful beings possessed the power of dreadful dominance and reputation, enabling such actions. Ordinary weaklings should probably start with what's known as a totem. Like those engraved on an amulet. Not a fixed object, as long as the strength could be projected within it, it could be utilized. Though at most it could slightly alter house feng shui and provide sanctuary for individuals. For example, a well-known old monk's blessed jade bracelet within 10 villages, it contained the monk's strength, which didn't necessarily come from physical power, but rather from the accumulated power of faith over time. It could help you purify pollution. Other ordinary players actually didn't value reputation much, thinking that title capabilities were merely auxiliary and fame was hard to achieve. But the big clubs nurtured various emerging talents, aiming to make a name from various instances, and it wasn't just for the sake of title capabilities. At this moment, the first show had concluded. Mr. Nancy walked out briskly, appearing less confident and more uneasy compared to the opening, though his professionalism was still spot on, invisible to others. Only Suchi could notice, because there were question marks hovering over Mr. Nancy's head. Now, he is panicking. Chapter 184, The Arrival of the Young Master Spirit King. Nonsense. Could Nancy not panic? Just as she had sent her assistant to investigate, she received news that 3 Spirit Prince's heirs would arrive in about half an hour. Moreover, their identities had been confirmed. These 3 were direct descendants of the Spirit King, with extremely high status. They were beyond comparison to any of the Spirit King family members present. And each of them was different. One was capricious, another bizarre and odd, and the last cold and indifferent. In short, trouble and not a single normal one among them. And Nancy's eyelid twitched as she looked at Tsuchi sitting in the organizer's seat. There was also Suboxian, a ticking time bomb. This guy was weak and lacked any backing, but he didn't act like a normal person. In the last show, he had even challenged a priest. It was because of Tsuchi's unconventional nature that he kept a respectful distance. What a hellish start. Nancy's trigeminal nerve was in pain. The guy should know the weight of being a spirit prince's heir, right? He wouldn't cause trouble, would he? This guy. He's smiling at me, looks pretty harmonious and well-behaved. Did I laugh a bit too loudly yesterday? Nancy hesitated for a few seconds, then continued hosting the next event. In any case, just wait and see. Time passed minute by minute, the celebration continued enthusiastically, and everything was proceeding perfectly normally. Night City's event was unlike any ordinary soiree, to satisfy guests from all walks of life, in conjunction with holographics, prosthetics, and technology. A dazzling array of technical splendor was showcased, making everyone feel as if they were immersed in the experience. Fantasy universe indeed had substance to it. Tsuchi looked at the blueprints and models in the Super Dream Protocol. The blueprint details are pretty much there, and the Super Dream subsystem should also be built. The Super Dream Protocol was an intelligent system that could continuously absorb, process, and analyze data, but the most important point was, it was linked to one spiritual power. In other words, the higher Tsuchi's spiritual power was, the stronger its processing and analytical abilities would become. So, Tsuchi studied for a while and found that he could leave a subsystem in Night City. It's akin to an electronic shrine. Although it was uncertain if he could still connect after leaving the instance, the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce and the Hustlers sect needed to expand, develop, and grow stronger, so it was essential to build an exchange system. Additionally, because the Super Dream Protocol was linked to his spiritual power, he could allow the system to intelligently allocate a portion of it to use the concrete ability to construct models. Existing EMT information, the entirety of Life Group's core data, and Atom Hammer's modified machinery technology were continuously fed by Tsuchi into the Super Dream Protocol. The good news, it could now fully replicate EMT, copy the blueprint models of Atom Hammer. This indirectly showed that given time and extensive data, the Super Dream Protocol could master many technological blueprints, bypassing others' technological barriers. The bad news. Once Night City's elite realized this, they would undoubtedly go to war, collectively attack the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. For them, having their in-house developed technology controlled directly by another was a matter of life and death. More good news. Tsuchi could continuously integrate various elements, deriving all sorts of patchwork products. Even better news. He sewed them all, laying the foundation for the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce's signature products, and what followed was depending on Simon and Saigong Cheng's execution, which was why Saigong Cheng had passed this position over to him. Investing was risky, but if one saw a thing of unlimited potential, naturally Saigong Cheng understood what choices to make. However, what Tsuchi miscalculated was that Saigong Cheng's real all-in bet was not only on the product but also on Tsuchi himself. Tsuchi looked at the stage, smiling faintly. Now, all that's missing is Nancy as the spokesperson. Nancy shivered, his gaze fell on Tsuchi, whose smile gave him an uneasy feeling. It was like having the sensation of being stalked by human traffickers in the street, about to be bundled into a car at any moment. But it's not that simple. In Tsuchi's mind, there were at least 9 ways to make Nancy loudly recite the advertisements of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce here in Stars Hall, his weaknesses being the Spirit Prince's heirs and his career. But using leverage to threaten was ultimately a last resort. These methods had major flaws. Once used, they could have a temporary advertising effect, but would also cause Nancy to completely veer away from this connection. Tsuchi's real aim was to make Nancy the spokesperson of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. In simple terms, that was to firmly bind him to this thief ship. This dream ship that had yet to set sail amidst the raging waves. However, such things were never easy. After all, Saigong Cheng and Nancy were different. Nancy's position was complicated, having seen too many chips and interests, and what he truly wanted, Tsuchi did not yet know. Just a chance is needed. And at that moment, the largest holographic screen in the center of Stars Hall began flashing suddenly, and although it was brief, many still noticed it. Then, to prove that it wasn't an illusion just now, the holographic screen started flashing continuously, and the music and background noise were also intermittently affected. What's going on? The person in charge was sweating bullets, his eyes wide open as he urgently inquired. He was under more pressure than Nancy. If nothing went wrong, he'd sweat through his entire outfit. Chapter 185, The Arrival of the Young Master Spirit King. There was trouble. He would have bled profusely, cut into pieces and recycled in a dump site. Still checking. There are unknown energy fluctuations causing ripples that destabilize the current. Then, the holographic screens scattered throughout the Stars Hall also flickered, as did everyone's wrist projections. The crowd was stunned. What's going on? Was there an accident? Or is it part of the show? Nancy and Suchi's eyes slightly narrowed as they both looked up towards the high dome of the Stars Hall. Nancy sensed the presence. His strength was only 7th rank, but he was still the most powerful being present, surpassing even the Spirit Prince's descendants. However, he still had to nod and bow, not daring to slacken the slightest. After all, strength? Strength was useless. In the grand scheme, power, and one's background mattered. Meanwhile, Suchi had looked up because he saw a question mark. Strength is opening a spatial portal, causing ripples. It's the arrival of some of the Spirit Prince's heirs. Without any hesitation, Nancy immediately informed the backstage. He also signaled for the program to pause. All holographic screens in the Stars Hall transformed, displaying grand and majestic scenes to everyone. Above the Stars Hall, rune pathways were constantly forming. The next moment, a figure slowly stepped out from the portal, its body covered in black runes, tall, filled with an abnormal and eerie presence, yet its eyes held a scrutinous gaze. It looked around. Seems I'm the first? The crowd fell silent. Nancy took a deep breath. Let us welcome the young Master Yu High Spirit King. The elites and visitors of various realms also wore a look of reverence, standing up, applauding, while those from powerful factions and the Spirit Prince's descendants, squinting, didn't move, but their expressions held a hint of fear. Though backed by Spirit Kings, they couldn't compare with these direct descendants. Afterwards, 2 more rune pathways materialized, space ripples fluctuated. 2 figures also stepped out of the portal. One dressed in white clothes, wearing a light smile, but the look in his eyes was chilling. The other was a youth with an expressionless face, observing everything calmly. Young Master Yu Hai narrowed his eyes huskily. Looks like you two are a step behind me. The calm youth tossed a pouch exuding energy. I accept my loss. The white-clothed young master showed a strange smile as his teeth clicked. You can take it, but unlike him, there aren't many who've taken things from me and ended well. Young Master Yu Hai's eyes eyed him dangerously, a menacing aura swirling. We'll see about that. Nancy swallowed. He could feel a strong tension between the 3, the most problematic situation he foresaw. See, I told you, straight from hell. But he could only face it head-on. He forced a smile, shouting, let us welcome the young masters of Sunset Spirit King and Ash Spirit King. Many elites immediately began to applaud, and music also started to play. It's quite crowded, but seems a bit too noisy. The white-clothed young Master Ash said with a soft laugh. And who among us 3 are you welcoming? The audience felt his laughter, sending chills down their spines. A dignitary from Night City gingerly, obsequiously smiled. Well, welcome to all. Ha. Young Master Ash, a chain glinting like cold light on his body, flew swiftly and pierced right through his shoulder, laughing. Sorry, I can only answer one question. The noble's expression was one of terror and pain as he still thought of speaking out to make an impression on the other. But unexpectedly, the other acted so abruptly. Why speak at all? Of course it's you. Esteemed sir. This obese noble, his prosthetic pierced yet also fused with flesh, chuckled nervously for the sake of his life. Young Master Ash grinned. It seems. You don't welcome the other 2, do you? The noble's eyes widened in shock. Were there more explosions waiting in the chain? He sweated profusely, his face streaming as he muttered. This. But he dared not speak, as any answer would be pushing himself further into the fire pit. So hesitant? Young Master Ash shook his head with a smile. It seems. You were lying to me just now. The noble was terrified, shaking in his boots, and he quickly blurted out. Sir, I wasn't lying. It's just. But he couldn't finish his sentence. The chains of Ash Spirit King, like blood vessels, suddenly burst open, and the noble was brutally flung away, his shoulder exploding into a large hole, and he fell unconscious to the ground. He murmured softly. Insincere answers, I despise such people the most. Countless people watched, dumbfounded and fearful, at this scene. A powerful noble of Night City, a chairman with a vast economic empire, couldn't even fart in front of the adversary and was gravely injured. And the reason was utterly absurd. Nancy held the microphone, her palms sweating. This person was that capricious entity, cruel and merciless, a killer across many worlds, yet no one dared to defy him. Damn it. Nancy couldn't even smooth things over, he was merely a somewhat famous lackey in the eyes of the other. Boring antics. Young Master Sunset, Unzing, calmly remarked as he settled into his seat, uninterested in these affairs. That's quite a vile taste, chuckled young Master Darkseid, who also indulged in killings to vent, straightforward and direct, not disgusting like this person. Young Master Ash smiled and casually walked back to his seat. The three true heirs of the Spirit Kings made their formal entrance. Nancy took a deep breath and smiled. Then, to welcome our distinguished young lords, a new program will now begin. Please enjoy. Continuing the paused program was not an option. Night City now had to bring out the extravagant spectacle prepared for the lords to divert attention. Ironically, that noble had put quite an effort into this luxurious event. So these are the heirs of the Spirit King? Quite an entrance indeed. Suchi mused to himself. The power of these three young lords wasn't much different from that of Nancy's, all were 7th rank. The void passage they used was opened with spiritual power runes, nothing special. Moreover, they seemed to have bodyguards hidden around them, and their bodies were protected by the power of totems ready to defend them. If young Master Ash lost these protections, he would have been chopped into chips long ago. Relying on the background of the Spirit King and their status as young lords, they can kill in front of countless people, indicative of how terrifying their authority is. Suchi observed everyone's expressions. And probably countless worlds are also under the protection of the 7 Spirit Kings' shrine, making people scared and reverent, not daring to be angry nor to speak. What's called protection is, to speak harshly, similar to collecting protection money together with the Black Emperor and Giles crowd. Paying immense amounts of sky gold to secure the right to live. After all, not cooperating would result in pollution, invasion and falling into destruction. Well, all trail back to the evil god. With his power alone, evil god causes the hearts of those in the present world to panic, destruction and death spread like a plague. Suchi shook his head. Such a sin. At the moment, he glanced toward Nancy. That guy now looked calm, but inside he was extremely nervous because he had totally lost control of the proceedings and didn't dare to speak rashly. With the 3 Spirit King heirs causing such a commotion upon their arrival, who knew what unexpected events could happen next? However, though the 3 heirs of the Spirit King currently focused on the holographic stage, the splendid spectacle, their auras were dangerously swirling undercurrents. What do you think? Nothing but boring falsities. How about we have a chat then? I recently heard something interesting. Darkseid young master hoarsely laughed, looking at Ash young master. I heard that not long ago, one of your territories in Linyu on land got wiped out, right? As soon as these words came out, Ash young master's dangerous aura suddenly shifted, then his eyes narrowed with a smiling gleam. What are you trying to say? Chapter 186, Why is everyone looking for me? What are you trying to say? Young Master Yuhai was unfazed by the dangerous aura of the other, his fingers tapped on the armrest of his seat, he let out a ghostly, strange chuckle. There's nothing much, just didn't expect someone as ruthless and known for tormenting and intimidating countless as young Master Ash would dare to slap your face. With the existence of such an enormous entity as the 7 Spirit Kings, usually, it's like well water not mixing with river water, but in reality, there's also considerable friction among the powers below. These heirs of the Spirit Kings are even more eager and competitive, constantly clashing with one another in secret. In the present world, as the Abyss power surged, the divine beings recovered, and under the influence of certain rules, there were tumultuous changes happening all the time. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. That saying could also be applied here. The more chaotic the present world is, the more opportunities for eruptions. A great number of worlds were producing new people of the present with infinite potential. Some struggled in collapsing worlds, carving a bloody path from dark corners. Some resided in pollution, embracing the Abyss power, turning vicious. Infinite worlds, infinite possibilities. Even though they have the backing of the Spirit Kings and endless resources, appearing as the elites of their generation on the surface. But the weight of the words rising in times of chaos could be enough to leave traces that crush the wheels in any world, in any era. Don't speak so unpleasantly. However, young Master Ash was not infuriated, merely smiling gently. Slapping my face. It's just an ant stirring up dust. I've said before, once I find him, I will naturally turn him into my collectible. Is that so? But young Master Yuhai spoke softly. It seems you don't yet know where the other party is. You could ask me for help. After all, as long as I wish it, there is no information or intelligence that I can't find. Young Master Ash's eyes flickered as he stared intently at the young Master Yuhai before him. The Yuhai Spirit King is known for comprehending all things. Their channels of information are spread across the 10,000 realms, and it seems that each world has a creature known as the Information Worm, through which a vast amount of information can be captured and sent back to Darkseid. No need. Young Master Ash revealed a cold smile. I will personally find that ant. Anzing at this moment was also looking at young Master Yuhai. He paused, but did not speak. He was indeed very interested in someone. And he wanted to find their tracks. 2 months ago, when the mixed fish piano noticed that this young master was getting tired of 2 tigers, it started to worry since, as a piano player, it only had that one score uploaded by the sect hierarch. It couldn't come up with anything new. To avoid being discarded, and seeing that the other seemed very interested in the sect hierarch, it began to expand its business. Through the score, it relayed the story of the hustlers' sect hierarch. It adapted the story according to the epic heroics of its own world. Every day, it wrote 4,000 characters in blood on the score sheet, constantly creating adventures across various worlds with the sect hierarch as the protagonist, to keep things fresh. It called this method of writing an infinite stream. And Anzing, while skeptical of the content it narrated, did not burst its bubble. After all, the tales this creature spun were among the rarer fun in a land filled with eeriness. Although the story it tells might be false. But this hustler's sect hierarch should exist. Even if they were just an ordinary person, Anzing was still quite interested in them. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. This time, attending the auction was but a temporary stop, a brief rest, waiting for the hidden protector's strength to cool down completely, and then they could rebuild the channel and the 3 of them continue toward the anxious land. Suchi silently observed the 3 young masters of the Spirit Kings. Although they were in host seats, it was outright impossible to be seated before the 3 young masters of the Spirit Kings. So, he was able to take advantage of his position behind them, using to look through the information of the 3, one by one. And just earlier, Suchi saw the same piece of information appearing simultaneously above the heads of young Master Ash and young Master Sunset, Anzing. Seeking to find the hustler's sect hierarch. How should I put this? I was still a bit surprised when I saw these 2 pieces of information. Are these 2 actually looking for me? The question mark in the information changes with the state of the character, their mood, and the environment. Generally, the most prominent information at the moment has the highest chance of appearing, like how traces can be covered by dust, very metaphysical, yet also very useful. This theory of traces was learned from the Master of Destruction, who mentioned the traces of the old days multiple times. This seemed to be something important. And at the moment, Suchi was thinking. When had he come into contact with these 2? He recalled the Line Yuan land. The existence behind the casino was a spirit prince's heir. He had smashed up their establishment and even left the banner of the hustlers' sect. Good, I can confirm that the Ash Spirit King is not coming for an autograph, but for revenge. The other one. Suchi turned his gaze toward young Master Sunset. He had a bit of an impression of this one. Russell had mentioned the word sunset in the spaceship. After all the materials on the entire ship were turned over to the sky gold of the Yuhai Spirit King. If he had to say there was some connection. Suchi thought of the mixed fish piano that appeared on the list, and he remembered his name was left on it too. Anyway, it proves that a boomerang always comes back unexpectedly and without warning. But this is also an opportunity. Suchi's gaze focused on Nancy as she finished a segment of the show and walked off stage with a smile. At that moment, Nancy felt a chill at her back, turned around to look, but found nothing seemed to have changed, then walked off stage. The show had already gone through several segments. Retreating backstage, Nancy looked at the holographic screen which showed the young Master Spirit Kings with a grave expression, noticing that the atmosphere around them was still not relaxed, and he sighed gently. "Boss, you're sighing again." The assistant tilted her head and spoke gently. "You are the superstar that everyone's watching." "Superstar?" Nancy laughed, but it was not as natural as before. He said with a touch of self-mockery, "It looks glamorous on the surface, but in reality, it's an empty show of strength. In this world, without backing or strength, one will ultimately be secondary." He saw very clearly that there seemed to be a lot of undercurrents quietly emerging in the present world, and it was probably going to become more and more dangerous. In a civilization that hasn't completely collapsed, a star might be adored by everyone. But once pollution invades, destruction begins. When people no longer live for entertainment but start worrying about surviving, then he would be less than trash on the roadside. So he could only serve any one of the Spirit Prince's heirs well. After all, they represent the real big backgrounds, the major forces. If he could cling to one, in the future's unknown, unpredictable chaos, the homeland behind him and the people he cared about would also have some sanctuary and way out. However, that was my previous thought. Now I just hope to finish this oppressive hosting as soon as possible. The quieter the auction afterwards, the better. Nancy sighed again, thinking of clinging to anyone. Considering the atmosphere of the 3, looking at young Master Ash's temperament, it was simply not something he could consider. The auction was even more likely to cause disputes, and he would become the most vulnerable in the fire. And at that time, A voice rang out from a distance, sighs only add weight to your troubles and can't change bad situations. Nancy's body trembled slightly as he saw Suchi's figure, his pupils constricted. How did you get backstage? Suchi walked over leisurely, smiling. As one of the organizers, isn't it right for me to inspect backstage? Nancy hurriedly looked at the holographic screen where the organizers were seated. A strong man was sitting on Suchi's seat, somewhat at a loss. Had they switched places? He pressed his temples with headache. What exactly do you want to do? I'm already under a lot of pressure. I'm naturally here to help you share the burden and solve worries. Hearing you say that makes me more apprehensive? That's rather hurtful. Suchi shook his head and reached out his hand. As the only person who can understand you, you have to trust me. Nancy. He silently clipped the microphone to his back. Trust you, my ass. You want to grab the microphone, don't you? I can see that. Chapter 187, The Status of the Mixed Fish Piano. Good grief, that cautious? Suchi didn't mind. He wrapped his arm around the other's shoulder and said gently, You're thinking about how to end this auction normally without trouble, right? Nancy paused for a moment, then nodded. Suchi continued to urge persuasively. But those three don't seem to mix well, like water and fire. There are bound to be frictions and contention during the auction. As the host, you'll find it difficult to keep an eye on everything in the midst of this mayhem, fearing you might offend one of them, right? Yes. Nancy felt that what Suchi just said was indeed correct. This guy really was the one who understood his situation the best now. Although the auction hadn't officially started, these were exactly the kind of troublesome events that were bound to happen. When the time came, it would be a deadly balancing act. To maintain that balance would be practically impossible. Can I only tell you that this line of thinking is wrong? Huh? Nancy was slightly startled. As they say, the bigger the chaos, the more opportunities, Suchi said softly. Instead of sitting around waiting to be killed, why not just go for a broke? Nancy's eyelids twitched. Wait a minute. I haven't finished speaking. You don't need to. Nancy felt his scalp tingle. Oh, it seems you've gotten the point without me having to spell it out. Understand my ass. From what Suchi had said, Nancy could already sense a danger that was beyond the ordinary. He took a deep breath. Don't you see, from everything that's happened so far, how high the status of those three young masters is, and how dangerous it would be to anger them? I just want peace, but you seem to thrive on causing chaos. And I can't believe I'm seriously listening to you here. Nancy pressed his brow. I'm so stupid, really. Fine, I won't persuade you any further. Suchi looked leisurely towards the outside. The auction will start after this show ends. Go get ready for now. During the intermission, you can consider what we discussed. Nancy's expression paused for a moment. How did this guy know the sequence of the program so well? But Nancy also glanced at the time. The show was almost over, and the main event, the auction, was next. He gave Suchi a deep look. Don't worry, I'll be on stage during the intermission, and I won't consider it. I will uphold a professional MC's poise, steadily maintain balance, and host everything perfectly. Good, that's the spirit, but... Suchi smiled. I suspect things won't go so smoothly. You can come to me for help if it gets tough. Nancy's face darkened. How could I possibly come to you for help? You wish. But Suchi just smiled and didn't say more. Nancy felt an inexplicable unease. He was a smart man, but he didn't understand where Suchi's confidence came from. He tucked his anxiety away in his heart, adjusted his clothes, took another deep breath, and headed towards the waiting area. He had lost count of how many deep breaths he'd taken. Suchi watched him go. He was naturally very familiar with the program schedule, including all kinds of auction items. The auction was divided into the first half, an intermission, and the second half. The first half wasn't highly valuable. The items auctioned from different worlds were mainly for entertainment, aesthetic enjoyment, and specialty goods, while the second half contained the most important items, including pollutants, abnormality slaves, totems, fragments, and so on. However, he had given Simon the responsibility for these matters, including what to auction and how to auction them. If it came to bidding against other power players, just drive up the price. If the Spirit Prince's heir got involved, then back off. The money would be deducted from his account, so even though it was Simon doing the bidding, it would still increase his points. Suchi looked at the main quest panel. There were 3 main quests in total. 1. Enter the Stars Hall. 2. Obtain 1 auction item, must be from an official seat, and the item must be able to be taken out of the instance. 3. Achieve a reputation with the 100 alliances. At least 100 of the VIPs must be left with a deep impression of you. The first main quest is already completed, offering the option for the player to teleport away, but without a countdown. Completing each main quest awarded different levels of points. Increasing points through spending is very inefficient. A single ticket only added 3,000 points, and completing the first main quest awarded 5,000 points. The second offers 10,000, and the third, 100,000. It's important to note that there's a huge difficulty gap between the three main quests, but the points awarded are quite conservative. It seems that these points not only affect the ranking but will undoubtedly play a very important role in the subsequent ranking battles. Nevertheless, the total of the three main quests I have now is still less than my loose change. Tsuchi looked at his points pool and cyber coins. The former had broken past 1 million, while the latter had already surpassed tens of billions. He, as the president of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce, the ultimate beneficiary of the errand system operations, along with the support from Life Group and the injection of funds for capital operations. His points seemed to be a little bit too much, and they were still increasing. However, that's quite normal, there appears to be no problem for now. Tsuchi closed the panel. He walked towards the lower backstage, which was where the auction items were stored. He was there to catch up with the mixed fish piano. All the auction items were in the underground warehouse transport area. As long as an instruction was sent, they would be carried to the stage by conveyor belts. But the mixed fish piano was special. It wasn't an auction item, but it was brought in by Enzing for a blockbuster performance during the intermission. Although the term blockbuster seemed quite far from mixed fish. Nevertheless, according to the information Tsuchi had gathered, those responsible for getting close to it in Night City were several representatives of the strongest EMDs. Was it getting pampered under young Master Sunset, with the luxury of savory food and strong drinks, hence becoming more powerful? With the access chip granted by Life Group, one of the event's organizers, Tsuchi quickly reached the warehouse transport area. In the area, workers were transporting the auction items for the first half, and many people were directing robots to adjust and operate the machines. There was a large amount of pollutants filling the air with a weird aura. The items in this area were quite special, and many staff members were looking with a headache at a piano splattered with bloodstains. It emitted an astonishing aura of pollution, and even without making a sound, the blood on it was enough to unsettle people. All the other items are manageable. But if we get within 5 meters of this piano, we'll pass out. It seems we'll have to call the EMTs. Tsuchi walked over. What happened? Who are you? One of the workers stared blankly at Tsuchi. He showed his pass. I'm the person in charge from the organizer's side. I came to check how the work is progressing. Now all the elite factions were sitting upright above, and indeed this was the highest level access chip from Life Group. Although he was marginalized and had many permissions banned, the lower level personnel were not aware of this. The logistics transport manager immediately frowned deeply. The situation is like this. Due to the reduced program schedule, we've had to prepare many tasks in advance. We're hastily placing many items in their rightful places, but this piano, it seems to have thrown a tantrum after we hurried the transportation and caused quite a commotion. It's giving off terrifying pollution, and we can't get close to it now. My goodness. Throwing a tantrum and being a diva on the spot? No need to call the EMTs, let me take a look. You. The manager was startled, but he saw Tsuchi had already walked over. He quickly warned. Be careful, don't get too close. The bloodstained piano was stored in an isolated area, and the aura it exuded permeated around 10 meters. The thick smell of blood even created a mist. It definitely wasn't pleased. Being moved to this area and causing some noisy disturbances, it all affected its mood for later when it would go on stage. What was its status now? A treasured possession cherished by young Master Spirit King. And their status? Was someone else approaching? The aura of pollution thickened momentarily, as if intending to repel this person. But the person's steps didn't halt. What's going on? It looked over in that direction. A face, familiar and smiling, was looking at it. The musical score seemed to tremble violently, as if reflecting its inner turmoil, warping and twisting with letters continuously emerging. Sect. 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 Sect Hierarch. Chapter 188, Nancy's Deadly Trap. Mixed fish piano's momentum instantly wilted away. If young Master Spirit King's presence brought a stasis rooted in status and the intimidation of survival, then Subuxian truly commanded compliance through a complex cocktail of inner fear and gratitude, among other emotions. After all, it had once witnessed a great terror on Tsuchi and owed its current status to him, in terms of cause and effect. The person in charge watched the scene in shock, uncertain of how the other party had achieved this, but he quickly commanded his people. Quick, while there's a chance, move the nearby items. Tsuchi sat in front of it. Don't you have anything to say to me? Mixed fish piano carefully bled out words in blood. Say what? Of course, why young Master Sunset would take an interest in me. Tsuchi smiled as he looked at it. You wouldn't have spoken ill of me, right? The mixed fish piano frantically bled out words in defense, not knowing why, but when Tsuchi's black pupils gazed at it, it felt an inexplicable sense of oppression and suffocation. Although it didn't need to breathe, its soul felt as though its throat was being squeezed. So it didn't leave out anything and began to explain everything. Tsuchi did take note of this. He had been able to intimidate the octopus pollution abnormality before and hadn't expected his power to be even more evident against higher purity pollutants. 2 minutes later, Tsuchi understood the whole story. So that's how it. Tsuchi watched as lines of blood text rapidly arranged and revealed themselves. No wonder you've become so quick at typing. But this also gives me an idea, he mused. The Hustler's Chamber of Commerce could delve into the entertainment aspect, and later they could have Mixed Fish Piano as the editor-in-chief, capable of making music and being a copywriter. Of course, 4,000 words a day. That was too few. In his world, that only qualified for perfect attendance, scorned by readers, so more practice was needed. Mixed Fish Piano stared blankly at the pondering Tsuchi, unaware of his thoughts, but it felt a vague apprehension. It cautiously sent out a message. Sect leader, I need to go play soon, don't rush. Tsuchi's fingers pressed on the piano keys, playing 2 notes, and smiled. I need you to do something for me. Something very important. Though it was pitched as a discussion, the smile on his face made Mixed Fish Piano's music quiver. It concerns an upcoming major event. The auction was in full swing. But Nancy was sweating profusely. When the performances began, the atmosphere among the three had already turned unpleasant, though it hadn't come to anything serious since they were just watching. Yet, as soon as the bidding started, friction came quicker than she had anticipated. All three were people who never worried about resources. When they wanted something, no one dared to compete. When such individuals collided, coveting the same item, everything was different. Everyone else at the venue didn't dare to participate. As soon as one of the young masters spoke up, they would immediately opt out. Though the items were not highly valuable in themselves, the bidding had persisted for a good few minutes, driving the prices up to 10-fold or even 100-fold their original value. Nancy's scalp tingled. The key was that everyone spoke calmly, as if it was a normal bid, but everyone could smell the gunpowder in the air. Please continue, the two of you, Anzing said, his expression remaining undisturbed as he withdrew first. Young Master Ash squinted and said, What's the matter? Didn't bring enough money. I could lend you some if you ask. Anzing replied calmly. Overpaying for such a trifle, beyond its actual value, would just be laughable. Though each world has its currency system, for those capable of trading across dimensions, there were 2 methods of transaction. One was to trade items based on their value. The other was a universally accepted currency in the present world, known as spirit coins. It was an energy composite, congealed from both pollution and spiritual energy, which are the most common substances in the present world, making it the universal currency. Previously, in Linyuan land, the coins used at Pure Land City Casino were spirit coins. At that time, not only did various abnormalities desire to obtain it, but all sorts of pollutants and oddities in Pure Land City could trade a portion of their strength or even higher services with these coins. In the sanctuary worlds, a significant part of the sky gold submitted were spirit coins. Young Master Yuhai, listening to Anzing's words, rasped a chuckle. How should I put it? That's not entirely right. After all, money can't buy willingness, and we all aren't lacking a bit. But, you're right about one thing, it's pointless to keep fighting over it. He said comfortably. Let's give this little item to you. Emphasizing the word deliberately as he spoke. Young Master Ash narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Nancy and said, Aren't you going to announce it? Nancy hastily banged the gavel. Congratulations to the esteemed young Master Ash for winning this item from Spirit Cage World. Such situations. The most difficult for him to handle. Nancy had anticipated such scenarios, but had not envisaged them occurring so soon and with such urgency. But there was nothing he could do, except to maintain a smile and be swept along in the midst. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. After all, the first half was filled with items of low practical value. The second half held the real significance. Expected friction would be even more intense, and the three would not yield as they had. What then, should he do? And Nancy had a vague suspicion, though she dared not confirm it, that it seemed like one of the young masters was deliberately fanning the flames, stirring up opposition. Chapter 189, Nancy's Deadly Trap. The first half continued for nearly 2 hours, during which the three calmly bid, calmly competed, and calmly spoke. However, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly restless, filled with a sense of oppression. During these 2 hours, Nancy also seemed to perceive who was fanning the flames. She couldn't help but glance towards young Master Darkseid, whose deep eyes appeared calm, but he would always take the initiative to speak up, stoking the fire and adding pressure whenever it seemed to die down. His tactics were very clever, he was involved in it as well, without being noticed by the other two. Nancy himself wanted to smooth things over, to ease the increasingly tense mood among them. But he was always interrupted by a few mocking words or actions from young Master Darkseid. Because of this, Nancy couldn't help but sense something was amiss. Damn it. If it's really like that, what is its goal? And he couldn't help but recall the words Suchi had said to him backstage. Had that guy already noticed this? At this moment, looking towards young Master Darkseid, Nancy constantly felt uneasy, as if some major event beyond his expectations was about to unfold. He possessed a jade pendant. This item was extremely sensitive to detecting murderous and malicious intent, and was exceedingly rare. As a superstar himself and not very powerful, he naturally attracted many dangerous abnormalities. This pendant was for defending against crises. Right now, it was intensely heating up. And the source of the heat was none other than young Master Darkseid. Nancy seemed to see a fleeting, savage murderous intent in Darkseid's lowered gaze. Nancy's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, at that moment, young Master Darkseid suddenly raised his eyes and looked towards Nancy. Their gazes met for an instant. Damn. Nancy felt as if he had been struck by lightning, trembling all over, and quickly looked away. His heart pounded violently, but he forcefully suppressed it. Next, let's introduce the next auction item. He raised the microphone, seemingly without any panic, not revealing the slightest flaw, as he introduced the next auction item to everyone. But inside, he was tumultuous. Was I noticed watching it? No. It shouldn't be the case, as I moved my gaze away very swiftly, just like a passing glance, and now I was introducing it normally, relying on my professional level. But what was that murderous intent just now? The heat told Nancy that the intent was very strong. After introducing the auction item, Nancy could still proceed with the flow. Next, comes the bidding. This auction item starts at 100,000 spirit coins. And then, young Master Ash narrowed his eyes, seemingly very interested in the item. I bid 200,000. Okay. Young Master Ash bids 200,000. Nancy's gaze naturally moved over, but he suddenly noticed young Master Darkseid's abnormal face, carrying a sinister smile, staring at him. This smile sent shivers down Nancy's spine as if he had been seen through completely. He felt like he'd fallen into an icy abyss. I bid 500,000, young Master Darkseid spoke gently, his gaze not on the auction item or on others, but on Nancy, with a smile that seemed to carry an unclear meaning. Afterward, young Master Darkseid's gaze casually drifted away, his face changing expressions like a mask, the eerie smile vanishing from it. It seemed to again become a reciprocal pricing war, triggering friction and conflict, even drawing an zing. Does anyone offer more? Nancy held the microphone in his hand, but it trembled imperceptibly. He could feel it. A terrifying danger was looming over him. Extremely deadly. The pendant over his chest was heating up as if it was going to penetrate his skin. He was a very smart person, or he wouldn't be standing on this stage, becoming a superstar in the spotlight. He also deeply understood the mentality of those in high positions. After all, dignitaries would occasionally participate in his show, and he often had to guess their thoughts. Through the jade pendant, he could also understand their mood and whether he might offend them. So, Nancy, upon noticing that barely detectable murderous intent, upon seeing that sinister smile of young Master Darkseid, had already fully understood what young Master Darkseid intended to do. He wanted to kill. And the one to be killed was one of the young Master Spirit Kings. Or perhaps both. This terrifying thought right now surged through his heart like a relentless tidal wave. Nancy felt a chill throughout his body, dread in his heart. Why did he have to detect this? Why did he have to take another look? The sinister smile from just now seemed to already know his inner thoughts. Though he did not know how Darkseid managed it, Nancy was only clear about one thing. This young Master Darkseid was no mere second-generation wealthy child or immature playboy. His thoughts were meticulous, deep as the abyss, his true nature profoundly hidden. He probably wouldn't make it out of Stars Hall and Night City alive. Nancy, holding the microphone and wearing his professional smile to introduce the auction items to countless people, only he knew how intense his fear and despair were growing. This was an event that could shake countless worlds. To put it differently, it was akin to killing a crown prince, not just any ordinary one, but a young Master Spirit King. To be killed with the presence of the 7 Spirit Kings, respected like mountains over numerous worlds in the present world, would surely provoke the Spirit King's wrath. The existing balance would likely be shattered. Nancy dared not think any further. His heart was beating uncontrollably, fear spreading throughout his body. Chapter 190, Nancy's Deadly Trap. He only hated himself for being so clever, so perceptive for what He didn't know why. At this moment, although Nancy's heart was filled with fear and despair, the image of Suboxian suddenly appeared in her mind. That guy. When she went on stage, he had said that not everything would go smoothly and had even told her to consider asking for his help during the intermission, as if he were certain something would happen. Could it be? Nancy recalled Suchi's mocking tone and immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. Nancy felt her ideas were utterly absurd. That guy was just messing around, joking. How could he possibly have foreseen these events? Haha. Nancy let out a self-deprecating laugh in her heart. Her thoughts were now completely chaotic. She was actually indulging in wild thoughts. And now, the last item of the first half of the auction was up for grabs, and the competitors for this final bid were surprisingly young Master Ash and Anzing, while young Master Yuhai, who rarely missed out, was not participating. He even seemed to be urging the two to be more harmonious, given there was still the second half to come. Anzing's eyes narrowed slightly. It's rare to see. Are you actually playing the good guy here? Young Master Ash responded with a smile. Just a bit of sarcasm, why bother? Their tone was no longer as calm as before, and their words carried a hint of emotion. Young Master Yuhai tapped on the armrest. You're looking at me like this? Then I must be too innocent. I just think the time spent on one auction item has been dragged out too long. Wouldn't it be better to save the real competition for the more valuable items in the second half? Young Master Yuhai even looked towards Nancy with an abnormal smile. Presenter. Nancy, right, what do you think? With a lump in his throat, Nancy held the microphone, his hands and feet ice cold, but he still had to respond with a smile. As long as the young masters are happy, I'll cooperate however necessary. His underlying message was a plea for mercy. But young Master Yuhai did not speak again, and no one could guess its thoughts or intentions. The last auction item fell into the hands of Anzing. Nancy took a deep breath. So, that concludes the first half of our auction. And now is the intermission, a time to relax. Apart from audience interaction and random draws, we also have a performance provided by the respected young Master Sunset. The celebrations at Stars Hall were grand, and naturally there wouldn't be much downtime. Following the normal procedure, his segment still involved a lot of interactive draws, helping everyone relax. But now, not a bit relaxed. And then Nancy slowly snapped his fingers. The whole stage changed accordingly, not only featuring machines for the lottery and interaction but also a piano stained with blood stain slowly emerged on the platform. At the same time, another figure appeared. Nancy's pupils trembled. Watching as the figure slowly lifted the microphone, waving and smiling toward the audience. Hello, everyone. I am the host for the intermission. I will be working with Nancy to interact with you all. Nancy fell into silence. He couldn't have predicted that Suchi would appear in this way. He was even more surprised that the audience, including the three young masters, seemed to think it was entirely normal. But now it all seemed irrelevant. Nancy sighed inwardly and silently decided to see Suchi safely off the stage. After all, this guy appeared oblivious to the dire situation at hand and, whether intentionally or not, had offered to help him. He didn't need to drag another person into this mess. Chapter 191, We Must Make Them Fight Each Other Next. Please enjoy the solo performance. The melodies of the mixed fish piano slowly reached everyone within Stars Hall, echoing throughout the vast space. Countless people pricked up their ears to listen, although Anzing lacked the temperamental nature of young Master Ash. But as a young master's belonging, they all had to cooperate, no matter what. Now was its time for a solo performance, and a strange aura surged on the high platform. Anzing watched with satisfaction, pleased with the performance. He had also collected quite a few scores for it, many of which had significant artistic value. However, personally, he felt that the more appealing piece was still the previous version of DJ's Two Tigers Love to Dance. At this moment, the solo of the mixed fish piano continued its course. Nancy, from within the shadows, silently observed Suchi. He let out a slight sigh. Nancy had already heard the backstage crew asking him through the headset if this was his special arrangement. Special arrangement, my ass. Still, Nancy responded to them, then muted his headset. I can only say, you shouldn't have come up here. Nancy shook his head gently before speaking slowly. Leave after the intermission ends. Whatever you're planning to do, you shouldn't continue to participate. His tone was solemn and serious, lacking the usual trace of jest. Are you done, classmate Nancy? Suchi didn't look at him, instead gazing towards the distant audience. If you're done, then listen to what I have to say. He spoke with a mysterious tone. Actually, I can tell fortunes. Nancy fell silent. Not a single word he had just said had been heard, and then out of nowhere, Suchi says he can tell fortunes? What is even the connection? Like that short, plump dignitary in the middle of the VIP section, 10th row. He's been holding his pee but is too scared to leave his seat at this moment, so he's secretly trying to use a bottle? And that well-suited, burly man in the ordinary section to the left. Despite his upright and serious appearance with a full beard, he's a pervert. Underneath, he's wearing women's lingerie and is also wearing a tool, with various words written on his body. Then there's that female abnormality. Although she's being quite sweet with her boyfriend beside her, she has actually undergone gender reassignment more than 13 times. And the prerequisite for such a change is to consume other abnormality. It looks like her boyfriend will be next. Nancy's expression was somewhat dumbfounded. Setting aside whether any of this was true. Why was it all about perverts? And what the hell does this have to do with fortune-telling? I can see that you're quite impressed with my fortune-telling ability. I'm only impressed by your ability to make things up. Nancy took a deep breath. What on earth are you trying to say? He was considering whether he should just drag this guy down with him. What I'm trying to say. Tsuchi looked at him and said. Your forehead is shadowed, your eyes are lifeless, your lips cracked and tongue dry, your primordial spirit scattered. I fear a life and death calamity looms. Nancy's heart skipped a beat. As these words emerged, he couldn't help but recall the previously dismissed thought. And my calculations suggest, it seems to involve one of the young masters. With that statement, Nancy finally confirmed his earlier notion, trembling slightly. You? How could you know? Don't ask. If you ask, it's a divine secret not to be revealed. Tsuchi sighed lightly. After all, a young master wants you dead, you're probably done for. I suggest you hand over your bank card and the password to me. Nancy chose to ignore the latter half, feeling somewhat overwhelmed at the moment, his heart even inclining towards believing that this guy really could tell fortunes. Otherwise, how could he possibly know all this? If that's the case. Nancy's voice was somewhat hoarse. If you know this is a dangerous and deadly threat, why would you actively confront it? After deducing the true purpose of young Master Darkseid, he couldn't help but feel unparalleled terror within his heart, fear involuntarily rising because, no matter what happened next, he was bound to be dealt with, otherwise the jade pendant on his chest wouldn't be insanely heating up as a warning. Of course, it's because of. Tsuchi looked at him and said. Our friendship. Our friendship. Is it even as big as a fingernail? And you can lie without blushing. Furthermore. Tsuchi paused. More importantly. It's not just going to kill you, the entirety of Night City won't be able to escape. Nancy's expression froze, some shock and doubt arising in her heart. What? Tsuchi had two objectives. One was to directly pull Nancy over to the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce and sign a contract. The other was because, after young Master Darkseid made his move, the whole Night City, including illegal land, would be taken care of, as if fearing that any traces might reveal themselves and attract the pursuit of those with the traits to observe. Traces were indeed mystical, containing all sorts of micro-information, and even if no one saw it or left evidence, information would still not fade away. The ability of the observers was profiling, which required a great deal of strength, numerous rituals, and related items to find fragments of information from various details. Of course, the trouble in this was immense. Normally, to thoroughly deal with all fragments, there were many methods, but the simplest and most brutal was likely something like meteor falls, pollution invasions, abnormality descents, and other accidents, which would directly destroy everything. By then, young Master Darkseid would turn this place into a hell on earth, and all living things would vanish like smoke. One can only say, not all young masters are incompetent. He looked like a spoiled young master similar to young Master Ash, but in reality, he was the most calculating and ruthless. However, his own The Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce had just begun to take shape, taking root in illegal land, and still growing, preparing to use Night City as a stepping stone to gradually go international. How could he possibly let it be destroyed so easily? Tsuchi mused to himself. Nancy's fingers trembled a bit. Why would it do this? If he were to die alone, he could accept it, but to involve others. The face of his assistant appeared in his mind. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because of a psychological disturbance, said Tsuchi softly. So, do you now understand the situation you're in? Nancy's face turned pale. I understand. It's a dead end. Good, you understand thoroughly. Even a fish that's just died knows to flip its tail in the pan, and you just accept your fate. Tsuchi shook his head. Are you sure you don't want to gamble with me? Nancy's eyes trembled. Do you have a way out? This matter was of great importance, and he felt that Tsuchi seemed to be completely calm, as if he had a winning hand, which made him involuntarily harbor a sliver of hope. You can assume that there is? Nancy's eyelids twitched. The statement was made with confidence but left no reassurance. Was there a way out or not? Tsuchi extended a finger. In any case, there is only one thing we need to do now, and that is to make them fight each other without burning bridges. And we also need to drag young Master Darksea into the fray. With every word Tsuchi uttered, Nancy shivered. After hearing everything, she stared wide-eyed and nearly shouted. How on earth can we achieve what you're proposing? An hour later, Nancy watched, frozen, as the three young masters stood calmly in midair, their strength and oars flickering, their eyes alight with real fire. He murmured to himself. They really are going to fight. Nancy's gaze returned to the stage. There were only two reasons for the fight. One was the item on the auction platform in the middle, emanating an abnormal aura. The other was. Nancy looked at Tsuchi with complex eyes. He was the real instigator. Chapter 192 Pray to Evil God. For the young master of the Dark Sea, the present world was like a round table pressed upon the tips of several knives. All the beings in this still undisturbed balance were struggling hard to survive. Even though the pollution from the abyss was spreading and infiltrating, countless worlds were collapsing in the undertow. But those were ultimately insubstantial and weak existences, screaming, fearing, and roaring amidst the collapse, yet as inconspicuous as ants. And to disrupt this balance, to whip up waves in the still harmonious present world, only a colossal entity could act, like various divine sects, forces, or the Spirit King. The Spirit King can't move, but killing any one of these two young masters would set off a chain of reactions, the young master from the Dark Sea said with a deep and eerie gaze. It's just. At this moment, the young master of the Dark Sea's eyes coldly fixed on Tsuchi. This guy. In the latter half, the auction item that would ignite fierce competition, the atomic heart, would appear on stage. This item was extremely precious, presented at the auction through an anonymous channel. The trio's expressions brightened slightly when they saw it, aware of its rarity. They fiercely outbid each other, with none willing to relent. But actually, on the surface, the young master of the Dark Sea fought fiercely, yet his heart was very calm. Because this atomic heart was sent by him, hidden with coordinate locators and lethal patterns on it. The earlier agitation was to make the two young masters compete intensely, and he would feign withdrawal at the last moment. As long as this secret treasure was taken by either of the two, he and several powerful beings lurking in the shadows could locate them based on the hidden coordinates. Then they would pursue and assassinate. It would not expose him and would also divert trouble away. He was aware of the two's killing skills and had prepared methods to frame others, while he would also appear in the anxious land in a severely wounded state. The death of a young master would inevitably enrage the Spirit King, affecting countless aspects of the present world. The gears of order were set in motion. The originally balanced round table would also begin to tilt. And now, the young master of the Dark Sea's expression flickered with a hint of darkness, looking at the unfolding scene around him. Everything was deviating from the plan. When he tried to extricate himself, the host named Subuxian came up with a new resolution. When he wanted to scornfully retort this guy daring to teach them what to do, Unzing surprisingly accepted it, and the challenged young Master Ash, with cold eyes, also agreed, naturally dragging him into the fray. The three would fight to claim the atomic heart at the center of the stage. But it's not a big problem. The two indeed had a tense atmosphere, and I successfully provoked their genuine anger. I just need to play along, to graciously give up this atomic heart. The young master from the Dark Sea naturally couldn't take it, since all the traps hidden on it were for assassination. At this moment, Tsuchi looked at the image in the sky, where the three were fighting within the miniaturized terrain. This and the last show look the same, although it looks like real space, it's actually a virtual realm, right? Nancy nodded. It's actually a combination of real items and illusion realm, specially made for the Playhaven show effect, quite clever, but if too much is destroyed, the illusion realm will vanish. But, Nancy said solemnly, I didn't expect you could really get the three young masters to agree to your proposal. Tsuchi paused. All the previous friction has stoked their emotions, and endless bidding had made them feel bored. It's better to directly vent through action. Of course, the most important thing was Unzing taking the initiative to agree, otherwise, with young Master Ash's temperament, everything would still be uncertain. This also indirectly showed that Unzing might have already received the message from the mixed fish piano. Outside Stars Hall, at least 10 high-sequence beings are covertly lurking, watching the three young masters. All attempts to warn them using spiritual energy can't be transmitted, nor can they approach. Using other methods, skills and equipment would also be detected, because once detected, it would probably lead to a confrontation. Tsuchi observed this number from the dome, revealing the count. Besides, one bodyguard each for Unzing and young Master Ash, the rest were fatal traps prepared by the young master from the Dark Sea. This number was not small, preparation was extremely thorough. The opposition did not want to tear their faces, wishing to assassinate silently. Hence they had not made their move yet, but if detected or if they reacted, the so-called assassination would probably turn into a direct confrontation. This also meant that tonight's Night City would get dragged along, leaving no trace behind, Although Suchi felt the probability was small, the young master from the Dark Sea's mind was heavy, yet also cruel and insane. His look also made him feel slightly familiar, much like an abyss cultist. So it must be done covertly, not letting him notice, and it looks. The message has probably been successfully transmitted. Unzing should have received the warning. Suchi raised his head to look at the miniaturized illusion realm. The three's battle was clearly ongoing. And the method of passage was quite simple. The opposition had a fondness for music, deeply researched scores, and was intimately familiar with every note. Among the many young masters of the Spirit King, he was the most artistically inclined. Suchi altered some of the notes in the pieces that the mixed fish piano was to play. This section of notes was from a song that celebrated death, specifically the death sequence, implying death at one side. Chapter 193 Praying to Evil God. He had the mixed fish piano play one tune after another, and Unzing, hearing familiar positions but encountering different notes repeatedly, naturally noticed this. Of course, right now it's purely under my overestimation of his intelligence. If both of them truly feel passionate, it would be normal for them to rashly agree without staying calm. Suchi withdrew his gaze. What should we do now? Nancy, though shocked that the three had started fighting, still felt extremely uneasy, especially after seeing the information transmitted by Suchi's wristwatch, realizing that such a terrifying killing intent was hidden around them. This wristwatch had been infiltrated by the Super Dream Protocol, so there was no need to worry about other systems detecting it or drawing the attention of the high-sequence individuals in the dome. Their focus was currently on the three young masters. Wait. Suchi said, Unzing is a smart man. He must have tried to send out a message without disturbing the enemy the moment he received the warning. But what if he didn't notice? Suchi looked up. You see for yourself, although he is fiercely battling young Master Ash, he is actually just stalling him and letting young Master Yuhai go. But the latter keeps escaping yet suddenly rejoins the fray again. So after receiving the warning here, he has been buying time. Nancy took a deep breath, hope gleaming in his eyes. I didn't expect. This is the way to survival. You see hope? Yes. I'm not very optimistic. Nancy was startled, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Suchi stared at the top of Unzing's head, and his pupils flickered slightly. He tried several times to send out the message, but it was cut off by some channel. Something outside is jamming everything, yet it hasn't been detected by anyone. Nancy's eyes darkened. So what do we do? The opponent indeed appeared very well prepared, and very cautious, having set up such means in advance. It seemed, they still had no chance. What are you doing? Nancy suddenly looked at Suchi, as he had moved towards the mixed fish piano and pulled out the chair to sit down. While everyone is watching the scene above, it's indeed a bit awkward without music. Nancy stared wide-eyed. You're in the mood to play the piano now? Suchi's fingers lightly pressed on the piano keys. Do you know about the descent events? Huh? Nancy was slightly startled. Descent events? An ancient strength, which is attracted to shrines or totems and such, projecting itself from a distant place. Nancy fell silent again. I know, another term for this is prayer. The so-called descent events at least require the presence of a shrine, and the conditions are quite strict. The believers must have enough faith, must have the totem from the descender, and also conducts rituals along with a multitude of sacrifices to evoke the presence to respond by transmitting its strength and projection. Once it responds, it's also called a miracle by countless believers. This legend exists in many worlds. Many mythological figures are probably just manifestations of some high beings. So that's how it is, Suchi mused to himself. Nancy stared wide-eyed. You didn't know this, and yet you spoke so convincingly earlier. For him, this was common knowledge, as not just the lowest believers, but many beings with high authority, could invoke the great true God through earnest faith, sacrifices, rituals, etc., praying for divine blessings. And the shrine could summon projections transmitting some amount of strength. This was also a main method used by countless protected worlds to prevent polluted invasions, a projection not necessarily representing the will of the shrine's own deity. Generally speaking, these are automated forces. Overall, triggering such a descent event is very strict, sometimes just having faith. Requires 20 believers in black robes singing hymns around a bonfire all night, not to mention other things. So when Suchi spoke, he merely felt this guy was joking. It sounds very strict, but... Suchi earnestly said. I believe the one I am praying to will answer my call. Nancy, full of questions, couldn't help asking. Who are you praying to? A completely selfless being, who once appeared before me from afar and gifted me its most precious possession, even in difficult times, never forgetting to defend my honor. Suchi softly spoke. Nancy's pupils trembled. Are you talking about a worshipped being? It sounds like you're talking about your own brother. The mixed fish piano was also silent. It had successfully sent the message. But it wasn't some totem, and it had no connection with the existence mentioned by him. Why use me? At least give a notice. However, it silently presented the keys. Ultimately, whatever the sect hierarch wished to do, it was fine just to fulfill that. No need to ask too much, and it also knew. If things couldn't be broken through next, it would have to join the sect hierarch and the young master. Together in death. Don't tremble. Tsuchi placed his hand on the mixed fish piano. From now on, no matter what happens, you cannot stop emitting your aura, understand? In the previous event at Line Yuan Land, I merely maneuvered a sheep head in the illusion realm, and the evil god's strength came searching for the scent, almost resulting in a projection descending, although it was ultimately stopped by the black-robed man. But Tsuchi also discovered he had a deep connection with evil god, almost like making a phone call and the other party would rush over urgently. Chapter 194 Praying to Evil God. Perhaps this is what brotherhood meant. Tsuchi was once so touched that he spent the following period being extremely cautious, avoiding anything related to the sheep head, including associated items and scents, to prevent the descent from occurring. After all, his brother was still trapped in the abyss, and constantly projecting spiritual power was quite exhausting. But now, it was time. Tsuchi activated the ancient god's heart, his spiritual power surged, his fingers played the music, and the sound of the past began to resonate slowly. In an instant, countless people inside the venue seemed to feel a slight chill. Under the enhancement of his own spiritual power, the sound of the past underwent a qualitative change, and the mixed fish piano was now dozens of times more powerful than before. It could better withstand the strangeness, and Tsuchi did not target it, but allowed the effect to spread. Nancy's eyes trembled. He could not see what was happening, nor did he feel any special breath or power, but he just felt a sense of panic. At the same time, this was only the first step. Tsuchi slowly activated the ability. Concrete, a sheep head pendant, gradually appeared around his neck. The importance of a shrine totem did not depend on size. Many shrines across worlds were constructed to be enormous or majestic, even terrifying, primarily to overwhelm the worshippers with grandeur so that they approached with piety and awe. The sound of the past seemed to originate from the abyss, now drawing the aura of the mixed fish piano, as a pollutant, to swirl around the sheep head pendant. One of Tsuchi's eyes flickered slightly, containing a strange power that was sealed within. It felt drawn, but not as noticeably as before. It seemed that this eye had indeed become his own possession. However, now was the time to need you. It seems I have no choice but to do this. Tsuchi did not hesitate and activated the title ability, Simulation. He rarely used this ability, but it too contained a good amount of essence, which would also become more lifelike as his spiritual power increased. At this very moment, Nancy, who stood not far away, shuddered. Fear flashed in his eyes, for he felt horror and strangeness, as if a vast tide of darkness was swallowing him whole. Hold it together. Tsuchi activated his ability, pulling Nancy into the Rubik's Cube space. This unique domain encompassed both of them, preventing even their breath from escaping. Naturally, Nancy was going to suffer. He stood trembling on the spot. With the combination of the old days and simulation, he felt as if he was in the abyss, his pupils dilating, muttering, "Abba, Abba, Abba." The mixed fish piano also began spouting blood, unable to withstand the true aura of an evil god as a pollutant. Hold on, mixed babble. Tsuchi's eyes were bright. At this moment, the sheep head jade pendant on his chest was flashing with black mist, and a pair of hollow eyes were slowly revealing strange fluctuations like a black hole. The next instant, the entire sky suddenly began to darken, a faint wind blew slowly, and if one looked closely, a majestic and strange pale black was spreading above the sky dome. The hidden dozen or so powerful individuals in the stars hall shuddered in their gaze, sensing an unusual terror. Here it comes. A mighty power was descending from the sky dome. Boom. The sky dome exploded with a thunderclap. Every glass in the entire stars hall shattered, all holographic screens were forcibly shut down, and a series of lights and circuits went out. Many people fainted on the spot. At the same time, ritual constraints around the area were directly shattered. Good news. The blockage was lifted. With this commotion, young Master Yuhai and his subordinates would surely not dare act rashly. Bad news. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched as a terrifying shadow began to appear. Tsuchi could feel the oppression more than others. He stopped playing the sound of the past, cancelled the simulation, and without any hesitation, he crushed the sheep head in his hand. However, the projection did not disappear immediately. This was bad. Though this was merely the power projection of an evil god, without the evil god's will, and likely not too powerful, the terrifying and bizarre spiritual pollution was devouring everything. Boom. What was shaking? Was Night City shaking? At this very moment, Nancy also recovered from just moments ago, gasping from the suffocating trance. He looked at the entire Stars Hall in horror, as well as at the three young masters, who also appeared extremely fearful with dilated pupils. The sky above the sky dome was a sea of blackened blood, as if some colossal phantom was looming within. Just a glance made Nancy feel as if he had been dragged back and forth into the deep sea, his face extremely pale. He quickly turned to Suchi. His voice trembling, he asked, "What happened?" "Don't look at me." Suchi responded righteously. "I don't know anything, and all this has nothing to do with me." But, Suchi looked into the distance. It seems that this situation has also resolved the so-called assassination deadlock. Indeed. The three young masters were pale. The powerful individuals around them tried to gather their strength to immediately take them away, but they could not open any passage. Any ritual performed was instantly shattered by the shock waves. There could be no assassinations. However, Nancy's eyelids twitched, feeling the horrifying tremors, as a large number of fragments began to fall from the Stars Hall. He twitched the corners of his mouth. How did things get even worse? Chapter 195, Let the Evil God Strike Out Night City. The evil god's shadow descended upon the entire dome. Not only the Stars Hall, but the entire Night City was completely paralyzed. A massive amount of circuits collapsed, cyborgs directly short-circuited and fell down, and even if there were people still conscious under this terrifying oppression, no one dared to raise their heads and look directly at it. This was not just suppression of strength, but a kind of fear from the depths of the soul, as if facing an existence of a higher order, they were not qualified to look directly at its true form. This oppressive feeling, this fear. Who exactly is it? Whose projection has descended? More than a dozen strong figures stood in the hidden pathways, their eyes trembling slightly. Sequence path. The disparity between each level grew larger the further back you went. If someone said, Level 10 could defeat Level 9, that was normal. That was only at the beginning of the sequenced path, when the gap between everyone was not that big. But as it went further back, the gaps between levels would increase exponentially, forming an insurmountable chasm. These strong figures, hidden in the shadows, although they had the strength to initiate rituals and open pathways, possessing a strength that the entire Night City could not resist, they were absolutely unable to glimpse the slightest bit of this shadow. Only from that breathtaking, suffocating fear of suppression, they could deduce. This shadow was certainly an existence of colossal proportions. Don't move. Don't act rashly. Their expressions were frightened, but they were also extremely cautious. At this point, they no longer cared about any assassination. They started to contact their young masters seriously, and solemnly warned. Young master, please do not carry out any disrespectful actions, do not harbor any hostility, we cannot resist this existence. They must protect their young masters. Three young masters also received the information, their expressions trembling. They never expected such a situation to arise, and all combat activity had stopped at this moment. Damn it! What exactly is going on? Young Master Yuhai gripped his fist tightly, yet dared not move, as an abnormality. He was even more sensitive to this weird oppressive feeling, as if there was a sense of submission emanating from the heart. Impossible. It was a ruthless being too. The moment that feeling arose, it bit its tongue with its teeth, forcefully breaking that state of mind. Being born to be a king. How could it submit to another existence? The heaven's chosen son of the future was to step by step ascend to divinity, leaving behind the strongest, most shining trace in the epics. Impossible. It seems to be just an incarnation of strength, without will, as if subconsciously searching for something. A strong figure's eyes condensed. If it was just by sight, they could still resist this unconsciously emitted strange oppressive force. They did not ponder how the other had arrived at this place. In the present world, there are an infinite number of worlds, and the nihility between worlds is even more vast and immeasurable, containing all kinds of unpredictable objects such as abnormalities, fantasy, and so on. Chaos, catastrophe, destruction, death, abnormalities. All kinds of unpredictable events could happen, no one knows where these came from, as if they existed in the deepest part of nihility, unreachable by anyone. And there are quite a few related legends. Records. Traces. This kind of unpredictable existence often appears in various different worlds. Once it lands it brings boundless oppression, but as long as you don't act rashly, it generally will pass by like a passing spirit taking a brief rest. However, when such a situation occurs, even if the other leaves, it's very likely to trigger a huge change in the entire world. The shadow in front of them was just like the aforementioned situation, but with no will within, like a walking corpse, yet they were still unable to glimpse the slightest, only able to temporarily shrink away. Now we can only wait for the other side to find what it wants or for the strength to dissipate and leave. Do you see the black fog around its body? The world rules have already reacted, suppressing it. The black fog is slowly dissipating, but even so, we are not capable of resisting its existence. The strong figures' expressions were solemn, shivering with fear. The three young masters were the same, as well as all the other abnormalities, descendants of the Spirit Prince, and influential figures in the Stars Hall who had not passed out. They all stood in horror, not moving. The entire Stars Hall fell into a deathly silence. And this shadow of the evil god was also bewildered at this moment. The moment the fluctuation occurred, it felt the great anger of the original body, descending to this place with an unstoppable momentum. But just having arrived, the fluctuation disappeared in an instant. As if paused right then and there. The original body was still sealed in a distant place, unable to come in person. It was just a projection, carrying a very weak strength, only maintaining its existence so it would not be dissipated by the world rules. In this brief time, it was strictly following the orders of the original body, to find the source of that fluctuation and the trail of that despicable person. And then, to tear it into 1,000 pieces. Just this burst of emotional fluctuation, and the whole Stars Hall was experiencing an earthquake. A large number of buildings collapsed. Suchi critiqued. See, this is what you get with rushed construction and shoddy workmanship. I bet 90% of the funds were swallowed up by some people. Nancy. Is now really the time to be commenting on this? Boom boom boom. The projection was in the dome, with black fog rolling out in all directions, stirring up huge waves. Damn. Nancy's eyelids twitched wildly, watching the black fog fall, and any building that blocked the black fog was destroyed. Such terrifying power. Is this really just a projection? Seems like it's not a big problem. Suchi looked up at the black fog, narrowing his eyes slightly, and his pupils returned to their normal color. Chapter 196, Let the Evil God Strike Out. He had just felt a bit mischievous. But now it seemed that the situation wasn't so bad. The adversary's strength was very weak, though this weak strength was enough to destroy heavens and obliterate earths, but it also seemed to be constrained. Fortunately, he had cut the connection quickly. Although he had summoned the evil god's projection, the other party had not locked onto him, and at this moment, Suchi had also erased all traces of what had happened before. Nancy looked towards Suchi, having just fallen into a trance like hell, unclear about all his actions, but he was no fool, realizing that this phantom had truly descended because of this guy. What a devout faith. In religion, at least he would be a priest-level being. Only then would the worshipped Lord value him so. Such a powerful projection was already terrifyingly abnormal. If it is the being you worship, now is the time to pray to it, asking for help to resolve our current dilemma, Nancy reminded him with surprise and suspicion. He was a smart man, seeing that this had to do with a series of actions Suchi had just performed. Therefore, only if a faithful follower earnestly requested, would the other party respond. Request. Sorry, I, Suboxian, have never begged anyone in my life. Nancy. Of course, the truth was, the other party would rather tear him to shreds. Go up and ask? Wouldn't that be delivering himself to the door? However, Suchi was also waiting. The evil god's phantom strength was being restricted by some kind of rules, and the black fog on the phantom was gradually dissipating. It indicated that the other party's existence wouldn't last long. Of course, the premise is not to be found. Weird strength accompanied by black fog was descending. Everyone looked at the black fog with an expression of terror, trembling with fear and not daring to move. The phantom indeed wished to directly destroy this world, but its current strength was just a drop in the ocean compared to its real self. Moreover, there were world rules in place, restricting it from annihilating everything. Often the deeper the historical traces of the world, the more likely it had certain world rules. Here it comes. People looked in horror as a large amount of black fog descended. Under the black-red glow, it was like the apocalypse. The expressions of the powerful changed. The three young masters also turned pale at this moment. They were more perceptive of strength. After all, they could directly compare it with that of their family heads. With that kind of panic, dread, as if etched into the soul's spiritual impact. They could confirm they had never felt such things from their family heads, as if not even on the same level. What in the world is this terrifying existence? Extremely dangerous, no matter what. We must remain cautious and reverent. Can't move. Can't arouse hostility. It will leave after it has finished searching. The powerful ones were frantically transmitting messages to their young masters. They saw through everything. Currently, they were like ants on the ground, staying still. Perhaps they wouldn't attract the others' attention, nor would it be interested in them, but a sudden escape or other actions. That would likely be squashed to death with a casual step. No sooner had they finished speaking. Some nobles from Stars Hall turned pale with fear, unable to endure the terrifying spiritual impact and weirdness. They shouted and ran away, and influenced by them. Many beings in the same area also started to run in terror. Idiots, young Master Ash remarked coldly. And the next moment, their behavior was noticed. Large amounts of black fog moved as if it had found a target, Drawn over there, those people looked even more terrified, desperately running away, but how could they possibly outrun this black fog? They were directly engulfed, not even able to scream, as if they had lost their minds, eyes blood red, faces distorted with madness, covering their heads and howling in pain. But they only howled for 2 seconds before, with a bang, their heads seemed to be churned clean, blood flowing from every orifice, eyes rolling back, falling to the ground. Not the slightest breath of life remained. Is this what spiritual pollution like killing is? Nancy's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Tsuchi watched this scene. This was exactly like the black fog of old days, mixed with terrifying spiritual pollution. Ordinary people, merely after seconds of contact, went through phases of impact, collapse, insanity, and mental disorder, leaping to death. Evil God's phantom was meticulously searching through the whole night city, and the black fog was its means of search. Once it discovered his traces, it would personally act, and with one blow, it could reduce the entire Stars Hall and its surroundings to flat ground, although from the question mark above its head, its strength would rapidly dissipate after releasing an attack. In short, the strength it was holding back was only good for one attack. If it's uncomfortable holding it back, I'd feel bad too, so let's just let Evil God Brother strike, Tsuchi mused silently, staring at the atomic heart on the stage. This object's function could be used to get a sense of the next sequence pathway in advance, similar to enlightenment, allowing a preview of it, greatly aiding in breaking through the sequence. Of course, this could only work for beings below sequence 5. So many beings of the new era, including the young Master Spirit Kings, were vying for this item. After all, leveling up a sequence wasn't like in a game, where you level up directly when you have enough experience. It instead required various conditions, involvements, and the further one progressed, the more difficult and stringent the ascension would become, depending on the pathway. Different resources and quantities were also needed. Most importantly, this thing is also very useful to me. Tsuchi's sequence was self-developed, self-created, a unique pathway. In other words, there were no blueprints for subsequent steps, a completely broken path, and every step he took, each sequence he rose to required him to blaze a trail on this broken path. With this thing, it could reduce the difficulty of developing his own sequence. Chapter 197 Let the Evil God Strike Out. Tsuchi pressed his hand towards the atomic heart. What do you want to do? The one who spoke at this moment was young Master Ash, who directly spoke in a cold voice. As long as he didn't use spiritual energy and didn't try to escape, speaking wouldn't attract the attention of the black fog. He had already considered it his possession. Young Master Yuhai's gaze was deep and cold, but he didn't speak. His eyes, however, were filled with murderous intent. He dared to take out such a precious object, which meant he was confident about retrieving it. At this moment, a weak individual was trying to take advantage during the chaos. He naturally would not agree. Unzing was watching Tsuchi, his pupils slightly flickering. The young masters are mistaken. Tsuchi slowly grasped the atomic heart in his hand, a small object surrounded by numerous chains, resembling a heart, but actually containing a strange core within. I am preparing to give this object to you. He directly threw it over to them. Young Master Ash's eyes slightly narrowed, but after realizing that the black fog did not pounce as a result, he directly reached out and grabbed it. And at that moment, young Master Yuhai's eyes turned cold, suddenly burst with astonishing spiritual energy, directly striking at young Master Ash. You! Young Master Ash's face changed. Without any hesitation, countless iron chains boomed out to defend. This object is mine. Young Master Yuhai hoarsely grabbed the atomic heart and did not give up. There was still a chance to complete the assassination if these two men died under the terrifying shadow, although he was also among them, but he still chose to risk it all with one last escape mechanism on his body, at a great cost, but able to leave without any constraints. Of course, only by himself. Everything here, including those strong ones who followed him, would probably die under the attack of this terrifying shadow. He took the initiative to burst out, spiritual energy crazily emerging, and the black fog moved greatly. Stars Hall. The phantoms on the dome were watching here. Their attention shifted over, making everyone present shudder. It's over. It's over. Nancy stared wide-eyed, intently watching the scene. Is he seeking mutual destruction? Tsuchi, no, he can escape. Then aren't we doomed? If he doesn't escape, we're certainly doomed. The evil god phantom made no sound and took no action, but the sky above Stars Hall was already twisted. It wanted to directly crush this place. It wasn't because of the fluctuations in young Master Yuhai's spiritual energy, but because it sensed a familiar aura inside. The strength of its own eyes was among them. The despicable person had voluntarily exposed himself? It did not ponder, merely acted according to commands. Boom. The terrifying aura caused everyone present to burst, blood flowing from every orifice. Damn it, damn it. You're insane. Young Master Ash, disheveled, let out a startled roar, we'll all die together. And at that moment, young Master Yuhai merely looked at them coldly, no. A smile curled on his lips, only you all will die. Without any hesitation, one hand holding the atomic heart. The other hand directly crushed his own heart, violently spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood afterward. His entire body continuously crumbled. Like transforming into a shadow, as if twisted, painfully howling, leaving without any constraints. He wanted to escape. Everything here would turn to ashes. But he did not notice that, in the moment he left, the atomic heart in his hand had unknowingly transformed into a sheephead emitting a strange aura. Chapter 198 Discussing investment. Before the instance once the black fog was boiling over, the terror, the grotesque, the pollution, and the bizarre twists, all brought by the power of the evil god, threatened to devour everything. This dangerous, enigmatic, and unfathomable force was like using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito, transcending cognition. Even if it's just a silhouette, even if it only carries the power equivalent to a speck of dust in the desert, it still exudes such a terrifying oppressive force. Tsuchi realized he had underestimated the power of the divine beings. After all, the first time he encountered the evil god brother was when he first entered an instance, young and foolish, with little recognition of much. And later, the divine being he came into contact with was the master of destruction. Well, to be honest, the impression was even less profound, since the first time he was a young spiritual body, and the second time a young girl's spiritual body, neither possessing her full strength at the peak, probably also using an extremely small portion of her power, like this evil god brother. However, just from the traits of her young spiritual body, one could discern the extraordinary nature of the master of destruction as a deity. The ability to reset the entire world was simply outrageous. It's unclear what rank she holds among the divine beings, but anyone with a title like master of something is likely to be extraordinary. One of the most powerful among the gods. However, none of that mattered now. Judging by the accumulating daily base debt, she still owed a lot. When the time came, there was just one problem to consider: how to collect that debt. After all, having seen the power of the evil god's silhouette, he could roughly guess how terrifying the master of destruction would be upon her recovery. Screw it, we'll deal with that when the time comes. And moreover, Tsuchi looked up at the scene before him, a madly twisting and deadly presence that had everyone screaming in fear, and made up his mind. He would have to be cautious about calling upon the evil god brother's descent to save the day. Unless it was a dire situation where they were at the brink of total ruin, he would not easily call upon the evil god brother again. After all, it could easily harm friends as well as enemies, and once unleashed, be impossible to control. What are you doing? Tsuchi watched Nancy, who, at this moment with tears in his eyes, was looking down and holding his unconscious assistant tightly. In the previous life or death moment, he had not chosen to flee but to find his lady assistant. Are you trying to stage a dramatic sacrifice of love? Nancy didn't bother with Tsuchi's teasing, but instead looked up with a frozen expression, only to find the surrounding force had not come crashing down, but stopped midair. Why did it suddenly stop? The next moment, the silhouette of the evil god suddenly let out a low growl, like a sound of friction, causing the entire night city to fall into various explosions, with many cyborgs and electronic devices going haywire with electric currents and sparks. Then, the silhouette of the evil god vanished on the spot, and the overwhelming presence it had been sensing, about to crush its face, vanished right before its eyes. The unintelligent silhouette, with only one thought, must catch up and kill. Must tear it into a million pieces. This was the ultimate fate of that power. Nancy, stunned, watched as countless twisted forces and the black fog were sucked away like by a vacuum cleaner from above. The indiscernible silhouette and its terrifying oppressive force smashed open a crack, heading in a certain direction. What happened? Why did it suddenly leave? Maybe it had a house fire, and it was in a hurry to get back. Nancy, I'm being serious. That would be young Master Yuhai, deciding to save everyone by acting as the lone bait. To lure away that being. Asking you is just my redundant stubbornness. Anyway. Although I don't know why the other party suddenly withdrew. Nancy took a deep breath, but we have managed to survive. At this moment, he looked at the Stars Hall, which was a complete mess. All electronic devices were dead, and the venue was full of unconscious people. It could be said. Having gone through this, the auction had turned into a total catastrophe. And Tsuchi, looking at the genuine atomic heart he had stored in his item slot, now in his possession, he had just deceived the enemy with a concrete illusion, which also proved the level of his spiritual power was far beyond 7th rank, of course not excluding the possibility that the enemy's mind was affected. The timing was critical, and it was not thoroughly probed among other factors. However, its escape came at a great cost, managing to leave despite various restrictions, the silhouette of the evil god brother although immediately gave chase, but Tsuchi thought it unlikely that the other party was dead. Firstly because the power of the evil god brother was limited, acting purely on instinct. Secondly, because he disguised the totem as the atomic heart, and not etched on its body, while the escape coordinates were locked. But it was no fool. If it destroyed the totem and could still use a second escape, it might also have a chance to shift. At this moment, young Master Ash was looking at the dissipating force, hair disheveled, eyes filled with fear and anger, not hesitating at all as a hidden powerful being appeared, opened a portal, and whisked him away. He could not stay any longer, not even delivering a harsh threat, for just a moment ago, he truly feared for his life, and now was trembling in fear. Most of the Spirit Prince's descendants and influential forces were also making contact, wishing to leave this place of conflict. Less danger rolled back in. Unzing did not leave like young Master Ash. Young Master. A powerful being covered in fish scales appeared beside him. We should also leave this place of conflict immediately. Not just because they feared the terrifying shadow would return, but also because there were many hidden powerhouses around they had not detected, likely from young Master Yuhai's people, lurking in this place. Clearly with ill intent, all of which filled them with shock, had it not been for the recent accident. Chapter 199. Before the instance ends, discuss investment. Everything was about to become extremely lethal. Wait a moment, don't hurry, Unzing shook his head. I sent a message to my father 10 minutes ago. He should be on his way here. The strong performer's eyes trembled slightly. Lord Spirit King was actually coming personally. But it was also normal. Although everyone was called young master just like other people, Unzing was different. Other heirs of the Spirit King were numerous, based on clan operations, and the position of young master they held was more like that of a crown prince, where only the recognized heirs could sit in that position. As for Unzing, he was the only son. After all, Sunset Spirit King's constitution was special, his reproduction ability was as low as some lottery draws, with a probability so low it was infuriating. And after Unzing was born, Sunset Spirit King was ecstatic, waving the sky gold for all the protected worlds for 5 years, throwing a huge celebration, even invoking extraordinary traits to bring him all sorts of blessings. He was extremely fond and protective of him. But there was a considerable generation gap. Sunset Spirit King created a unique territory for Unzing, provided various pollutants, interesting traits, and arranged for his own abnormality strong performers to follow after him, but this was not what Unzing wanted. For this journey to Anxious Land, he took action first and reported later, leaving in advance without notice. Unzing now stood next to Mixed Fish Piano, which was shaking and spouting blood water, having lost consciousness, but was still whole and protected. After all, this guy was a pollutant, unable to directly face the pollution of dead. Evil God. Help it recover. The scaly strong performer reached out his hand, slowly pulling with spiritual energy. Mixed Fish Piano barely recovered. It seemed that it had not yet recovered from the purgatory of the old days, shakily, subconsciously squeezing out blood words, sect hierarch. Unzing's brow lifted slightly. Mixed Fish Piano suddenly shook all over, coming to its senses sharply, and hurriedly typed, with fawning symbols, young master. What did you mean by sect hierarch just now? And the previous message? Mixed Fish Piano shuddered. Unzing watched the continuously emerging blood words while his gaze shifted towards Tsuchi in the distance. At this moment, Tsuchi once again received a message from the Paradise system. Attention please, players, anomalies have occurred in the instance, checking the number of players still within the instance. 1. This message had popped up once before, when the shadow of the evil god descent happened, and at that time, all players were forcefully sent out after seeing the terrifying shadow of the evil god. But Tsuchi was not among them. Because he was the culprit, directly connected to the shadow of the evil god, and the transmission strength was firmly halted. Next, came the descent of the evil god's shadow. The system was unable to employ the power of paradise to extricate him. Until the other left. At this moment, it seemed to detect that the anomaly had disappeared, and the message continued to pop up. Players are now able to prepare to transmit and leave at any time or wait for the celebration to end before leaving. Celebration. Tsuchi looked over the Stars Hall, where numerous people were slumped over their seats, passed out, along with lots of rubble and exploded equipment. They all looked quite sound asleep. My first time at such a quiet celebration. Tsuchi strode towards Simon, grabbed Simon's suit tie. Wake up. But Simon, like a husband passed out in an avenue, fell into an immovable deep sleep. His sleep quality was too good. He was knocked out by a shock of spiritual power. At that moment, a voice slowly sounded. Tsuchi turned to see. It was young Master Sunset, Unzing. The sinister power still lingers in his spirit. Shouting won't wake him, only waiting for it to dissipate or using spiritual energy to purge it will work. I'll have one of my subordinates help you, Anzing prepared to call over one of his strong performers. No need. Suchi said with a light smile, he just needs a little stimulus. Evil God's power was his power. Above Simon's head, a faint black fog slowly emerged and was quietly absorbed by Suchi's pupils. He slapped Simon on the head. Simon, your wife and kids ran off with someone else. Simon shuddered all over, his eyes opening groggily. How could I possibly have a wife and kids? I'm nearly 40 and still single. That's fine, keep it that way. President. Simon's eyes widened as he looked at Suchi, then glanced around at the ruins, his eyelids bulging. What happened here? What's going on? He had passed out the moment the evil god appeared and was unaware of everything that happened afterward. After all, Simon was just an ordinary shop owner. Don't ask, if you do, it's just improv. Suchi turned to Anzing. By the way, young Masterin, how long does one usually stay unconscious with this kind of strange power? Anzing paused, but it was a powerful figure next to him who spoke in a deep voice. If it's not removed, they'll stay unconscious for about 4 to 5 hours. Good. Suchi handed his wristwatch to him. Take this for now, it contains everything I've prepared. While all the dignitaries of Night City are sound asleep, pull the rug from under them, burn bridges, commit arson. Simon? Anyways, you two just go and do it. Suchi also woke up Saigong Qing, leaving behind the Super Dream Protocol subsystem and a series of arrangements in the wristwatch. And now, everyone's sleep quality was quite good. And, under the power of the evil god, the whole of Night City was completely paralyzed. Timing, location, and harmony among people. Saigong Qing slowly came to. Upon seeing the situation before him and the subsystems and arrangements in the wristwatch, he took a deep breath, recognizing the great opportunity at hand. But, is doing this a bit? Saigong Qing hesitated, being the most conscientious among the many cutthroat dignitaries. Such thievery made his moral bottom line crumble? Suchi looked at Simon. Do you have such burdens? Not at all. Simon said excitedly. I can hardly wait. Saigong Qing. Suchi patted Saigong Qing on the shoulder. In this respect, you're clearly not as good as Simon. This is the kind of talent the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce needs. At the mention of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce, Anzing paused slightly, admitting to himself that he knew quite a bit from Mixed Fish Piano. For example, the man before him was the sect hierarch of the Hustlers sect, the one who had inscribed messages on the Mixed Fish Piano. But the person seemed different from what he imagined. In the saga recounted by the Mixed Fish Piano, the sect hierarch of the Hustlers was a paragon of righteousness, bravery, and justice. After all, it was composed according to various epics where heroes were all embodiments of mercifulness, justice, knights and other virtues. And now, Anzing felt that the other had a flexible moral bottom line, not at all the same demeanor. That Anzing wanted to speak. Now that he finally met the man in person, his initial interest was piqued by the songs and the tale of the Mixed Fish Piano. Anzing was eager to interact with him, especially since from the recent information from Mixed Fish Piano, this sect hierarch was not only arranging everything but seemed to have created an extraordinary stir, and if the descent event was orchestrated by him, then it was all the more remarkable. To Anzing, Suchi now embodied a tinge of mystique. Respected young Master Sunset. However, Suchi interrupted him, smiling. Would you consider investing? Anzing was startled. Investing? The Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce, it's the commercial guild under the Hustlers sect. Suchi said, seeing the expressions of friendliness and interest atop Anzing's head, it seemed he could try to draw him in. Anzing's expression shifted. I am somewhat interested. Good, if you're thinking of investing. Suchi looked at Nancy. Spokesperson, come quick, tell him about our services. Nancy trembled all over. Huh? Chapter 200, Massive Points. Shocking. Nancy silently assessed the shattered walls, the exploded equipment, resembling ruins of the Stars Hall, and the just gradually disappearing Suboxian. She had misjudged the person. She had thought that Suboxian invited her due to his wish to give her a chance to contact Anzing, young Master Sunset, just for an introduction. But now it seemed. It was obvious this guy was running out of time, and had her take the hit. Damn it. Without knowing it, she had become the spokesperson for the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce, and she couldn't even deny it, after all. The honored young Master Sunset seemed interested in the spot where Suboxian disappeared, lost in thought. Well, this is great. Now the pressure was on her. But what business does the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce even do? She had no idea. Why couldn't that guy have given her a draft before leaving? However, Nancy recalled Suboxian smiling and pointing at his pocket before he disappeared. Could it be? Nancy quietly pulled out the business card, then found the tagline and a bunch of products in the inner layer. So this guy had already planned everything in advance? Following the normal procedure, she would likely be forced to recite these things. Respected young master, allow me, Nancy, to introduce the various services of the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce. Nancy said helplessly yet with a respectfully serious tone. Unzing, however, didn't mention this topic but gently said. He comes from paradise. A descender? Yes. Paradise and descenders were hardly a secret among many beings. The power of paradise was like the extraordinary traits of the divine, allowing descenders to enter a world and leave quickly. This ability was not too miraculous to the many worlds, as many races or divine followers. All possessed special abilities. The only notably unique trait was the infinite rebirths. But power that transcended life and death inevitably came with a terrible price. Do you know much about him? Nancy was stunned for a moment. Somewhat. I've met him once before. Then tell me about it. Anzing said with interest. I seem to have lost my taste for made-up tales. Mixed fish piano, am I about to be unemployed? No. I'm just a piano, what unemployment? Moreover, if he is from paradise and possesses noteworthy abilities. Anzing's eyes flickered slightly, muttering to himself, it seems that anxious land will be encountered again. Player Subuxian has left Fantasy Universe's instance world number 646,863, the main quest is being judged. You have received 49,319 game coins, experience, and 2,131 spiritual ability points. Your current level restriction has been removed. Your level has been increased to level 25. Please note, points tally is in progress. Your current points are 103,912,839. Next entry to the ranking battle will be in 24 hours. Ranking battle evaluation. Please note, this is the player's first official contact with a non-independent instance world. The vast, boundless world is like the surface of an ocean, under the influence of countless swirling undercurrents. A wave that should rise at a certain moment is pushed aside due to your actions, but this massive wave will only be delayed. The endless vortexes will grow more intense, like a powder keg waiting to be ignited, regardless of who pulls the trigger. Subuxian looked at the slew of notifications popping up. He noticed that the level restrictions had been lifted. He had suddenly advanced to level 25. It appeared that he had indeed accumulated a lot of experience before, but it seemed that leveling up had indeed slowed down. And now he had gained 21 plus 22 plus 23 plus 24 plus 25 equals 115 attribute points. He could finally make some serious progress on his basic attributes. A player's strength, in fact, needs to be divided into many parts, among which basic attributes and sequence bonuses are particularly important. Both are very important. Basic attributes determine the foundation, sequence bonuses are the key to burst power. The larger the base number of basic attributes, the stronger the enhancement. In other words, the basic attributes are like body refinement, only with sufficient attributes can spiritual energy burst. Of course, sequence is the most essential aspect. No matter the quantification of the data, it can't escape the process of ascension. Of course, spiritual power must be calculated separately. Now that he has increased so many basic attributes, his spiritual power has been greatly enhanced, completely illogically. Also, this ranking battle evaluation is quite interesting. It seems that young Master Darkseid's attack was not as simple as it appeared. Suchi could hardly not suspect that the other party was planning a major move. Of course, the other party here is definitely not just talking about this scapegoat or his father, the Yuhai Spirit King, as well as a host of forces associated with it. There seemed to be a lot of entanglement. Just hope Evil God gives a bit of strength to not let them pull through. In any case, what had to be done in Night City was done. What shouldn't be done, well, was also done. All in all, this instance is different from the previous standalone worlds. It has civilization, social structures, not completely overrun by horror, pollution, danger, and it maintains pulls and connections with various worlds. It really can be considered a good place for players to officially contact the new world view. At this moment, another message popped up in front of Suchi. Your ranking in the Fantasy Universe tournament area has changed. Based on your current points and ranking, you may draw ranking battle rewards. Since it is still the ranking battle period, many aspects are different from the end of the previous instances. Now the award draws directly tied to the ranking and points. Chapter 201, Massive Points. Shocking. You mentioned points? Suchi silently looked at his own points column. Player Subuxian, current ranking in the Fantasy Universe tournament, 1. Current points 103,912,839. The ranking battle is divided into 12 regions. Because the player base is huge, whether they are new players or rookies supported by various organizations or a large number of veteran internal test players, they all face the fiercest competition. The previous Netherworld King and Shashili, although they seemed very impressive, in reality, they were just ordinary super rookies. After all, the matching mechanism was calculated based on Tsuchi's original ranking. Out of 2,000 players, only 2 are super rookies, which can be considered a fishbone setup. However, the player names on the leaderboard can't be hidden. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched. Not good, I'm going to get hammered. After all, Tsuchi looked at the leaderboard. First place, Suboxian, points 103,912,839. Second place, Penelope Bloom, points 913,123. Third place, Justice Sheriff, points 892,313. Tsuchi had a feeling that this would stir up a frenzy online. But to be fair, I really didn't cheat this time. In the dim, barren world, where no birds would shit, immense and devoid of any life, it was truly a dead world. A shadowy figure stood on the horizon, its enormous shadow swirling up endless sand and dust. Dark spiritual energy surged like a tide, causing terrifying fluctuations. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of plants on the ground, bodies of living things. But everything was being slowly absorbed, devoured, spreading across the entire planet. Sequence 2. Slaughter, absorb, despair, life. The Yuhai Spirit King looked calmly at this desolate world, but it still seems hard to move to the next step. It seems I must borrow the power of the Elder. The Great Old Gods. The Master of the Abyss. It had a fiery red mark on its body, which bore the totem of the evil god, but unlike ordinary believers, this totem was alive, rotating, emitting bursts of terrifying black fog. Each rotation seemed to release enormous amounts of twisted moral force. The terrible black fog gradually dyed blood red, a surge of pollution birthed within, spreading across this world. Spirit King, sir. A message was crossing the 10,000 realms. The Yuhai Spirit King frowned, his voice hoarse. What is it? The young master has had an accident. The other side's voice trembled, filled with a bit of fear and extreme disquiet. Yuhai Spirit King's eyes were deep and indifferent, listening to the other side's description, without a trace of fluctuation. He watched quietly as his special ability was activated. The originally barren world suddenly became a domain world of rolling dark sea tides. He stood beside a towering altar, releasing a vast amount of life force that had just been absorbed and slaughtered. Numerous patterns connected from the altar to the entire dark sea. This was one of his special abilities. Peeping. This was also why the force of Yuhai Spirit King was one of the 3 major intelligence organizations of the present world. Peeping could not only see distant worlds, see individual strength, but most importantly, it could also peer into fate. Yuhai Spirit King slightly closed his eyes, standing on the altar, his massive figure shadowed by countless shadows stretching out from the sea level. He was like a spider, standing at the center of a web, every wave through the net catching his attention. Terrifying dark energy was about to burst. The next moment, boom. The altar suddenly made a noise, everything around changed, it seemed like a twisted space was breached. A vast network of veins stretched from it. Dense and goosebump-inducing. These were the tracks of fate. Yuhai Spirit King remained expressionless, but his body was cracking inch by inch. Their kind, when using special abilities, could attain strength beyond their own, but at the same time would pay a great price. Fortunately, this entire world, which was once vibrant with life, has already paid its dues. Seconds later, Yuhai Spirit King's fingers suddenly moved, seizing one of the myriad dense threads. His eyes flickered slightly. Strange. The gears of fate have changed. They are different from the previous display. Fate's trajectory was quantum fluctuations, not indicating a fixed destiny, but the peeping trait was to see the most likely trajectory from countless possibilities and factors. It would choose to constantly stack these trajectories, like strategizing on a board. Thus, it was like truly seeing the future. The unsettling undercurrents were impatient, but the trajectory that occurred had entirely changed. It was not as simple as just a butterfly's wings. There's someone interfering. In Yuhai Spirit King's mind, several figures emerged. In the present world, the only ones capable of this are likely the divine beings were still not revived, their devout believers were still hidden, the ancient powers were still in the ancient battlefield, unable to leave. There are no others who need to prevent this from happening, except that guy. Yuhai Spirit King's eyes revealed a bit of chill and dread, traveling through the 10,000 realms, collecting traces. Playing the game of changing fate with those weak creatures. Right. Now, it could only be him. Those who obstruct the great true God's unsealing must be cast into the depths of the dark sea, never to see the light of day again. Yuhai Spirit King issued the command. Let those strong ones search for young Master Yuhai. The child is not dead yet, although Sunset Spirit King seems to be making moves, it must also set out. Chapter 202, Massive Points. Shocking. After finding it, according to the original plan, send it to Anxious Land. I will rush to that place to treat it. Yes. The Yuhai Spirit King's entire domain of Dark Sea dissipated, and with a raise of its hand, it tore open a rift in the desolate world around it and then stepped into the passage of Nihility. Anxious Land, once a place where audiences with various divine took place, a monumental strength has been maintained to this day, still preventing countless powerful beings from entering. The rules have also been in operation for thousands of years. Now it is another era, countless. The new heirs destined ones entering the sequence are all likely to gather there. But it chuckled coldly. This is probably the last time. Night. In a dream. In Suchi's dream world, the third black shadow finally arrived. Gan. When? What do you think? Suchi looked at the clump of black fog huddling on the ground. This black fog had actually been there before when rescuing the Master of Destruction, and during the fusion with the ancient god's heart, it had merged some from the surrounding old days black fog. It was still shapeless, devoid of consciousness. But now, after absorbing part of the black fog, it seemed to have changed. Gan and Wen, two black shadows, one in overalls and the other in a denim jacket, trembled slightly, with words directly manifesting beside their heads. Sect Hierarch. It seems to be from Lord Evil God's origin strength. And you? We are the fringes of Lord Evil God. Suchi slapped Gan and Wen directly to the ground. Keep calling him Lord Evil God, seems you're still hung up on your former master, asking for a beating? Wasn't his your idea, Sect Hierarch. Do you have anything different? Gan and Wen silently stood up. It currently does not have much self-awareness, it is more like a newly born creature, Sect Hierarch, you can consider it as a beast. Suchi looked at this dark creature. A black beast? Anyway. Let's name it Kui, you will be the three generals of my shadow army. Gan, Wen. There's no fourth member in this army, training them devilishly every day in the room, even having to memorize ancient texts and military strategies, and punishment if not completed. Looks like tonight will be more of the same. But at least one. Or rather, one beast had joined. Suchi wasn't idle either. While they trained, he continued researching methods to take them into the instance which now seemed promising. They were like the mixed fish piano, all sentient, considered a more advanced type of pollutant. After all, their former master was the evil god, who also controlled every believer's totem and lifeline, serving both as the strength provider and a symbiotic supervisor. Of course. Now they were all his, Subuxian soldiers. And by using the spiritual eyes to connect the channels, it seems possible to summon them in the instance. Suchi decided to find a chance next time to summon all three, given that Gan and Wen under his special training now had significantly increased strength, why not put them to work if not for his own salary? Oh. Forgot, never had a salary before. Just wonder what those cultists would think. Seeing this. And after their increase in strength, they never thought of rebelling. First, because resistance was futile, they saw their sect hierarch as deep as a pond, and after merging into the spiritual eyes, there was also a compelling oppressive force. Second, because they had been completely transformed by the sect hierarch's mighty sanctity, occasionally chatting about the hustlers' dreams of the future seemed more promising than their former evil god boss. The night slowly passed. Suchi could now sense in his dreams what time it was, when to wake up. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already turning white. Suchi picked up his phone, and he found a bunch of people had sent him a barrage of messages overnight. Brother Su. Seems like topping the leaderboard really did set off fireworks, so many came to congratulate first thing. But he opened the messages. You've been smashed for cheating. Chapter 203 Just practice more. Suchi opened the official forum. Upon entering the page, he saw a prominently highlighted post with his ID Subuxian displayed in blazing red. Never assume it's a good thing when your ID shows up prominently. It could be a Hall of Fame, or it could be an open box list. The post's title was, Please, Authorities Step In, Thoroughly Inspect the First Place in the Fantasy Universe Tournament Ranking, Subuxian. The post had over 100,000 replies. Numerous players were petitioning, sharing their opinions below. Points over 100 million? Couldn't they even pretend? Either there's a bug, or there's major cheating going on, it's ridiculous. They had just left the instance, this time the point accumulation system, although each region, each instance rule differed, a gap existed between those without abilities and those with abilities, but damn, the second place is 100 times behind the first. If this isn't cheating, what is? This guy named Subuxian, I've never heard of him. Strongly suggest a thorough investigation. Expose this Suboxian. And then ban him. That. Before you expose him, can you contact me? I'll pay for the cheat? A lot of skeptical voices arose. Of course, some people remained neutral or spoke up for him. Since opening, Abyssal Paradise has never had any cheats, although the data is indeed a bit exaggerated. Everyone should view it rationally. Whose alt account? Stop defending. Suchi watched the comments with great interest. Most replies were clearly from ordinary players, who didn't really understand the true backend of Abyssal Paradise. The real insiders from the Paradise's factions and organizations generally wouldn't raise doubts. Because they deeply knew. Cheats like this couldn't appear in this game. Suchi wasn't in a rush. If speaking only of Night City's point rules, his points were completely normal, having taken down Black Emperor and Giles Crowd's entire assets, conquered the illegal land, seized Life Group, taken down Nancy. And all transactions with cyber coins in the courier system counted as revenue. Although the points were exaggerated, they were entirely legitimate. In the rankings of other 12 regions, although there were also many exaggerated scores, with many exceeding 1 million, now all the attention had shifted to Suchi. Brother Su, how did you actually do it? Night Guardian couldn't help his curiosity. Having just returned from cultivation with greatly increased strength, he had an exceptionally impressive performance in the ranking battles, reaching the top 100 with nearly 200,000 points. He had intended to show off to Suchi. As a result, he hadn't expected to be smacked in the face by a string of numbers. Didn't you see all the players saying I was cheating? Night Guardian remained silent. He wasn't unaware of the situation in Abyssal Paradise. Naturally he wouldn't take Suchi's words seriously. Anyway, Brother Su, you've become famous. Then I better start live streaming soon. Night Guardian sighed helplessly. That's not the kind of fame you want. Being famous is a good thing in itself, but under these circumstances, Brother Su, you're likely to face a swell of skepticism and even malicious challenges. You need to be cautious now. A high ranking also means high risk, now that everyone has accumulated points, and each can see their own rankings and can't hide them. The implications were evident. Fortunately, the add friend function wasn't enabled, otherwise Suchi's friends requests box would surely be overflowing. It seems there are quite a few people who want to beat me up. Suchi muttered to himself. Physically beat him. Alright, Brother Su, I'm gonna head out, prepare well, this ranking battle is really important, Night Guardian said quickly before leaving. The two weren't in the same region, and many familiar faces Suchi met were also dispersed. As the matchmaking system was temporarily closed during the ranking battles, so most people were waiting for the countdown to end. Aside from posts about themselves, there were also many discussions about Paradise, present world, all realms. After the expansion pack was released, they officially encountered the world view of Abyssal Paradise for the first time, seeing a different totality from before. Suchi estimated that the time was almost right, then chose to eat well before logging into the game. Some friends, on the other hand, were sending him messages. Xunziahuan, Sword White Clothes, Left Hand, King Ling, Cheng Feng, Bei Qiangwei, among others. Oh. Everyone was sending them, so no worries. It seemed he really got famous. And aside from those inquiring, marveling, more were reminders. And pulling him into factions again. Brother Su, your points have attracted the attention of major factions. Be careful, there are many dangerous individuals and organizations in your region now, probably they all have their eyes on you. Brother Su, as a solo player, your situation may become tricky. Why not join my Dragon God Club? We have power in Paradise, we can protect you. This was Left Hand, and he hadn't given up. Suchi replied acrimoniously, he didn't mind whether he became famous before entering Paradise. But from the mechanics of this ranking battle, becoming famous was sooner or later, having many skeptics and dangers was quite normal. However, being targeted by various factions in Paradise. As per the information previously obtained from Left Hand, many powerful organizations and individuals in Paradise, each defended a corner, owning shrines to shelter other worlds, and having contacts or even collaborations with forces in the present world. Of course, these certainly couldn't compare to entities like Spirit King, but anything that could shelter even 3 or 4 worlds counted as no small organization and could also garner many resources, including spirit coins. Chapter 204, Practice more if you can't stand losing, don't play. This was also the reason why Suchi established the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce in Night City. He couldn't keep making things up. The Hustlers needed their own power base. Brother Su, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Left Hand sighed, still not giving up. Then let me reveal something else to you. The information from last time was actually concealed. This ranking battle will ultimately take place in a location called Anxious Land. That place has a lot of restrictions. Although my current permissions aren't enough to know the specifics. But many internal test players, high-sequence players from Paradise, even chose to voluntarily die, to be kicked out of Paradise, just to compete for the qualification to re-enter Anxious Land. Many of them, in the real sense, are monsters, once formidable beings. Tsuchi pondered. Sounds pretty impressive, pretty dangerous. Of course. Left Hand almost burst into tears, finally making this guy feel the urgency. But. Tsuchi paused. Do they have more points than me? Left Hand. Damn you. Talking like this, you're going too far. Those digits of yours are already beyond reasonable limits, asshole. Finally, Left Hand let out a deep sigh. Forget it, I give up. But Brother Sue, good luck. Even though we're not in the same area, I still hope we can both make it to Anxious Land, into Paradise. After all, we're friends. Despite the tangled interests, they could still be considered friends who had been through thick and thin together. Alright, I'll accept this friend card. Next time you encounter the hustlers, you can use my name for a huge 9.9% discount. Left Hand complained. What kind of discount is that, and also, it's meaningless. It's better if you just give me some points. I don't want much, just the change will do. Even though it was a joke, points are not transferable after all, but Left Hand couldn't resist checking to see just how much change Tsuchi had. Suboxian's current points, 103,912,839, just the change amounts to over 3 million. Knocking those at the top of the rankings powerless. Woo, so envious. Left Hand's defense broke, and he hung up the call. Tsuchi wondered. I didn't even say anything, why'd you leave? However, Left Hand was quite sincere this time, delivering information similar to others, all cautioning him of the danger, but with some previously undisclosed details. Tsuchi glanced at the remaining time before the ranking battle began. He walked over to the lottery box. He still had one lottery draw he hadn't used, a reward from the ranking battle, unlike any before, because this time, the lottery mechanism looked at points. Moreover, at this stage, it wouldn't produce any ordinary items. There was a very high chance it was related to spiritual energy, as seen from the posts on the forum where many people were openly showcasing their items. They weren't showing off, but selling, understanding that some players lack the abilities to excel and instead trade to make a living. Let's see how much value these 1 billion points of mine have. Tsuchi chose to draw from the lottery. And the next moment, the lottery box became exceedingly abnormal. It initially had no patterns on it, but now markings began to etch themselves into it. Zzzzz. The sound of friction carried throughout the personal space, with black fog emerging around the room. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched as he looked at the box. The lines were being carved deeper and deeper, extremely intricate and elaborate, an eerie aura surging from within. Patterns like these, Tsuchi had seen before. They resembled arrays, often not used in immediate combat, requiring time to lay out, trace, along with a large investment of resources, like when young Master Spirit King needed to teleport away, there must be a powerful being tracing the lines, opening a pathway, even though this ability wasn't yet available to players. But clearly, there would inevitably be contact later. As the friction sound grew more intense and the patterns kept flashing dark red light, they spread from the box to the entire room. Densely packed, the room was filled with patterns. I have a bad feeling about this. The whole lottery box along with the room started to tremble uncontrollably. Like a pressure cooker, a massive amount of black fog burst forth. Don't do this, box bro. Tsuchi had no choice but to lean against the wall as the whole room vehemently shook even more fiercely, and he noticed a significant amount of black fog swirling outside the window. Hiss, terror, pollution, abnormalities. It was as if a massive amount of filth had been drawn in. Or perhaps his own room had been transported into some horrific place. He was just simply drawing a lottery. Was all this pomp and circumstance really necessary? He didn't know how much time had passed. It was only then that Tsuchi felt the shaking of the room come to a halt, and looking out the window. What he saw was twisted darkness, unbearable to gaze upon, even with his extremely high spiritual power. Just one look made him feel as if he were plummeting into the abyss. Good grief. Tsuchi's eyes trembled slightly, feeling a lethal danger outside the room, as if he had arrived in some dreadfully formidable place. And the patterns in the room continued to flicker intensely. They seemed to be extending outward, stirring the surrounding black fog incessantly. This is definitely not the same as the lotteries before. Tsuchi couldn't see clearly, but he could guess that these patterns extending out seemed to be attempting to grasp something. Before, it was more like drawing items from the warehouse of the 10,000 realms to be delivered to the player. Now, I've been brought directly to some dangerous place to capture something on the spot. And moreover, Boom, boom, boom. The room was as if it were being hit by endless, intense fluctuations, causing the entire personal space to tremble wildly, and Tsuchi had no choice but to tightly grip onto a support, or else, he would have been flung out directly. I've come to understand something. This place was absolutely extraordinary. And these patterns. They're clearly formed to protect the room from shattering. This lottery draw. Indeed, as Tsuchi had anticipated, was completely different. After all, points in the hundreds of millions, unprecedented. However, the process was also indescribably arduous. Around 10 minutes later, Tsuchi slowly relaxed his grip on the support and landed on the ground, muttering. Those 10+ minutes reminded me of the secret operation in 99, jumping into a vortex black hole with a shuttle to fend off aliens. After all, for the entire 10 minutes, this personal space was on the run, as if it were being pursued by countless black fog phantoms, constantly bursting forth with terrifying, substantial, and lethal attacks. But they were all blocked by the power of paradise. However, fortunately, they had now escaped that lethal danger zone. The room's patterns had also dissipated completely, leaving behind only that lottery box, glittering brightly, seemingly waiting for Tsuchi to open it as if to claim credit for its work. Tsuchi walked over and placed his hand on the box. Upon opening it, a brilliant light burst out with a thunderous, resonant tremor. Such powerful light. Could it be? Snap. Tsuchi silently observed a cross pendant that appeared on his chest. At the same time, a message popped up before his eyes. Name, Angel. Descending tribute, type, ancient relic, quality, legend, spiritual power consumption, 1000, function. Using this skill will grant you the traits of the angel race, lasting for 1 minute, with a 10-minute cooldown. Current stage, single-winged angel, can collect related items for upgrades. Note, by the name of the divine, a tribute of descent, a powerful tribe lies dormant in the land of sleep. They once looked down upon all, a great existence admired by countless people. One day, they will awaken again, making their descent into the present world. Tsuchi's expression paused slightly. Divine again? Chapter 205. Finally, it's to my taste. Tsuchi looked at the various pieces of information above. The type included ancient relics. Now, even though it can be used as a spiritual power technique, since it's an ancient relic, that means it can later be integrated into the ancient god's heart to become a permanent trait. Tsuchi pondered thoughtfully, suddenly pausing. Wait, do I have too many divine ancient relics on me? The heart of an ancient god, the wings of an angel, and also the eyes given by the evil god. As for the phoenix feather, it was a close call. But it excelled with its powerful recovery abilities, and I have also made a bunch of feathers, optimizing the life potions, reducing the side effects, and adding new traits, which are now a characteristic new product of the Hustler's Chamber of Commerce. Not only can it help me delay the symptoms of Saigongzun, but it can also be sold across all realms, and it's constantly updated and improved through big data analysis by subsystems. And this thing? Tsuchi held an object trapped and pulsing with countless iron bars. Atomic heart, quality, perfect, function, sequence path guidance, can perform matching keyword searches. Each use requires the consumption of spirit coins corresponding to the sequence. Note, the sequence path has countless pathways, developed over innumerable years. Like chains, they connect to the divine ancient relics. But to step-by-step overcome these shackles and approach the altar of God is no easy feat. Different sequence paths have different ascension conditions, all being paths carved out over countless years. The so-called altar seems to also be related to becoming a god. Of course, for now, it seems far beyond reach, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people stuck at a certain sequence, making no progress. And I'm completely different, the Buxian path. The chain in my hand still connects to nihility, with no direction ahead and no way back. I'll take a look after entering the instance. Tsuchi put it away. This room in the personal space is special, restricting the use of all skills, equipment, tools, and so on. Many skills, once acquired, need to be practiced after entering the instance. As for the use of the atomic heart requiring spirit coins, I currently don't have any. If I had known, I would have taken down that casino in Linyuan Land directly. According to the wage standard of Pure Land City at the time, earning more than 100 spirit coins a day was considered a good income. But working a job was out of the question. The Hustler's Chamber of Commerce is expanding, the seeds sown, the nets cast, all are sprouting and growing in different worlds over time. Time's up. Tsuchi watched the countdown for the ranked battle. Yesterday, all players, whether they entered early or late, had their exit time from the instance unified. At this moment, everyone would enter at the same time. And then, a message popped up. Please take note, all players, the following match will enter the final stage of ranked battles. Players who are forced to quit or are eliminated can wait for the end of the ranked battles, and all changes, notifications, etc., will be announced and explained within the instance. Tsuchi paused briefly. So it means, once I go in, when I come out, the ranked battle will be over. Wait, I just remembered I haven't washed the pot back in reality yet. And the next moment, a compelling force descended, leaving the players no choice. A vast tide of darkness swallowed all the light in the room, leaving no room for resistance or hesitation. One could only hear a strange laugh, not a malicious kind but like someone leaning against a window, staring intently at you. Welcome to the abyss. Cold and trembling. Tsuchi hadn't yet opened his eyes but could hear someone whispering nearby. Sir, sir. He opened his eyes. In his field of vision was a lady in an air stewardess uniform, bending down trying to persuade a guy decked out in a big gold chain and a small wristwatch not to use his cell phone for calls on the plane. Tsuchi turned his head, looking outside at the vast clouds mingling with the blue sky. It seemed he was on an airplane this time. And before Tsuchi could take a closer look, a message popped up. Please note, the identities of players in this instance, IDs will be hidden in the initial phase. Initial phase. Hidden? That means it will be revealed later, and from what this message says, there must be other players in this instance too. Tsuchi looked around the airplane. The system could hide player IDs, but not question marks. Tsuchi could discern the true identities of the players. However, it seems like there are none around me right now. And the question now is, where is this plane headed? Tsuchi felt his pockets, all empty. It seemed that although he was on the plane, no additional information was provided, which could mean, is the content on the plane unrelated to the main storyline? Not important? And his location was in the economy class, with seats closely packed, people around him either napping or reading newspapers, watching movies to pass the time. Strange. If Tsuchi wasn't mistaken, they were all ordinary people. At the same time, his item slot, skill bar, levels, etc., were all unrestricted. Everything seemed calm, without a ripple. Bro, can we swap seats? The man sitting by the window looked pale as he turned to Tsuchi. I'm scared of heights, sitting by the window is really getting to me. Tsuchi noticed the question mark above his head. It showed he was feeling nauseous and dizzy, and if it continued, he would likely throw up. Chapter 206 finally got it right. Okay. Tsuchi, alright, we can switch. After switching seats, the man's condition seemed to have improved a lot. Meanwhile, Tsuchi could also look out the window, enveloped by the clouds, and even glimpse the miniature landscape below through the gaps. His gaze narrowed slightly, growing stranger. The orderly cluster of cities and the familiar, unaffected terrain, the gentle landscape, and the ordinary people around. This world is incredibly normal. Normal. But somehow abnormal. Tsuchi leaned back in his seat. In the instances he had experienced before, there had always been either a killing demon or some abnormality, with an almost consistent start to eerie elements. And now, everything was extremely calm. This gave Tsuchi a strange sense of discomfort. It seemed there were no hijackers or dangerous individuals on the plane, appearing to be just an ordinary flight. The greatest disturbance might be the pale-faced man beside him, whose body was still trembling slightly. You. Tsuchi eyed him and spoke with a bit of anticipation. Are you about to transform? The man. What transformation? The man seemed perplexed for a moment. Sigh. It really seemed like his fear and anxiety were genuinely showing. Tsuchi was rather disappointed. I'm just still a bit scared. You have such severe fear of heights, and you still fly? I had no choice, I had to go on a business trip and could only take a plane. It wasn't this severe before. The man gave a wry smile, but recently, I've heard about many plane disappearances and crashes, so now I've become like this. Really? Tsuchi paused. Actually, fear of heights isn't such a big deal. If you divert your attention, you can completely relieve your current symptoms. Like when we started talking just now, your body subconsciously stopped trembling. The man was startled. It seems true. Now that we've been chatting for a bit, I do feel a little more relaxed. So now we should talk about something more pleasant. Great. The man readily agreed. Talk about what? Let's talk about those plane crash incidents. The man suddenly choked, his face full of question marks. How is that a pleasant topic? Bringing up the exact thing he's trying to avoid, right? The man sighed, seeing that the other party was very interested, and in light of the fact that Tsuchi had given up his seat, he began to speak with a pale face. From what I understand, there are quite a few planes that suddenly lose their signal during the flight. And then they never appear again. There was once an aircraft wreckage found at sea, with no survivors inside, just an old notebook with words written in blood, recounting bizarre, twisted experiences, as if witnessing great horrors. Suchi interrupted. Do you know the contents? I do, but there are many versions. However, the beginning is similar. The person who first discovered the notebook is named Zhao Shuai. Suchi looked at him. That sounds somewhat familiar. The man coughed, because I read it from social media and clickbait accounts, but the story spread widely. Alright, go on. Suchi listened to the man's narrative. The most authentic version is that the plane entered a devil's dark land. All the passengers heard terrible shrieks and saw horrifying monsters, a twisted sky, and eventually made an emergency landing on a patch of flatland. But when the survivors left the plane, they found themselves turning into monsters, their bodies undergoing constant changes. That blood writing seems to be either a cry for help or a warning. The man shivered as he said this. You see, now you can understand my fear, right? After all, hearing all this would scare anyone normal, wouldn't it? Suchi's eyes narrowed slightly. Shouldn't normal people feel excitement and curiosity upon hearing these things? And this version sounds so familiar, like a polluted world. And the body even undergoes transformations, unavoidably reminding him of the second instance he experienced. And the tentacle man. But regarding the content from social media and clickbait accounts, Suchi felt their credibility was very low. Or rather, extremely low. Is there any official confirmation or direct public evidence of this news? Seems not. But the clickbait accounts claim they confirmed it with the people involved. The person involved is Sister Yan Yang, right? The credibility is about to drop to zero. The man helplessly retorted, just think of it as a story I made up, anyway. This version is the most authentic, and whenever it appears online, it gets deleted. Suchi paused. Deleted? The credibility just jumped to 90%. The man? And Suchi looked around. Have you noticed how good our pilot is? Huh? The man blinked, slightly taken aback. Suchi pointed outside. It's the first time I've seen a plane diving towards a thundercloud. The sky around the plane was still bright azure, but ahead was a vast expanse of dark storm clouds. The rumbling of electricity flashing. Everything around was dark and gloomy. It was as if a terrifying monster was opening its gaping maw, wanting to devour everything. And this plane was flying uncontrollably forward. The man's eyes widened. The next moment, the light surrounding the plane vanished, the fuselage involuntarily shook, the cabin lights flickered, and the dark atmosphere made many passengers realize something was amiss. What's going on? Why did it suddenly go dark? And what's up with the plane? It's shaking so violently. The sky outside was clear just a moment ago. People started to panic, all turning their gaze outside. And then, a slightly unnatural voice came from the plane's control room. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has encountered unexpected severe airflow and storm conditions beyond our predictions, but please don't worry, stay seated, and fasten your seatbelts to prevent injury from the turbulence. The man trembled slightly. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Relax, the announcement was wrong, it's not about any thundercloud or bad weather. Really? Of course. We're obviously not in the same world anymore. Suchi watched the world's dome outside already completely dark, various twisted and peculiar anomalies slowly seeping through, terrible gales howling, and numerous shrieks faintly bursting. Shit. The man suddenly widened his eyes, his body shaking uncontrollably. He tried to stand up but was restrained by the seat belt. Many passengers also noticed that something was wrong, their expressions becoming increasingly panicked. Something's off, folks. This is not just a thundercloud. I saw twisted vortexes. Could it be that the incident rumored online is true? The man now had no color in his lips and finally stammered, It's true. It's true. We have entered here too. We're approaching that terrifying vortex. Everyone screamed. The man, shaking, yelled at the flight attendant, Turn away. Get away from there. Otherwise, we'll get sucked in and never be able to return. The flight attendant, equally stunned, could only try to reassure everyone based on her professional training, Please do not panic, stay in your seats, the pilot will navigate the plane safely into a safe zone. Bang. The turbulence of the plane grew fiercer. Suchi, however, had a clearer view from the window, as a large amount of polluted and twisted air was enveloping everything. What do we do? What do we do? The man's voice quivered. His face deathly pale. Our only chance is to avoid it, but can this plane even steer clear of that area? About that, you no longer need to worry or be tense. Suchi paused. The plane lost all its signals half a minute ago, and from the look of things, it's lost control too. And you're still so calm. The man wanted to scream out, but at that moment, with a loud bang, it was as if a giant hand slapped the plane. Everyone felt their bodies shift, and the violent shaking made it impossible for him to speak. Boom. 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 Terror followed terror, as everyone could clearly feel the tilt in their bodies. The entire plane had completely lost control. Carried into the vortex by the countless twisted gales. It's over. We're dead. I didn't even get a chance to leave a will. The plane was in an uncontrollable dive, screams of terror and the approach of fatal danger attacking everyone, the intense turbulence instilling fear and despair in everyone. The bizarre and polluted air was uncontrollably seeping through, bursting forth. And the strange shrieks and pollution were vaguely nearing the plane's windows. Only Tsuchi calmly sat in his seat, taking a sip of his coffee, settling down. Now, it finally tastes right. Chapter 207, The Justice League Targets Suboxian. The plane had already been devoured by countless distortions. How should one describe the scene witnessed now? Tsuchi's gaze was fixed on the outside of the plane. He felt as if he had returned to his personal space, traveling through numerous channels filled with pollution and nihility, with black fog surging chaotically like chaos. The windows around him had become utterly opaque, as if he were in a strange land devoid of any light. Nihility. It reminded Tsuchi of the channels opened by rituals performed by the powerhouses he had seen at the Stars Hall, among which terrifying currents swarmed. The entire plane had been sucked into a vortex as vast as a black hole, and no one knew what would happen next. At this moment, everyone on the plane had passed out. The terrifying screams and the spiritual impact brought by the pollution had directly caused their mental collapse, and massive amounts of eerie, twisted black fog were seeping in through the cracked crevices. After all, they were all ordinary people. Even if other players were in this situation, they'd probably black out. Lose consciousness. Tsuchi's spiritual energy surged. His base attribute plus the sequence enhancement had pushed his spiritual power to 10,000. His frightfully high spiritual power allowed him to remain conscious even in this situation. However, there was no additional information. Rather, as long as he stared at the black fog, it would start screaming frantically as if startled, emitting a massive sense of distortion and weirdness like a tide. As if it would endlessly strengthen, then gather a massive amount of black fog and shadows, coming from a distant unknown place. It seemed to devour Tsuchi. And at the same time, he also saw a deep red question mark, reminding him of everything. Do not look directly, so sensitive. Before the distortion crazily gathered and burst, Tsuchi could only close his eyes. This kind of prohibition against direct viewing was not new to him. In the previous projections of the ancient battlefield at Linyuan Land, he had seen many extraordinary things, but in this dangerous situation, it was slightly different. Looking once or twice may be sustainable, but the longer he looked, the more terrifying and weird things it would attract. Unless he could withstand it with his own strength in the future, but now it was too far away. A mass of deadly dangerous aura seemed to devour him. And once he closed his eyes, it was like blocking all senses. He felt as if his body didn't exist. Every other sensation completely vanished. Time passed by seconds and minutes. He didn't know how long had passed. Tsuchi's senses gradually returned, and sounds reached his ears. He slowly opened his eyes. The plane had landed, and the hull had cracked everywhere. All windows were already shattered. Given the situation, ordinary people would likely not have survived, but Tsuchi scanned around. Not a single person was dead, all were still alive. It's like being protected by some force. And Tsuchi narrowed his eyes, observing changes in the bodies of the people. Some people were slowly coming to, each holding their heads as if they had splitting headaches. My head. It hurts so much. Has the plane landed? Are we still alive? Wait, something feels off. The man next to Tsuchi also trembled slightly, then slowly opened his eyes, looked around blankly, and then screamed in terror, "Ah! Monsters!" Everyone froze, noticing the men and others around them on the seats, screaming. Every person on the plane had undergone changes. Some had terrifying faces growing on their arms, others had iron spikes penetrating their bodies, yet others had bloodied hands growing on their heads. An assortment of horrors. Absolutely chilling. Tsuchi held the shoulder of the frightened struggling man next to him and calmly said, "Calm down. After all, you've also turned into a monster." The man was stunned, looked down, and only then noticed strange patterns on his chest, like burns. What in the world is happening? People finally began to realize their situation, looking terrified at one another. Why have our bodies transformed like this? And where exactly are we? Where did we crash? There's no signal on the mobile phones either. Outside the plane windows was a terrifying deep red, a faintly spreading eerie fog, blurring the distant view, but chilly enough to make everyone shudder. And in a corner, seated alone without speaking or showing any emotion, a middle-aged man now slightly raised his head, his expression solemn as he spoke, passed through twisted visions, infected by strangeness. Everyone undergoes terrible transformations. Help! Help! This place is full of horrors. People were stunned, unsure why the middle-aged man would say such things. But the man's body trembled slightly, his eyes widened. "That's from that notebook." The man looked at the middle-aged man. "You've looked into it too?" The middle-aged man did not answer but looked at the face on his right arm. Instead, with a probing gaze, he said solemnly, "I never thought I'd actually encounter it." By this time, 6 people stood up, each with a refined aura, and their muscular build and movements carried a menacing presence. Someone looked at the middle-aged man. "Captain, what do we do now?" "Stick to the prepared plan," the middle-aged man spoke. This person nodded, pulling out a badge from his pocket, his voice carrying weight. "Everyone, we are from the National Emergency Response Department, please remain calm now." Chapter 208, The Justice League Targeting Suboxone. Crew members, first check if anyone is injured, unconscious, and cooperate with the emergency response. Everyone, please do not move around to avoid danger. The presence of national security personnel on site calmed the crowd quite a bit, yet the underlying fear remained, and the noise was incessant. What the hell is going on? Why has this happened to us? Where on earth have we crashed? They were doing their best to soothe the passengers and work with the crew to check on people in the other compartments. Suchi didn't bother with the clamor but instead looked strangely at his own palm. He too had mutated, with an eye in the center of his palm. He muttered to himself. The palm eye, huh? The second instance he had experienced, that same abnormality had appeared, an eye growing in the center of the palm. He hadn't expected to see it again now. That's right. A man's trembling voice came from beside Suchi. He looked outside. This is the place where all the plane crashes occurred, the horrifying world recorded in that survivor's notebook. We can't go back. Not necessarily, Suchi paused. In my view, the possibility of you returning could be as high as 3%. The man. What's the difference between that and not being able to go back at all? 3%. That's considered high by my standards. Usually, I believe that 0.1% signifies being prepared to risk it all. The man. Are you some kind of wire-walking trapeze artist? It's remarkable that you can still crack jokes with such calmness. He looked shakily at his chest. Now everyone has undergone bizarre mutations and become strange monsters, no one knows what we'll turn into next. You should feel fortunate about that. The man was startled and looked at Suchi. Why? Suchi tapped the window filled with cracks, because ordinary people simply can't survive in this world. He was all too familiar with their transformed appearances. They were less monsters and more accurately described as abnormalities. Most abnormalities come with twisted, strange changes, symbolizing a kind of ability. After being polluted, either one withstands it and steps into the sequence or one becomes a completely mindless pollution monster. In any case, this is a pollution-type instance. Suchi looked out into the mist and silently mused to himself, an unknown world, the reappearance of the palm eye, ordinary people becoming abnormalities, and other players. The jumbled threads had just begun to unfurl, not yet connected end to end. One step at a time. At this very moment, everyone aboard had been accounted for, with 5 injured but all with minor injuries. The common denominator was that all had mutated. So, what's the situation now? What should we do? Can we get in touch with rescue services? The crowd looked at these officials, hope shining in their eyes. Ladies and gentlemen. A middle-aged man stood up, his voice conveying a hint of gravity as he spoke, extending his hand to take out a piece of communication equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a national security personnel, and this device in my hand is a satellite phone, which means I can make contact from anywhere in the world. The crowd's spirits lifted. And the next moment, the middle-aged man slowly placed the communication tool on the seat in front of him. But I'm sorry, it currently has no signal. His voice was grave as he announced this cruel reality. This means that we are all currently in another world. The bodies of the people trembled slightly, fear and despair appearing in their eyes. How could this be? Another world? How is that possible? The middle-aged man looked at the people. I know this is a difficult and hard to accept piece of news, but please stay calm and trust us. There's still hope for us all to return to our original world. The key is to remain united and survive together. Suchi observed the middle-aged man. It seemed the man knew quite a bit about this world, and his identity and tone provided the others with some calm and hope. However, the situation to come may not follow their will. Suchi gazed into the surrounding fog. There was the sound of running footsteps softly crossing over. His spiritual power was sufficient to penetrate the mist and sense the movement in the distance. From the speed and sound of the footsteps, it seemed the approaching creature was no benign entity. Something is approaching from outside. Without the needing a warning from Suchi, a young man whose ears had become like trumpets spoke with bewilderment. I think I hear heavy footsteps. It's moving fast. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, looking outside. A few seconds later, What is this? A three-legged monster, covered in blood-stained bandages, was rapidly coming towards them, its red eyes filled with a frightening, abnormal glare. The people shuddered. What on earth is that monster? It's lunging at us. Watch out. Around the airplane, trench after trench had appeared, the fuselage was compromised, and people were huddled together, with many standing on the edge of the brakes. Seeing this, they all ran back in horror. After all, the appearance of the three-legged beast was far too unsettling. Yet some roared out, "What's there to fear? It's just one. Let's take it on." The middle-aged man and his colleagues did not hesitate, charging forward quickly. Let's go for it. Only by dealing with this creature could they ensure the safety of the people and achieve cooperation. Otherwise, the journey ahead would be even more difficult. Tsuchi watched all this unfold without lending a hand. Everyone had become monsters. Regarding their physical condition and additional abilities, they were more than a match for a single three-legged monster. They didn't need his help. Thus, the three-legged monster was about to be mobbed by justice. Chapter 209, The Justice League targeting Suboxien. Everyone felt the heightened strength in their bodies and the abilities brought by their abnormal changes. We seem different now. That monster doesn't seem too strong. Everyone felt a bit excited, and they also saw hope. But in the next moment, numerous footsteps tensely approached. More than 20 pollution monsters shrieked, their impact stronger than the earlier three-legged monster, their eerie aura making everyone tremble again. A man's eyes widened. Why are there more? The noise of the plane crash is enough to attract monsters from kilometers around. Tsuchi sipped his coffee lightly. But it seems it has also attracted rescue. Another team was rapidly approaching. About a dozen people. They held various cold weapons in their hands, nearly matching the speed of the monsters, their expressions stern as they skillfully controlled their abilities, and quickly slew more than 20 pollution monsters. You are. The middle-aged man looked slightly stunned. The leader of the abnormality spoke solemnly. Now's not the time for explanations. Everyone. Gather as much as you can from the plane, such as food, water, usable electronic devices, etc., and find something that can be used as a weapon. Then get ready to leave with us immediately, or more dangers will be attracted here. People hadn't expected there to be others here, although they all seemed mutated just like them. It seemed they were companions. Hurry up. 1 minute. The man quickly started rummaging through his bag but couldn't help looking at Tsuchi, who was sitting still, and shouted. Stop calmly drinking your coffee. He had been holding back for a long time. He was drinking when the three-legged monster came, drinking when more than 20 monsters appeared, now they were about to run. And he was still drinking. You only have 1 minute, aren't you going to take something with you? Even a stick would do. They felt their strength had increased and had undergone some changes, but clearly, this world was fraught with danger. They needed to at least find weapons for self-defense. Actually. Tsuchi spread his palm. This palm eye is enough. The man startled. What is its ability? Can it create an attack with lethal force like mine does? You seem to have already figured it out. You're very close. Tsuchi allowed the palm eye to emit twinkling light. It emits light. The man. He fell silent for 2 seconds then shouted. What the hell use is that? Well said. When Tsuchi initially acquired the item, he had the same thought, but now that it had returned to his hand, he might as well see what further developments could be made. Everyone, follow us quickly. Make sure not to make any noise, don't wander off, do not use your abilities at will, and listen to our commands, or you will bear the consequences. The leader of the abnormal team, Bald, spoke with gravity. He was the authoritative figure of the group, with a red valve growing on the back of his head, holding a bone-cutting knife in his hand. In the past minute, they had slain over 10 sporadic pollution monsters that lunged at them. The team started to move. The only certain thing now. This was a pollution instance, and the main plot and worldview were still unknown, but since it was the final stage of the ranked battle, some big movements might be expected. And other players, seems I've met another one. Tsuchi looked towards that young man in Bald's team. This person was a player. He didn't need to use a question mark to discover it, as during the battle, the man had openly used skills, equipment, etc., apparently not planning to hide. And the other seemed to have sensed something too, smiling faintly at him. All right. Tsuchi smiled amiably in return. This person had also recognized his identity, sensing the fluctuations of a skill that probed the range of abilities. The young man whispered to Bald, then retreated to Tsuchi's side, his gaze lightly resting on Tsuchi, quietly saying, looks like you're a player too, huh? The other chuckled lightly. Didn't expect to see another player among so many people here. And, you seem very surprised about how you were discovered. The other seemed talkative and imaginative. Given that I have a skill that can probe within range, any person's condition is exposed. Everyone except you was affected, indicating you blocked it with your spiritual energy, which also proves you're a player. That complicated? Tsuchi, I thought you could tell from my uniquely sunny and cheerful demeanor? The young man. He got choked up, unexpectedly not knowing how to respond. Anyway. The young man paused. I have no hostility and I'm here to invite you to join our player alliance. Tsuchi paused, asking. Alliance? What alliance? Had he missed something again? Was there already an alliance? The young man paused. It seems you don't know yet, but I think you'll be very interested. Before entering the game, we formed a coalition to target first place in points and to sanction that player named Suboxone. The Justice League. Chapter 210 somehow familiar again. When Tsuchi heard him finish speaking, he paused slightly. Targeting me? The Justice League? And inviting me personally to participate? I have to say. You have a good eye for people. How about it, are you interested? It is a bit intriguing, but are there many people entering the Justice League? Of course, the young man said softly. On one hand, many want to sanction him for suspect actions such as using cheats to inflate data. Since those points are just too outrageous, many people won't accept such a sudden upstart. Indeed, Tsuchi nodded in agreement. On the other hand, during the final stage of the ranking battle, there will inevitably be final rankings, and points are an important basis for obtaining the final positions and qualifications, so there will be extremely fierce competition and killing. The young man paused. With so many points, who wouldn't be envious of Suboxone? If they could share Suboxone's points, many wouldn't even need to do the main quota to get extra points. He repeated, adding emphatically. After all, he really has too many points. No need to emphasize anymore. Tsuchi mused silently. It seems that my worth even exceeds the main quota. No need to say more, I'm in. It's everyone's responsibility to sanction Suboxone, Tsuchi declared righteously. The young man gave a thumbs up. Good, good, good. Anyway, let's get to know each other. The young man introduced himself. My name is Ethan Dawn. The other party did not hide his identity, consistent with the information displayed above his head. Brother Chun, hello. Tsuchi paused and smiled. My name is Sunshine Cheerful Big Boy. Wait, why do the first two words sound so wrong? Ethan Dawn recalled the leaderboard and seemed to have never seen this name before. Many clubs also did not have this ID, and it couldn't be checked instantly in this instance. He felt certain now, it seems like an ordinary player. Anyway, welcome to join our Justice League. Although it was only proposed recently, most players responded enthusiastically. While it is to target Suboxone, it also became a sizable force made up of solo players. I see. Ethan Dawn warmly patted Tsuchi's shoulder. Anyway, you won't regret your choice. I'll introduce you to the other members of our alliance when the time comes. Good, good, good. Tsuchi pointed ahead. Where are we heading now? It's a safe camp in this world. Ethan Dawn looked ahead, pausing. We directly appeared in this world, and have been probing this place for almost half a day now. Only then did we gather some information about this world and found safe places. Players like you are successors, entering here through the chaos of other worlds. But the advantage is so many people working together, and the signs of chaos will alert the people at the safety camp and they will come to rescue other ordinary civilizations. That is to say. Tsuchi looked around at the anxious and nervous crowd, not just those visible but countless worlds without abnormalities, sequences, divine powers, etc., also had similar portals of disappearances. Numerous people from different worlds have been accidentally brought here. No, it's not accidental. It resembles the early paradises, more like a large-scale selection? Tsuchi couldn't help but make a bold conjecture, bringing lots of people from countless worlds. Allowing them to interact with pollution, mutate, and thereby step onto the sequence path. It is speculative, yet logical and terrifying. On deeper thought, the entire present world. Incredibly vast, this undercurrent has been quietly ongoing for so long, covering such an expansive range, with abnormalities becoming visible everywhere over countless ages. As if invisible hands were orchestrating everything. Anyway, the safe camp is the only place where we can temporarily survive, said Ethan Dawn. After all, this world has totally collapsed, becoming the most terrifying and bizarre pollution instance. You should know about this. I've heard a bit. This instance seems somewhat special. What do you mean somewhat? It is very special. Ethan Dawn shook his head, educating Tsuchi. A pollution crash instance means the entire world has completely broken down, occupied thoroughly by numerous pollutions, producing terrifying abnormalities everywhere. Other than a few safe zones, all other places have been completely devoured, filled with dangerous pollution monsters. He pointed at the current fog. That's why we need to act quickly, Because staying outside too long will gradually pull you into spiritual pollution, constantly producing auditory and visual hallucinations, and even mental breakdown. As players, our spiritual energy can ward off some of it, but one would quickly lose spiritual power if one stays too long. Suchi nodded. This sounds familiar. Anyway, anything could happen in a pollution instance. Since the main task hasn't appeared yet, many players are exploring and making contact with that powerful abnormal organization. Abnormal organization, huh? Suchi looked toward Bald and those people. This world, as he said, was very dangerous, completely collapsed, almost signifying a horrific dead end. But an organization that managed to establish a safe haven here must be extraordinary. Moreover, the fact that this world frequently attracts crowds brought by various chaotic flows and can conduct rescues quickly signifies its order and power must be considered very strong. Chapter 211 somehow looks familiar again. It must be a huge creature. At that moment, Bald suddenly raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to stop. What's going on? Everyone paused, slightly startled and anxious. SHH. Bald extended a finger, placing it upon his lips, his expression somewhat solemn as he looked into the distance. The mist wasn't too thick, visibility was around 100 meters, anything further became a vast white expanse. Danger is approaching, Ethan Don furrowed his brow gently. As a player who had appeared directly in this world, he had encountered more dangers than one might imagine and had seen many bizarre things. He knew this place was full of terrifying threats. Everyone held their breath. On their journey so far, they hadn't attracted much attention from monsters, encountering only the occasional scattered pollution monster which they readily dispatched, given their small numbers. However, Bald knew too well that those were insignificant pollution beasts without any ranking, barely posing a real threat. But now, a chill kept creeping into his heart, although he saw nothing, his years of keen intuition told him there was a strange danger nearby. The best course of action now was to remain still. There were too many people present, they could fight against disorderly small beasts, but if they encountered some horrific and odd entity, its strange abilities alone could kill hordes of people. Suchi looked into the distance, his spiritual eyes faintly gathering energy, allowing him to see a large, vague silhouette dragging its heavy steps closer. Its pace was neither fast nor slow, its movements like that of a stiff corpse, all the while accompanied by a frightening silence. It's coming. Someone near Bald frowned deeply, with bloodshot eyes. They too saw the existence 100 meters away. This is the one-eyed butcher. Through everyone's eyes, they beheld the pollution monster. Standing 5 to 6 meters tall, skinless, with flesh and blood vessels exposed, holding a thorny iron spike. Everyone stay silent, no matter what happens, don't make any moves. Bald's expression changed, he immediately whispered urgently. The terrifying presence made everyone shiver. Just like themselves, pollution monsters also had various rules. Like the one-eyed butcher before them, it did not concern itself with static things, but any slight movement would trigger its ferocious bloodlust, continuing until everything turned into minced meat. The one-eyed butcher was slowly approaching, its steps might have been slow, but the sense of oppression was intense. That eye, devoid of eyelids, drooping with blood vessels, watched everyone intently. It seemed to be observing. No one dared to move, even Bald and the others had sweaty palms. Such an entity was a great danger to them as well. It's here. Ethan Don's expression also became tense. However, Suchi's gaze wasn't fixed on the one-eyed butcher, but he looked past it, towards the distant mist. Because there was an even more dangerous presence. And just then, within the surrounding mist, sudden, barely audible, sinister screeches emerged, as if fingernails were scraping a metal sheet. Ah! The piercing sound caused everyone's eardrums to ache, and they inadvertently let out a noise. They quickly came to their senses and covered their mouths in horror. But they realized that the one-eyed butcher hadn't charged at them. Instead, it stood quivering. In the next moment, the one-eyed butcher showed an expression of fear and quickly fled without looking back. Everyone was stunned. What's happening? The one-eyed butcher ran away. Bald, however, did not relax even a bit, his face grew even more somber as he listened to the sounds from the mist. What kind of terrifying creature must it be, to make the one-eyed butcher flee without hesitation? The group waited a while, but still, nothing seemed to emerge from the mist. Why hasn't it appeared yet? This screeching feels like it's right in front of us. Suchi softly reminded, look. In the sky, there's a surprise. Ethan Don felt a shock and raised his head, as if he'd just fallen into an ice cave. He growled, damn it all to hell. Everyone else now also lifted their heads, their eyes splitting wide with terror, their hearts and livers trembling. 30 meters above their heads, there was a huge spider. Its limbs merged seamlessly with the fog in the distance and the forest. Its body loomed right above them, on top of which were countless compound eyes with various pupils rotating back and forth, sizing them up. Ethan Dawn couldn't help but tremble and say, "Fuck, did I not read the almanac today? Why are there horrifying creatures everywhere?" Indeed, the completely broken world was fraught with danger, but you couldn't just take a few steps and then face a terrifying existence that could annihilate everyone. Look on the bright side. Suchi's gaze shifted upward. What if the other party is just friendly and curious? This is a polluted world. Where would you find any friendliness? Ethan Dawn nearly shouted. He said shakily. I've only just begun, and I haven't even found that Suboxian. Is it going to end already? Thinking of me so much. Suchi looked at the compound-eyed spider, a pollution monster with twisted spiritual characteristics. Its mere appearance caused others to experience terror, dangerous emotions, and then become its food. But spiritual power and pollution. Suchi's eyes flickered slightly, spiritual eyes brimmed with spiritual energy, emitting ripples, and an aura akin to that from the abyss condensed. High spiritual attribute combined with a simulation of the evil god's aura. The next moment, the giant spider's compound eyes trembled violently, and it let out a scream of terror. A hissing that exploded like a burst. Everyone felt dizzy and hurriedly covered their ears. Then, eyes widening, they watched the giant polluted spider, like the previous one-eyed butcher, flee madly without looking back. Its fear even surpassed that of the one-eyed butcher. What's going on? It just ran away like that? And it was scared off. Everyone was dumbfounded. Utterly at a loss. Suchi was also surprised for a moment. He hadn't expected the effect to be so strong. His own spiritual eyes naturally had a strong deterrent effect on all pollutants. After simulating a bit of the evil god's aura, he had originally intended to make the spider slightly stunned, giving everyone a chance to respond and escape. As a result, the opponent scampered off, wetting itself. The deterrent effect was that terrifying. Could it be? Suchi hesitated for a moment. Did my title upgrade, making the simulation ability climb a level? Or was it after contact with the evil god's projection that the suppression effect of the spiritual eyes became even stronger? Simulation of aura was usually easy to see through for normal people. After all, having the aura without the strength led to many flaws. But in this so-called dangerous polluted instance, all the terrifying monsters didn't have much of a brain. So then, I could potentially be their god. Ethan Dawn also looked in astonishment at the scene, turning to Suchi. Did you feel a sudden chill just now, as if being pricked by numerous needles, a phantom pain? What is it? Suchi asked knowingly. It means there must still be terrifying monsters nearby. At that moment, Bald also spoke up shakily. Everyone. We must immediately quicken our pace and swiftly leave this place. Everyone was mentally exhausted, nearing collapse, and all of them felt like they were on pins and needles, gripped with overwhelming fear, not just walking but starting to run. Running faster and faster. Even Bald in front didn't stop. They've been affected. Suchi looked at the others, and it seems quite serious. Why do I feel there's a risk of navigation error? You're still clear-headed, right? Damn right I am. I'm a professional. Ethan Dawn gritted his teeth. We've been in the fog for too long, and the successive disturbances have caused everyone an enormous amount of fear. On the brink of mental collapse, the emotions have a massive impact on the psyche. He looked ahead. Fortunately, the outpost is just ahead. This time, no incident occurred, and everyone dashed towards the outpost, gasping for air. They were like people fished out of water, soaked in sweat. Meanwhile, Suchi slowly stopped his steps, his eyes fixing on the outpost's most conspicuous emblem above. He looked somewhat puzzled. This emblem seems familiar. Chapter 212. The so-called stronghold was actually a circle of ritual constructed from various kinds of polluted flesh and blood. A faint light encased the entire abandoned mall. It seemed this instance was originally a peaceful and civilized world. Everyone, please enter the stronghold immediately, do not linger. Each person must immediately register their name and information, as well as their abilities and the world they originally come from. The person speaking was a brawny man with a tiger's head. He too was affected by an abnormality, and naturally, his appearance was unique. Different pollution sources determined different mutations. In addition, I want to remind you all of something. Now that you've came to this world, no matter how desperate you are, how reluctant, how much you want to return to your original world, please stay calm. Only by living well here will there be hope. The tiger-headed brawny man spoke calmly and then paused. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Final Home. Final Home, huh? Suchi was also registering among the crowd. The entire mall had been transformed into a stronghold, a means of defense to prevent pollution from invading, just like that ritual outside. Those capable of using rituals must have come into contact with higher-level worlds and were undoubtedly powerful beings in this abnormal home. And that pattern. Tsuchi turned his gaze again towards the flag in the middle. The pattern, it's familiar, I'm certain I've seen it before. It was in a small cabin, on the diary of a little girl. A doodle drawn with crayons, a simple sunflower. The difference was that in his memory it was just a doodle, now it was much more elaborate. If it's not a coincidence, I might actually get to see an old acquaintance here. Ethan Don looked at Tsuchi's gaze. You're very interested in this abnormal organization? Tsuchi retracted his thoughts and laughed. A little bit, after all, this abnormal organization seems to be not that simple. Of course. Ethan Don paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, you know. Having established a foothold in this polluted world, and built up strongholds, attracting all those brought to this world by the chaotic currents. To have developed to this point, it must be incredibly powerful. Tsuchi could also tell that this stronghold was just one of the many temporary safety points scattered across the land, serving as a place for all abnormalities to find sanctuary, to prevent staying too long in the outside polluted world and turning completely into monsters. Alright, let's not talk about this abnormal organization for the time being. I'll take you to meet our player group first. Although it's estimated there are more than 70 strongholds according to them, our player group is inevitably scattered. But the number of players in this stronghold is not small at all. The entire stronghold was a large mall, spacious and capable of accommodating a large number of abnormal people. At a glance, it was bustling with activity. Apart from the group of people from the airplane, other teams were also leading confused and anxious crowds inside. By rough estimate, there were at least close to 2,000 people. It was evident that this abnormal organization was indeed a massive force. Aside from the two of them who were player identities, there were also over 100 more gathered in a dilapidated hall. This is the bright and cheerful young man I met on a mission, a newcomer who has joined our Justice League. Ethan Don actually smiled. Tsuchi looked around, no familiar faces. Good. But it seemed that the player community was not all of the same mind, like the so-called Justice League that was only around 30 people. The other major players nearby were cold, calm, observing them as if watching a farce. The boring Justice League. Someone gently wiped their knife with cloth. Are you playing house? The people from the Justice League darkened. What did you say? A group of solo players. An assembled force, brandishing the banner of targeting Suboxian, without even a clear idea of who the opposition is. Tsuchi looked at him. So, you know about the Suboxian very well? Know about him? He said calmly, just a nobody who lucked out on his way up, why would I bother understanding him? As a member of a club, he knew that Abyssal Paradise couldn't possibly have cheats or bugs. Moreover, in his view, each world had different ways of acquiring points, and points didn't outright represent strength, especially such ludicrous amounts of points, which you can tell at a glance were not obtained through normal means. Many people shared his opinion, after a retrospection, that it was possible to find 1 in 10,000 shortcuts to gain much higher points. This is a final ranking battle, which means some will be eliminated, contention will arise. The whole idea of hiding IDs is to let every player accumulate advantages as quickly as possible, so that once they are exposed, there will inevitably be killings and struggles. That's Suboxian. The young man's gaze was level, has long been targeted by the top clubs, the value of hundreds of millions of points is far greater than any action in this instance. Do you solo players really think you can compete? Ethan Don spoke sternly, why can't we? Do you clubs that think yourselves superior really believe you can easily get everything you want? Sorry, but we'll find that Suboxian before you. The young man, not bad, you do have confidence, but in the end, it's just confidence. Ethan Don clenched his teeth. Hold on. At that moment, Tsuchi spoke up, and everyone's gaze shifted toward him. Of course, I'm just curious, merely curious, so I couldn't help but want to ask a bit more. Chapter 213. Tsuchi hesitated, then looked at them. Are you so sure you can easily take down Suboxian? The young man glanced at Tsuchi curiously. Some others also nearly lost their composure. Otherwise, what? Is there any doubt? Now the elimination round rules haven't been initiated, and player IDs haven't been disclosed, that guy can hide among the crowd, but this is only temporary. A prey with no background or strength, facing countless top hunters in pursuit. I don't know how he could possibly escape. The young man put down the cloth he was using to wipe his knife, revealing a cold gleam. When the time comes, naturally the major top clubs will divide him up. After all, it's the survival of the fittest, the strong take it. The atmosphere in the hall wasn't good, the players weren't united, each having their own forces and camps. And Tsuchi, the center of the topic, even patted Ethan Don on the shoulder. Don't be influenced by them, believe in us, The Justice League solo players, we will definitely be the first to find Subuxian. Ethan Dawn was somewhat moved, to be comforted in such a situation. Thank you. Don't mention it, Brother Chun. Ethan Dawn. Why does that still sound so awkward? Suchi shifted his gaze. Let's change the perspective. He now really felt the atmosphere of everyone. That was a common hatred. United by a common purpose. All targeting him. Quite proactive. Indeed. Over 100 million points are truly too tempting. Dispersing 100,000 points to each could distribute to more than 1,000 people. No wonder Left Hand, Sword White Clothes, etc., all came to warn. And now he had become the target of everyone, even considered as prey that could be easily captured. Aren't you doing the main task anymore? What if the main task also gives a lot of points? And just at this moment, everyone, not just at this stronghold but also in other places, heard a faint ticking sound. Players looked puzzled. What's going on? It sounds like there's turning? No, it should be the sound of a clock moving. But many abnormalities calmly looked into the distance. It's the direction of Final Home, summoning all stronghold supervisors and high sequence to assemble. Has the manager returned? Not sure, but let's set off, hurry up. Anyone else who wants to head to the headquarters area can also come with us, we depart after 10 minutes. Suchi paused slightly. Final Home, it seemed to be the core headquarters of the abnormal organization, as after all the strongholds were only temporary security spots. And most importantly, the manager they mentioned, who exactly is he? They also use the word return. This place is a polluted world, filled with terrifying dangers. It isn't somewhere to go off on a vacation. Return implies that this manager might have left this world. This information could explain the reasons for those rituals existing. After all, similar to production materials, they cannot be self-taught without instruction. The stronghold supervisor, a burly man with a tiger head, got ready to depart with a few powerfully present beings. These beings all belonged to 7th rank. One shouldn't underestimate this breakthrough stage. The previous supervisors were enough to handle several players, let alone these abnormalities constantly fighting for survival between life and death. The players also paid attention to this scene. Although they still didn't know what the main task was, nor had any hints, each stronghold had tasks distributed, which after completion could earn spirit coins. This item, after the end of the previous instance, had become a well-known important currency. Thus, Ethan Dawn followed the team to the chaotic, fluctuating place for the rescue. And the tasks were varied, especially related to collection and combat, like various mutated plants, polluted weird grass, or killing monsters and bringing their bodies back. After submitting tasks and obtaining spirit coins, these were not just a useless gimmick, they could not only exchange for various resources, food, weapons, and tools in the headquarters area, but by crushing them, they could also utilize the energy within to enhance their strength. At the same time, they could also increase their chances of surviving in the pollution. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tick. The clock ticking sound near everyone's ears slowly stopped. And just at that moment, all the players appeared slightly startled. A window popped up in front of everyone. Players in all fantasy districts of instance 2,137,897, please pay attention. Now, I will announce the information that can be disclosed. Every player's vision was filled with a segment of CG and images. This world had already fallen into complete collapse a long time ago. The terrifying pollution did not extinguish all life. Various coincidences and errors have transformed this place into a point of abnormality for countless worlds, turbulence, missteps, life and death, sequence, unease. For everyone in this new era, it is a cruel chessboard, and a great sifting of fates. A deep voice, as if a priest were holding his hands to his chest, reciting a prayer. Suchi's gaze slightly shifted. Above it said, everyone. This statement doesn't specify a target, it means not only the players but also includes the abnormality. Or perhaps the entire present world. Players, please note, the main quest of this instance is audience. This competition format will use an upward elimination system. The elimination mechanism will start in 2 days. Before it starts, killing other players will not earn you their points. All players with points exceeding 50,000 will have their coordinates periodically exposed. The higher the points, the darker the color of the coordinate marker. All players, please make every effort to enhance your performance. Many players looked slightly stunned. Some had flickering eyes, others already had a sinister smile with murderous intent. Alright. As everyone guessed, it's an elimination system. And it's expected to turn into fierce carnage. Similarly, the system also provided other ways to earn points. Killing an unordered monster, 100 points. Sequence 9 then is 5,000. For a Sequence 8 monster, 25,000 points. Completing tasks given by the abnormal organization can also yield quite a few points. This means they aren't considered targets, but entities we should attach ourselves to. Of course, even as targets, the players don't have the courage to take them on. Considering the abnormal organization's initial display of strength, why provoke such a behemoth? There's another point. Group battle players will receive points distributed according to their contribution. Most of them had already reached sequence 9, after all, 10 is just a nominal sequence, generally referring to people who have just entered the path of sequences. Once the spiritual power is reached, one can step into sequence 9. People could join forces to kill a sequence 8 monster and share the points. This is also a sustainable path. No need to be so fiercely confrontational, killing each other. Actually, at this moment, someone murmured, the points earned from these tasks are really not as substantial as taking down that Subuxian. Tsuchi paused. Was he being targeted again? The others were also slightly startled and then realized. Right. A sequence 8 monster is only 25,000 points. Those who could kill it single-handedly could be counted on one hand, not to mention the team sharing, the higher sequences they hadn't even considered. Given that starting from sequence 8, the chasm had already appeared. Rather than taking on such dangerous tasks, why not just snipe that Subuxian? Several 100 million points, and not even a dangerous person. Alright. After this main quest was announced, many players in the fantasy district were determined to find Subuxian and plunder his points. Tsuchi. Goodness. Now, really ignoring the main quest. All the major other districts are in fierce slaughter, trying to peacefully increase their points according to the main quest. Just the fantasy district putting on a grand chase? And the sole target of the chase is himself. Chapter 214, What the hell are you estimating? All base leaders must head to headquarters, and quite a few abnormalities and players are prepared to follow. Because in the polluted world, dangers lurk everywhere, although there generally exists a safe passage researched between each base and headquarters, having such strong individuals leading the way would certainly bring much reassurance. So many players are going? Of course, after all, there are still 2 days left. Sniping Subuxian is important, but it's like a lottery, who wouldn't covet that 100 million? It's just that the wolves are many and the meat is scarce, and every other move must also be made with full effort. Many players haven't put all their eggs in one basket. Subuxian is indeed tempting, but after all, he is just one of the goals. Each person is also planning according to the system's mission instructions, starting to scheme, obtaining resources, and strengthening their own power. They're considering things comprehensively and for the long term. That Subuxian is being targeted is inevitable. Points would definitely be plundered in the end, and when that time comes, it wouldn't be over, no matter who scrambles for the billions of points. Gaining points is easy, holding on to them is hard. There's bound to be significant bloodshed. In the end, those capable of holding on, either the top clubs or superstar rookies, relying on their strength to fend off all covetous adversaries, or those who seek to increase their advantage right now, looking for a backroad for themselves, capable of fleeing, hiding, can likewise manage to survive to the very end. So, for now, many players choose to follow into what's known as the abnormal organization headquarters, to probe for more information and connections. Half an hour later, many players followed the abnormalities summoned by the call, moving from the safe zone to reach final home. This is the abnormal headquarters. Ethan Dawn and a group of players stood outside a massive area, looking forward in surprise. The so-called headquarters in front of them looked just like a normal urban area. There was no mist around. One could even see a large number of abnormalities walking in the streets. The so-called final home seems different from the terrifying pollution outside. Ethan Dawn muttered. Another ritual. Tsuchi looked at the towering building in the center, which resembled a nuclear reactor, reaching high into the clouds. Decorated with various rituals, emitting a faint aura of fluctuations that repelled any pollution. And this massive central building, it seems to be the heart of everything, containing a strange fluctuation inside. At this moment, many players began to scatter. The sound of the clock's signaling assembly meant that players from other bases would show up here as well, and naturally, they'd want to meet up with their own clubs first. What about us? The players of the Justice League paused slightly. Well. Ethan Dawn faltered for a moment. Next, we need to first look for the other players in our faction. How do we look for them? They were solo players, and while they had actively responded in the forums, they lacked not only power but also organizational and contact abilities compared to clubs. Moreover, most of them had never met in person. It's not like they could stand on the streets calling Justice League, fall in. That would be no different from defecating in the street. No worries, I'm a core member, for now, We just need to find the big shots in our organization, Ethan Dawn said. Actually, some of the players didn't even know about this so-called Justice League thing, but when they heard that solo players were gathering to snipe at that Suboxian, they joined decisively. One reason was the need for a faction to preserve themselves amidst the strife between clubs and the fighting of the superstar rookies, and the second was indeed the tempting points of Suboxian. As Ethan Dawn said, he was a core member. This was also why Ethan Dawn had been persistently recruiting solo players along the way. But now, he was a bit troubled while looking at the bustle of people before him. Troublesome, I didn't expect Final Home to be comparable to a small urban district. The number of abnormalities here is probably close to tens of thousands. Not just that. Suchi said. This is almost like a small county town. The abnormal population must be at least over 100,000. Ethan Dawn was astonished. How do you know that? Well. Suchi glanced into the distance. Judging from the extent of pollution isolation, the shape of the urban area around the center forms a circle. Considering the approximate distance of 3,234 meters from our entry point to the central building, we can use the simple equation r squared to calculate the total area of the urban district. Ethan Dawn's eyes gradually widened. What are you talking about? Why am I hearing math formulas? Don't rush. Suchi spoke calmly. Just now, in the street district, I saw that there were thousands of abnormalities. To prevent error, I walked another street block to reobserve, and the difference in number was only around 4.4%. Moreover, within less than 500 meters, I saw 3 large garbage dumps, indicating a high population density and crowding. Therefore, after eliminating the blank streets and margin of error, I could estimate the entire headquarters population is definitely over 100,000. Ethan Dawn and the surrounding players looked stunned. This series of analyses had left them feeling completely baffled. That's just preposterous. In less than 10 minutes after we entered, did you really observe so much detail? Of course, but there's a trick to it. Chapter 215, What the hell are you estimating? Many players, including Ethan Dawn, couldn't help asking. What's the trick? Suchi pointed behind him, that is. When I entered the city, I came across a local, and I casually asked a question. The expressions of the crowd changed, and then they all cursed, damn. Ethan Dawn, gritting his teeth, damn it. You spoke so convincingly, I almost believed you. I thought you really figured it out by analysis. Turns out you just asked. Ethan Dawn, pressing his temple, I really thought you had impressive observational skills. I was even ready to recommend you to our organization's founders. Much appreciated, just bigging up a brother from the streets. Bigging up my ass. Ethan Dawn felt like he could almost yell out loud. Chill, weren't you looking for an organization? I suggest. Suchi said. Go straight to the central area. That's where missions are exchanged, and spirit coins can be redeemed. It must be a hub for the abnormal people, and other players will probably head there too. What kind of words are these? Ethan Dawn paused. Did you just ask this as well? Almost. Suchi had seen it. People represent information, and with a city full of abnormalities, there's an overwhelming amount of information. But from what Suchi could see, the words manager appeared most frequently, not as a curse or out of fear, but filled with reverence and gratitude towards this manager. Suchi's gaze flickered as he pondered inwardly. This so-called final home, although crowded, still has empty streets left clear, which doesn't feel oppressive. Even in a polluted world, he looked at everything he saw on the streets. Food isn't scarce, life is secure, and various goods are traded within order and rules. In such a heavy place, you can see traces of life. Suchi then paused. This manager is impressive. One thing needs to be clear, this is not an area of daily life, but an organization fighting for survival. All kinds of abnormalities are members of this organization, protecting their final home here, so it's vital that each abnormality plays a role and receives rewards and feedback. There's not much infighting, fully reflecting a united organization atmosphere. The most important point is to care for the emotions of all the abnormalities. After all, this is a polluted world, and the slightest mental instability can greatly amplify, gradually leading to collapse and madness. Suchi grew increasingly interested in the manager, wondering if it might be the person he had in mind. In any case, now he and the others were also heading towards the central area, moving closer to the towering building that reached into the clouds. It seems I miscalculated. There are even more people here. Suchi murmured to himself. Ethan Dawn coughed and looked around, his gaze sharpening slightly. Indeed, it looks like many players are here. I see some familiar faces. The other members rejoiced. Are they from our alliance? No. Ethan Dawn stated decisively, these are the well-known figures from the rankings, top clubs, superstar newcomers, beta players. Suchi, really? I haven't seen a single one. This time there really were no acquaintances. Everyone he had matched with before had ended up in other districts. Nonsense. Ethan Dawn said seriously, after all, I am someone in the top 300 of the fantasy district rankings. The other players were stunned. That's amazing. Most solo players are ordinary people, with rankings tailing off at the end. Just like game rankings, most are in bronze and silver. Hearing someone is in king or master tier naturally feels impressive, not to mention professional players. Impressive. Suchi echoed monotonously. Your impressive came out so emotionless. But Ethan Dawn was not boasting. Anyway, since we're here, I'll try to make contact first, Ethan Dawn said. He had an investigation skill and, as a core member, it appeared he had other ways to contact the big shots. Suchi felt the fluctuations of his skill. Although he called himself a solo player, it was clear he knew more than others. Even though the fantasy district was generally the weakest of the 12 districts in terms of overall strength, being in the top 300 on the leaderboard was enough to prove this guy really had something. Found it. Ethan Dawn's eyelids twitched slightly. The big shot has responded to me. At a location in the square. Suchi also saw other members of the Justice League, roughly 100 people. Their strength was somewhat pessimistic, many of them still stuck at sequence 10, a level that could hardly be considered a hurdle. However, he also saw the so-called initiators of the Justice League. A middle-aged man wearing a black cowboy hat with tattoos, and another was a slender young man with a slight smile in his eyes. Justice Chief, and Penelope Bloom. Very well. The second and third on the leaderboard, joining forces. To launch a strike against their own alliance? Didn't expect there to be so many people. It seems. This choice was the right one. Justice Chief and Penelope Bloom were quietly conversing. They were two internal testers, each with their own real forces back in paradise. There weren't many people in the public test clubs either. Although most were top-notch in strength, they were unfortunately assigned to other districts. So, in this fantasy district, compared to other top clubs that had nurtured many elites, they were at a disadvantage. Moreover, both had high scores, which could attract unwanted attention. At that moment, a guy named Suboxian, with his efforts alone, had stolen all the limelight. Although they lost out on the reward for first place, they took the opportunity to establish this alliance, creating an advantage for themselves. The core personnel were roughly 5 people, all newcomers cultivated by their forces. Ethan Dawn seemed quite core indeed. He waved his hand as the spokesperson, invigorating and organizing everyone. Next, I suggest everyone take on a task to earn points. Focus around location 54, which can also serve as our contact. If anyone encounters any problems, we can all contribute ideas and strategize together. Many of the ordinary players seem to have a lot of faith in these two, with an enthusiastic response. So hasty? It seems that as long as you have strengthened a place on the leaderboard, you can create momentum without saying anything, Suchi observed the scene. And to think, with his far-leading score, he hadn't enjoyed such prestige. After many of the players eagerly dispersed, about 10 people, including Suchi who had stayed on his own accord, were left behind. With the points he had, there was no need to bother with so-called tasks. To deal with the multitude who coveted his position, he naturally had to take an unconventional approach. Boss. Ethan Dawn called out to Penelope Bloom. Now he knew where his loyalties lay. These are the 10 people you told me to keep. Penelope Bloom looked at the people behind Ethan Dawn, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a gentle smile. I'll leave the rest to you. Someone was stunned for a moment, curiously asking. What do we have to do? Fight? There's nothing you need to do, no danger. Just follow us, and you don't even have to speak. After it's over, I'll give each of you 5 spirit coins. The people were taken aback, not yet comprehending. After all, we'd like to make contact with the high-level members of the abnormal organization. Justice Chief was not one to beat around the bush, calmly saying, I can feel that your abilities are probably the strongest among everyone here. So, we need to show some power. He naturally had an investigation skill as well, probing spiritual energy sequences, although it was only a general outline since the upper limit was very low. These 10 people may not compare to other superstar newcomers, but they were obviously giants among the shorter players. Moreover, Justice Chief looked at the other top clubs, who had not left to take on tasks either. They seemed to share the same intent. Chapter 216, It turns out to be my house? All the top clubs had started to make their moves. Every gaze held more or less a sense of confrontation. What are you scheming? Why ask when you already know? The fluctuations of ritual, traces of other worlds, along with various currents bringing a multitude of abnormalities. All this indicates that the abnormal organization can contact higher-level worlds, and it's not straightforward. Aside from gaining advantages in this instance, Everyone wanted to establish contact with it. In fact, previously, very few ordinary players who experienced various instances attempted to establish a deep connection with the forces within the instances. After all, the instances were short-lived, and many ordinary players believed they wouldn't have a second chance to enter the instances, so they generally did not pay much attention to this matter. But with the introduction of the reputation system and the release of the Paradise datasheet preview, followed by a non-independent instance, numerous ordinary players were exposed to various forces. Everyone then realized that the great world was so vast. The major top clubs were backed by the Paradise force, so their understanding was naturally more detailed. To stand out in Paradise, one needed not only strength but also reputation and social graces. Making contact with various major forces and establishing connections was beneficial to themselves and their higher organizations. Moreover, the most important thing was, everyone had stopped in front of the central building right now. The central building looked somewhat mismatched, like it was assembled from various architectures. One could vaguely see what seemed to be a massive apartment in the middle. The gilded black casing that extended into the towering sky gave an odd feeling. And there was something special here. Because a large black gate bore a sign, Last House Notice. 1. This is the only redemption of Final Home. 2. Note that non-sequencers may not enter. 3. Please strictly follow the instructions. 4. Those who reach the end, please await the manager's review before joining the Guardian team. Manager's memo. Death, extremities, pollutants, yet capable of inspiring everyone's potential. Please keep the anger and the hope of living, and protect our last home. This was the notice given by the central building. If one wanted to reach the high ranks of the abnormal organization, one must follow the procedure. But it was precisely because of such notices that people saw the opportunity to contact the higher-ups. Now, it was just a matter of whether it was possible or not. So many people want to enter? The abnormal guarding the gate looked at the numerous players with a flickering gaze, but it did not ask further. The rules were set by the manager, and its duty was just to instruct. It spoke softly. The last house represents a trial to test everyone's abilities and their heart to protect the final home. Once you can pass, it signifies that you are very likely to become a guardian and possibly even meet with the manager. The so-called guardians are the core members of the final home, not only responsible for leading the battle organization but also holding higher statuses and resources. Tsuchi murmured to himself, in a home filled with abnormalities, yet a clear hierarchy of rewards and punishments is established. This is not an oppression but a method to spur everyone's desire to grow stronger from life to death. Whether from the management perspective or the control of the current situation, it has been excellently handled, very good indeed. Kissing up to the manager like this isn't the way to do it, Ethan Dawn criticized. You sound like an inspecting leader. Penelope Bloom looked forward. They have already gone in, let's follow. Tsuchi's gaze also moved away from the apartment that was faintly visible within the patchwork structure and stepped forward. As the door closed with a loud rumble, they had entered this central building, last home. So dark. There are no lights, and it's so cold. Upon entering here, everyone clearly felt an abrupt drop in temperature, sending chills over their bodies. This is the scent of pollutants. It seems extremely dense and dangerous, with various terrifying scents faintly encroaching from all directions. The players' gazes hardened. They hadn't expected to find such intense pollution at the center of the supposedly pollution-isolated final home. What on earth is going on? The place in front of their eyes was a wide and spacious hall. It looked quite unremarkable. The hanging crystal chandelier was burning with candlelight to provide brightness for everyone. The bright red carpet was immaculate, and a large staircase connected to the second floor, where another door seemed to be waiting for them. But at this moment, no one moved. Various wary and apprehensive expressions appeared. Because they felt something uncanny and dangerous. No one dared to make a rash move. 1. To gather information, leaving time to probe. 2. The place was eerie, and danger seemed to lurk everywhere. No one wanted to be the first to take the risk. For a time, the area had fallen silent. Someone looked at others with an amused gaze, speaking in a profound tone. Everyone, stop staring, instead of staring each other down. Let's rely on our own skills. This person was wearing a half mask, with red and blue stripes intermingling on the mask, looking quite peculiar, and no one knew what lay behind it. But as he began to speak. Chapter 217, So It's My Home? Penelope Bloom and the Justice Chief, including other top club members, all looked at this person with wary expressions. This was Ghost-Faced Magician, as previously discussed in the forum. Points don't necessarily represent strength, because the rules for earning points vary from region to region and from instance to instance, especially in the illusion region. The rules for earning points are all over the place. Penelope Bloom and Justice Chief were not considered the strongest players in terms of combat ability, Even though they were ranked second and third, it was because they were exceptionally lucky and skillful in that instance that they managed to achieve such rankings and points. That's exactly why. The two immediately chose to ally in this instance and formed the Justice League, brandishing the banner of sniping Suboxian, to build an advantage for themselves. Don't all look at me with that kind of gaze, huh? The ghost-faced magician held a wand in his hand, showing an abnormal smile as he tapped it. We haven't even reached the so-called stage for fighting. Do you really want to start a fight now? His tone was quite peculiar, as if he viewed each player with the eyes of a hunter. Right now? Isn't it better for everyone to get along and rack up some more points? Keep in mind that everyone present was no ordinary individual, and at this moment, being spoken to in such a way, some were angry, some were seething with murderous intent. The previous trepidation was ultimately due to this person's formidable strength and background, and once their anger was provoked, how could the super newcomers and the prideful ones just swallow their pride and endure? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, a crisp sound rang throughout the hall. Their expressions slightly startled, they saw a bell hanging next to a remote display cabinet in the hall, gently swinging and ringing. Please pay attention. The detailed rules for the hall are now being announced. After completing the various cleaning and tidying tasks, you may proceed to the next area. This voice sounded as if it had been altered, sounding suppressed and grave, with no discernible tone or gender, but it carried a chill that ran deep. As if warning them, don't fight here. The crowd fell silent, including the ghost-faced magician who frowned slightly, adept in spiritual power, yet at this moment felt as if he had entered into chaos, powerless. And quickly. The detailed rules were read out one by one, sounding like extremely simple tasks, such as replacing candles for crystal lamps, touching up dye on carpets, washing dishes in the kitchen and so on. The crowd's eyes narrowed slightly, none of them took this lightly, no one was foolish, and anyone with a brain knew that these so-called simple tasks were definitely full of strangeness. Let's get started as well, Penelope Bloom spoke softly. Although there are dangers, it shouldn't lead to death. After all, these are trials formed by a multitude of abnormalities. At that time, Ethan Dawn suddenly exclaimed. Wait, boss. What? Ethan Dawn looked at the people behind him, his expression off. It seems we're missing someone. He did not find Suchi's figure in the team. That guy. Gone? When did it happen? Penelope Bloom's expression froze. I didn't pay attention just now. We can be certain of one thing. He must have disappeared when we just entered and couldn't see anything, just as Chief stated with focus. Anyway, from now on, everyone be careful, this is a dangerous place filled with pollutants, anything could happen. Meanwhile, Suchi was now in an inexplicable darkness, his night demon gene allowing him to utilize the night vision function, enabling a clear view of all his surroundings in the darkness. He saw very clearly. As soon as he stepped into the dark hall, an odd twisted strength had transported him away from the hall. And what was in front of him now was a spacious room. Although it was all dark, Suchi wasn't panicked at all. He looked towards the silhouette in the distance and said, controlling the whole last house, surely you can afford the electric bill. A timid voice echoed in the room. It's not that I don't want to turn on the lights. I'm afraid I might scare you. Suchi smiled lightly. Since you've brought me here, it'd be impolite to remain hidden. Very well then. A flicker of light began to glimmer, and the brightness of the entire room made Suchi squint his eyes. The girl that appeared before my eyes resembled a little girl, except that her limbs, including her neck, faintly showed traces of being stitched together. She looked like a doll, yet also like some abnormality. At first glance, it definitely had the effect of the uncanny valley. Aren't you scared? The little girl was quite young, her voice tinged with surprise as she looked at Suchi, whose expression hadn't changed. Suchi sized her up. Why should I be scared? The hand sewing technique is pretty good, though the neck could use some improvement. The little girl fell silent, her expectations dashed. Do you still recognize me? Of course, you are. Suchi began to say but then realized he truly didn't know, quickly pivoting. Anyways, it's been a long time. The little girl fell silent again, her young mind unexpectedly struck twice. It's been a long time. Brother Suboxian. Suchi certainly recognized her, but it was understandable that he couldn't remember her name. This was the second instance. His first time entering a contaminated world, the apartment where he encountered Tentacle Man. Tentacle Man. Back when he managed the apartment, he had made one rule, which was, no entry to the third floor. Because inside the third floor was where his daughter's body was kept. Of course. It couldn't be called a body, given his daughter's consciousness was still there, and he had successfully gotten Tentacle Man to speak with his daughter. Then, Tentacle Man agreed to cooperate with him, helping him to enter the source of collapse and to successfully retrieve the ancient god's heart. At that time, He had made his daughter call him Brother Suboxian. Here. The most crucial point. It was then that Tsuchi, upon leaving the instance, handed over the temporary prop, broken pocket watch, to Tentacle Man. This item could isolate 90% of the pollution. Back then, I just gave it as a small gesture. I never expected him to go this far, much less to meet again. The pattern he had seen entering the stronghold was also the one doodled in the little girl's diary. And the sound of the clock calling all the supervisors and the high-sequence individuals probably came from that broken pocket watch. After entering the urban area, Tsuchi immediately recognized the central building's apartment style. He was almost certain by then. I've come back home. He wasn't wrong to say that, considering he was also one of the residents here. Brother Suboxian, why have you come back? I specifically came back to check on you all. Tsuchi said unabashedly and laughed. Also, these 3 words, don't go spreading them around for the next few days. The little girl was pretty obedient and nodded her head. Was this more polite than the youthful form of the Master of Destruction who tended to get bristly? I just didn't expect that after I left. Your father still didn't give up on that idea, and now it seems he has truly accomplished it, even establishing such a vast abnormal organization. After Tsuchi confirmed this was the old place, his observations of the organization's condition and Tentacle Man's reputation as manager were indeed exceptional. That guy really was quite capable. It's all because of Brother Suboxian, whether it's me or everything here. It's all thanks to the watch you gave my dad that we have today, the little girl said earnestly. My dad said, he is incredibly grateful to you. And even left a portrait of you here, saying that if there's a chance to meet again one day, he would definitely repay you. We could talk about repaying the favor. Wait a second. Tsuchi paused. Your dad left a portrait of me? Doing something so sentimental? The little girl nodded. Yes, it even has your name, Brother Suboxian, on it. It's in the last house. My dad said he wanted everyone to know that you are the source of all hope here. Every guardian holds a deep reverence not only for my father but for you as well. Tsuchi. Chapter 218, Suboxian's visit here in the dimly lit corridor. Countless rooms were tightly shut, devoid of light, with visibility extending only about 2 meters around. Ethan Dawn and Penelope Bloom walked together. The former was tense, while the latter's eyes were solemn. This place, what exactly is going on? It was hard enough to reach the 2nd floor, but it feels like we've entered a ghostly corridor where we just keep going in circles. Ethan Dawn was shivering slightly. They had been separated from others and had stepped into what was so-called the 2nd floor, yet they couldn't find their way out, with only the dark environment and one sealed room after another. Penelope Bloom was the calm one who spoke. The others are probably in the same situation, and it seems the exit is inside one of the rooms. We'll have to try each one. Some doors wouldn't budge, while others revealed a variety of things once opened. The walls, strange paintings, and bandages, pulsating pus bags embedded in the wall. Filled with the abnormal and the horrific. The dark corridor echoed their heavy footsteps. They cautiously approached a door. This door seems like it can be opened. Ethan Dawn paused briefly and reached out to push the handle. The door creaked open, revealing a gap leading into pitch darkness, where nothing inside could be seen. But the next moment, a rapid whooshing sound suddenly burst forth. Countless bandages surged out from within, wrapping towards both of them. Be careful. Penelope Bloom's expression hardened as she suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled out a blade, releasing spiritual energy to slice through the bandages. At that moment, the corridor lights flickered, and a bandaged man, wrapped entirely in bandages and standing in a space smeared with bloodstains, stared intently at them with an eerie gaze. It seems this is an entity we must fight. After all. Penelope Bloom looked around at the corridor. The walls on both sides had somehow become sealed again. There's no escape now. In other locations, many players face the same predicament. Each encountered a variety of doors, revealing a completely different abnormality upon opening. Meanwhile, in the little girl's room, Tsuchi also watched this scene unfold through the phantasmal images. Tentacle Man really knows how to draw inspiration. These abnormalities seem like illusions, but they possess tangible substance, lethal power, and traits, and there are familiar faces among them. For instance, the bandaged man. The first one to fixate on him when he entered the apartment, who he then stuffed into a refrigerator. Then there was the captured split-mouth woman and the swollen man. That's right, the little girl nodded. These were all tenants who once lived in my father's apartment. Since my father kept parts of their bodies stored in the apartment, they could be used as material. And they are spiritual bodies constructed by rituals, lacking self-awareness, but much stronger than before. That's evident. Tsuchi watched as players were separated by the corridors, engaging in combat. That guy is really a researcher after all. After all, It had taken Tentacle Man less than 10 days to create an artificial life form. A pollution composite, which helped him successfully draw the attention of those terrifying pollution monsters and reach the heart of the collapse. Pollution, rituals, isolation, abnormality. Looks like he's been through a lot. And Tsuchi looked at the little girl. You haven't vanished like you did at first. He couldn't bear to give up on you in the end. It seems he made a lot of effort. He remembered that the little girl he saw on the 3rd floor had only a head and a spirit-like consciousness, only capable of communicating through abnormal means, but now she not only had a body, but could also talk and move. However, Tsuchi looked at her. Your current body is still in bad shape, isn't it? He didn't even need to use a question mark to see. Merely from the stitching marks on the little girl's body, and from the scent beneath the dull appearance. All indicated her current condition. The fresh stitching suggested that she had to be taken apart often. Inside the doll was a smell of blood and decay. More importantly, the little girl had barely moved since the beginning, her body like it had rusted, completely incapable of moving like a normal person, all movements extremely awkward. I didn't expect Big Brother Subuxian to notice. The little girl struggled to lift her arm. She touched her own abdomen. Like ripping a layer of covering fabric, inside was flesh imbued with an abnormal aura, various neurological tubes connecting it. This was unmistakably Tentacle Man's handiwork. Aside from her head, her body's external appearance was that of a doll, but in reality, it was filled with abnormal flesh, simply stitched over with a less terrifying facade. At first, that pocket watch could remove the contamination from the flesh, then with my father's neurological surgery, I was given life. Until now, I have gradually been able to move, only needing to replace my body every week, and I can control all of the rituals and pollutants of the last house. My father is amazing, right? The little girl showed a relaxed and proud smile. Tsuchi didn't speak, but he saw a mixture of heaviness and reluctance in her smile. It seemed the legacy of history was still present. He had to admit Tentacle Man had succeeded in reviving his daughter, and she could talk and stay by his side, but she was no longer a normal person, not even human anymore, but a puppet attached to this building. Chapter 219, Subuxian visited here. That guy must have fought with his life, day and night, crazily researching, but it seems he still faced restrictions. A terrifyingly protective father. Tsuchi had reason to believe that the driving force behind establishing such a huge final home probably stemmed from how to fully revive his daughter and return her to normal. Tsuchi didn't continue on this topic but asked, "Where has your dad gone now?" He knew that the so-called manager of Final Home was Tentacle Man, and he had also heard from the person in charge of the stronghold that he wasn't here right now. "I don't know." The little girl shook her head. "Daddy usually doesn't talk much about work, he would occasionally mention it, only talking about that place." "Right." The little girl paused. "He also mentioned a word called chaos." "Chaos?" Tsuchi closed his eyes slightly. As a hustler, he often exercised his memory, which allowed ordinary people to have extraordinary memory through specific methods and notations. He had done similar things, with details of information lingering in corners of his brain. Sometimes a single word could trigger his recollection. "I remember now." Tsuchi squinted his eyes. "Russell. On that spaceship, I had encountered Split-Mouth Woman, Swollen Man. 2 former apartment residents. At that time, I wondered why they appeared on the ship, becoming a part of the cargo." Russell said. "It was purchased in a place called Chaotic City. And now it seems all the threads seem to have connected. At that time, someone had descended into this world, taking away Split-Mouth Woman, Swollen Man, and even a large number of other things, and the place of sale was that Chaotic City. And Tentacle Man had also taken this opportunity to connect with it. This also explained where all the rituals I've seen now came from. They were probably all purchased by Tentacle Man from Chaotic City, obtained in exchange. After all, according to what Russell said at the time, in Chaotic City, as long as you had money, you could buy anything. No wonder he was able to build such a large abnormal organization in just 2 years, and also set up various missions, managing the abnormalities, unifying spirit coins and so on. So this was how he started. Most of the missions were to hunt down pollution monsters, because the pollutants and carcasses of the pollution monsters contained energy, which could be converted into spirit coins through certain means. This way, he gradually developed from insignificance, stockpiling spirit coins, and then exchanging them in Chaotic City. Moreover, judging by Tentacle Man's reputation throughout Final Home, he had spent his money wisely. He indeed sheltered all abnormalities. Since I left. It's been 2 years, to achieve this extent in 2 years. That's quite impressive. Wait. It seems like I took down illegal land in just 10 days, and if all goes well, Night City should also be almost under control. Tsuchi shook his head. Then he still needs to practice. The little girl looked at Tsuchi shaking his head, puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Your dad should be back soon, right? Yes. The little girl nodded. Time-wise, it should be in these few days. Dad's trips usually last about a month each time. Tsuchi, okay, I got it. He pointed to the illusionary screen. What's their process right now? Gradually defeat various tenants, then go through the twisted rooms of pollutants, and then fall into the terminal illusion ritual. This step is actually to see if there are any abnormalities harboring ill intentions. I record the images and give them to my father to personally review. My father said he doesn't trust many people, so he wants to review them himself. The little girl tilted her head. After all, once someone becomes a guardian, my father will invest resources to make them strong, and the guardians also represent the defensive line of Final Home. This guy. In these 2 years, he had evolved from an apartment manager into a true leader of an abnormal organization, the manager of the Final Home. My portrait with my name on it. Where does it appear? In the final boss's room. That's where Little 8 stays. Little 8? That's the new species you and father created together, Brother Su. Oh. The pollution composite, right. Tsuchi smiled. Do me a small favor. What help do you need? The little girl was quite eager. Other than meeting her own father, she had no one else to talk to, and her father was usually very busy with his research, traveling, and managing Final Home and such. She wouldn't normally reveal her horrifying appearance outside, often just staying alone in the attic. Her father had also warned her quite a bit, saying not to expose herself easily. But Brother Su was one of their own. He was a trustworthy companion that her father mentioned. That's also why as soon as she sensed the ritual, she immediately couldn't help but bring him here. That is, hide the painting and replace it with a blank piece of paper, and also add a sentence to it. The little girl was stunned. What sentence? Subuxian was here. Night had fallen. Players in the base were resting. This time they were divided according to their own faction camps. Most of the people from Justice League gathered at base 54. The faint campfire carefully spread a trace of light. Good news, we've passed the so-called trials and have become temporary guardians, with access to higher-level missions and the ability to obtain spirit coins. Bad news, we haven't met with the manager yet. It seems the person hasn't returned, so we must complete even more tasks than before. More good news, we've discovered Subuxian's whereabouts. But the bad news is he only left a message. The first sentence is Subuxian was here. Tsuchi looked at Ethan Dawn, who was sitting in front of the campfire, chattering away. How arrogant can you be? It's more than just arrogance. Ethan Dawn cursed. It's practically a slap in the face of all the players. Mind that many players are following his trail, and have put out the word, they want to take away those hundreds of millions of points. Normal people would have been hiding, ducking and dodging all over the place, but this guy dares to show up, and even entered there ahead of time. You weren't there at the time, it's too bad you didn't see it. The expressions of all those powerful players present changed. Tsuchi spread his hands. There's nothing I can do, I failed halfway, so I got sent out. Although everyone who remained had strong abilities, the various tests set by Tentacle Man were not simple either, and many players from top clubs were kicked out halfway. And Tsuchi, of course, was among them. He hadn't aroused any suspicion either. It takes a certain kind of person to dare take such a risk and provoke others like that. Penelope Bloom spoke softly. However, it's because he hasn't been exposed yet. There's one more day of safety left. Once it's over, he'll probably be on the run everywhere. Justice Chief spoke calmly. Anyway, let's just wait quietly. Of course, don't forget to do the missions as well. Every person who enters the trial and successfully passes should take a group to complete it. One can gain higher points and rewards, and even improve performance. It seemed that this was also taken into account by the system's judgment. At least on this point, they were also being honest with solo players. After everyone dispersed, Tsuchi in the base stretched himself lazily. Indeed, there's only one day left. Tsuchi murmured to himself, there's still much to do. Although Final Home has many abnormalities, most people are just ordinary people who were distorted by pollution after being caught in the currents. 90% of the people haven't even stepped onto the sequence, and the real guardians don't even number in the hundreds. That was also why there were only a bit more than 70 bases established. Don't think everything seems orderly now, according to the little girl. Final Home faces various crises, and isolating pollution requires a massive amount of energy every day. As the frequency of abnormalities increases, this burden grows heavier. The requirement for pollution monster carcasses and the consumption of spirit coins are huge. So, Tsuchi naturally had to mobilize every player. Players becoming guardians, all high-risk hunting and extermination tasks could be handed over to these people, which could greatly alleviate the pressure on Final Home and also collect various materials. Don't underestimate this group of players. If they really banded together to round him up, Tsuchi would still have to put in quite the effort to wipe them out. Of course. The most important thing is, Tentacle Man may manage well and put in every effort, but if this continues, Final Home will probably collapse sooner or later. The growing crowd of abnormal people, the steadily expanding consumption. He needs the intervention of the abnormal organization. Chapter 220, If you don't do it, there are plenty who will. A large number of players were diving deep into the polluted fog, undertaking various tasks. While earning points, they could also obtain spirit coins. They had already understood the importance of these items, which not only contained energy for setting up rituals and activating tools but could also be used for sequence enhancements. Moreover, they were crucial currency in the present world. Besides the system assigned points for killing enemies and completing tasks, there was also money to be made. So the players really went all out. Brother Buxian, wow, they are really impressive, and they're working so hard. In the secret room of the last house, little Aling watched in some surprise as pollutants filled the entire last house and produced spirit coins. Little Aling was the nickname for the little girl. Starting from yesterday, all the players, almost like locusts, cleared and fought through the fog, not only greatly relieving the pressure on the nearby strongholds and guardians, but also, after the daily consumption of pollution at the last house was replenished, there was even a surplus. This is because Tsuchi spoke. They are all players. Players. Just a bunch of unorganized, undisciplined guys who don't wash their hands after using the toilet. Of course, this primarily referred to ordinary players. Though the polluted world was extremely dangerous and monsters were rampant, as long as there were sufficient benefits and competition, the pleasure and commitment they derived were even higher than one might expect. After all, many people truly played Abyssal Paradise as a game, where death penalties weren't a big deal. Furthermore, among all the players who entered this world, the majority were solo players, hence the significant increase in the transportation of pollution monster carcasses and various materials. While the top players, who deeply understood the uniqueness of Abyssal Paradise, with enough points, didn't chase after the number of tasks nor hunt the unsequenced monsters. Instead, they teamed up to kill many 7th-rank creatures, which rapidly increased their points. However, in terms of resource output, they were no match for the solo players. Brother Su, are all these your comrades? I didn't expect them all to be so capable. Before, the abnormalities that appeared were ordinary people, and it would take hundreds of them before even one could have a chance at entering a sequence. You could say that, Tsuchi said with a calm smile. The reason I kept it hidden is because I hold a high rank in their hearts. Once I reveal my name, many would immediately follow me instead of completing their tasks, so now is not the time to reveal my identity. Little Aling didn't understand, but she had great trust in Tsuchi and quickly nodded. After all, just one day had already proven that Brother Buxian had truly helped reduce a great deal of pressure on the final home, and the output had significantly increased, keeping up with the ritual consumption in a short time. Player? Who reduced the pressure? Do you even know what you're talking about? Tsuchi then asked. How is the progress now? Although various leaders, according to Tentacle Man's management log left in advance, were cleaning up around the final home and maintaining the strongholds to keep the core of the last house operational. In reality, all the macro control was still handled by little Aling. She managed all the rituals, including those at the stronghold. Whether this ability was a natural talent or accidentally created by the broken pocket watch wasn't clear. She learned quite a bit about management from Tentacle Man. Her speech was also very methodical. The range of pollution monsters near the final home has noticeably decreased, and we've also cleared a small part of the unordered monster nests along the safe roads connecting to the nearest strongholds. Good. Tsuchi mused. Next, let's arrange some clearing tasks near the strongholds. Tasks were endless, after all, the final home faced a pollution tide, and unordered monsters were as numerous as rats, impossible to exterminate in a short time. Also, give me a map of the northwest direction of the final home. When he first entered the final home, Tsuchi saw, in the northwest, a huge deep red exclamation mark that the fog couldn't block. The exclamation mark indicated there was an Easter egg for him to trigger. Deep red indicated extreme danger. Of course, he was accustomed to this color. But little Aling was slightly puzzled. Why? Do you need this? Father said those places are extremely dangerous areas, gigantic crises that the final home currently can't handle, and all guardians avoid those forbidden lands. Because of this, those areas were sealed off, and all strongholds kept their distance. Tsuchi paused. So, you've never issued related tasks there? Yep. Little Aling nodded. It's too dangerous. Unless father personally brings the guardians to gather materials, no one would take on such tasks voluntarily. Who says no one? Tsuchi patted her little head. I'll take it. Tentacle Man was not at home. As his longtime friend, and as Little Aling's big brother, he had to seek some excitement. Little Aling was stunned. But, that place is super dangerous, Brother Su, you alone? Tsuchi shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not alone. And my comrades, he said with a light smile. You've seen their prowess, trust me. My comrades will spare no effort to help me. Chapter 221, If you don't do it, there are plenty of others who will. The fog was thick. Tsuchi and Ethan Dawn, along with a group of players, were making their way through the mist. He had spent less than half an hour with Aling. The rest of the time, he had been following the team on missions, understanding the map mostly. But even more so, fighting. The ways to proceed through the sequence, the methods of ascension, were numerous and varied, but combat was the main way to integrate spiritual ability points and increase spiritual power. Of course, he couldn't miss out. After all, there was still time before the big event, and Buxian couldn't just sit idle. Ethan Dawn expressed his surprise. Brother Yang, it feels like we've walked a long distance without encountering any chaotic monsters. Are there none left nearby? The two of them led on their own, guiding a group of ordinary players from the Justice League. Over the past 2 days, they had reached a stage where they called each other brothers. Tsuchi calmly said. After all, many players are competing. These extermination missions are less dangerous and the points are earned quickly, naturally becoming the most taken missions by all players. It's so competitive. Ethan Dawn muttered. Why do I feel like this final home keeps issuing endless tasks as if it's exploiting all the players? Tsuchi shook his head. That's not the way to put it. I don't like hearing that. They seek peace and safety, and we get spirit coins and points, why not enjoy it? That's true, Ethan Dawn sighed reluctantly. This is the key way for ordinary players to accumulate points, not to mention spirit coins. The latter's value in the real world has already reached a 1 to 100 ratio. Simply put, 1 spirit coin could be exchanged for 100 yuan. The key was, they were priceless. All players in the public test held few spirit coins. Moreover, the clubs wouldn't sell the spirit coins they held, and in reality, a big hand was controlling the market, maintaining the exchange rate at 1 to 100. Ordinary players naturally became frantic, pushing themselves to the limit. But why do I feel like the spirit coins given by the mission seem to be much less than those of the Guardians before? It's good as long as there is some, and players don't spend the spirit coins they earn anyway. Tsuchi patted his shoulder. According to market demand and supply relations, when the total money supply increases and consumption stays the same, the likelihood of overproduction rises, and the currency LM curve shifts to the right. Brother Yang. Can you say something I understand? To put it simply in one sentence. If you don't do it, there are plenty of others who will. Ethan Dawn. I got that, but why does it feel so heart-wrenching? Of course. This was a lie. Because Tsuchi had adjusted the task handover for players. The rule set by Tentacle Man was to split with the abnormalities 50-50. Tsuchi turned it into an 80-20 split. At this moment, Tsuchi suddenly paused and looked ahead. There seems to be something up ahead. The many ordinary players perked up immediately, entering battle mode. Ethan Dawn also turned serious. Brother Yang, is there something wrong? It was Ethan Dawn who led the team before. But now, it had become Tsuchi's lead, as this cheerful and sunny young man, through very calm analysis and command, had resolved the crisis for the players on 2 dangerous missions. After several more missions, the players by now had a lot of faith in Tsuchi. Don't be nervous, it's other players. Other players? Ethan Dawn's expression stiffened slightly. His gaze flickered toward the distance, where more than a dozen members of the club slowly emerged, dragging the body of a 7th-rank polluted creature. Exuding a dangerous aura as they walked along. The body of the polluted would attract the same sequence monsters, but its aura would also intimidate many beings rank below it. The young man at the forefront was the player who had been sharpening his hidden blade at the first outpost. He looked with some surprise and interest at Ethan Dawn and Tsuchi. It looks like we meet again. Upon entering the central building of Last House, Ethan Dawn also saw the other party and realized that this young man was the rising superstar of Hidden Blade Club. And he was the leader of the current team, without any renown information available. Naturally, Ethan didn't recognize his face. Ethan spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, I didn't expect to run into you here. What's with this pointless banter, and... Tsuchi paused. Who are you? The young man narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Tsuchi, and then smiled. If I've forgotten, it's not important. However, this is neither the place for you nor Without your second and third here, you shouldn't have shown up. Ethan's voice grew heavier. What do you mean? They were on their way to the stronghold to meet with Penelope Bloom and Justice Chief, the two big shots, but they were a bit late due to task handover. At this moment, it seemed like something was amiss. Because the young man looked into the distance and smiled. They're here. Figures were emerging from the distant fog. This path. Someone indeed arrived earlier. Members of the Magnetic Card Club slowly appeared, with a red-haired woman at the forefront, adorned with various electromagnetic force items, and with a menacing grin. Yo, aren't these Hidden Blades people? These guys. Are they your underlings? I wanted to yell, underlings my ass. But Tsuchi looked towards another group, as numerous figures continuously made their appearance. It seemed like the top clubs had an agreement to meet here. And moreover, they had avoided the stronghold, avoided final home. Ethan Dunn was now silent. He was at best a core member of the Justice League, while the super newcomers and super players from the top clubs were present. Bad, I'm starting to panic. Panic about what? Tsuchi looked at them. As a member of the Justice League set to take down Suboxian, shouldn't you stand tall and confident? Your spiritual power is even higher than mine. Tsuchi had also noticed. These people had an unspoken agreement. Everyone kept silent, seemingly waiting for other clubs to arrive. It looked like they'd caught up with something big. The Justice League players, however, were gradually looking weaker and trembled before the multitude of influential figures. And at that very moment, 6 hours remaining until the Ascension Points elimination starts, the countdown appeared every hour, and people had grown accustomed to it. But the next moment. Attention, main task audience eligibility will be linked to players' points. Only the top 1,000 from each region and an additional 100 with outstanding performance will qualify. Points. At the same time, points will play a very important role in the final audience phase. P.S. Fate is turning, countless insignificant lives are being watched at this moment. Even if inconspicuous or of lowly status, struggling in despair, a new era is coming. In the grand prelude of this era, those who can make a name for themselves will surely be born. Everyone briefly fell into silence. We had countdown before, but now there's new information, someone squinted. And they emphasized points. And there's this cryptic message at the end. I don't know about the rest. Someone paused briefly and laughed. But from what I see now, the priority to deal with Suboxian just increased. Tentacle Man silently observed a star chart in Chaotic City, clutching the remaining spirit coins in his hand, looking somewhat ragged while standing inconspicuously in the crowded queue for a large-scale teleportation ritual. Surrounded by terrifying beings with dangerous auras. The respected manager in Final Home was just a weak and insignificant creature here. It's been a month, I wonder what has become of Final Home. He felt heavy-hearted and slowly closed his eyes. He still remembered 2 years ago, the entire world was as dark and profound as a decaying star river with chaos, where an apocalyptic silence and abnormalities were pervasive. And now, nothing had changed. Even after establishing Final Home. Whether it was himself, his daughter, or the numerous abnormalities, all were still struggling. The burden on one's shoulders was much heavier than imagined. Hopefully, nothing chaotic happens in Final Home, and everything can go over smoothly. Chapter 222, Brotherhood in the Storm of the Evil God. Everyone please follow the rules of Chaotic City, and prohibit all violations. Those who wish to leave this world, please don't hurry, queue up in an orderly manner. Tentacle Man was now queuing up. He really wanted to get back to Final Home as quickly as possible. After all, the entire pollution world now seemed to be growing ever larger, but only he understood that in such a dangerous world, everything was in jeopardy and could collapse at any moment. As a manager, he could only take all the produce from Final Home, collect strange materials from the pollution world, and came to this chaotic boundary. Exchanging everything that could help alleviate the crisis in Final Home. Also, Tentacle Man's gaze dimmed slightly. He was also searching for a way to cure his daughter. To give her a normal body that didn't have to suffer pain. His daughter was truly special. After all, she had died, and it was only by force that he had kept her soul here and miraculously recovered her consciousness. But to truly live was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There are 3 methods. One is to ask for the aid of entities above the 5th rank of sequences. Perhaps they could stabilize my daughter's body, an abnormality of flesh and blood, so she need not be replaced. But how could such entities care about someone like me? Another is requesting a recovery ritual, which could also heal little Alling, but it would cost more than 100 times what Final Home produces in a year in spirit coins, an extremely high and terrifying treatment cost that I simply can't afford right now. The third is to replace with another body. Tentacle Man's expression was gloomy. He was a surgeon, and had nearly studied all the literature related to neurology in order to save his daughter, but after all, He was just one person. Without background, without strength, without funds. He could only maintain her using the strange activity inherent in the abnormal flesh and blood alongside his own tentacles, neurotransmitters, etc. How could he not know his daughter's pain? Yet he was powerless to help. Various technological worlds. While they possessed the relevant neurological technology, it simply wasn't spread about. At this moment, all you fellows below the 7th rank of sequences, remember to shield yourselves with spiritual energy to avoid being injured by the shock. A deep voice resounded in everyone's ears. Tentacle Man's power was of the 7th rank, and he looked up toward the distance. Boom. 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 A colossal black ship, enormous as a mountain range, thunderously broke through nihility, sailing out and appearing atop a platform. The gusting wind shook everyone slightly, feeling an array of mysterious rituals emitting powerful auras above. Begin unloading. A voice shouted deeply, beside which rituals on the ships flashed with astonishing spiritual energy, and a large number of personnel began heading towards that ship. Tentacle Man watched this scene, not surprised at all, as it was not the first time he had seen it. Ships that traveled the 10,000 realms would bring massive cargoes to Chaotic City for sale, and this was one of the reasons why Chaotic City was a central hub of trade. Giant boxes carrying goods, which were as tall as 50 meters, were grabbed by several giant abnormalities and placed on the ground. There were many goods. Weird and diverse, including pollutants, abnormal slaves being trafficked, and unique items from various worlds. The quantity was vast. So vast that it was frightening. After all, as the trading hub of this boundary, Chaotic City attracted massive numbers of people and demands for purchase from all directions. Tentacle Man was just one inconspicuous grain of sand amongst them. This is... Tentacle Man's expression suddenly shook, a giant box with distinct packaging being held carefully by a huge abnormality, seemingly different from the other goods. Goods from Night City. Standing beside it, an abnormality with a powerful aura watched calmly in that direction. Night City? Tentacle Man seemed to have heard these 3 words. Oh. He remembered now. Previously many people had gone to participate in some kind of auction, which had been advertised. Though the strength of its world was not strong, it was a celebrated hub city for influencers. But what was critical wasn't that. It was the packaging on the box. There was a man wearing a luxurious tuxedo, and beside him an emblem engraved with some sort of commercial guild's name, which was obscured by the huge abnormal's hand. Tentacle Man didn't see clearly. You're not going to tell me you don't know what happened in Night City, are you? The abnormal, arms crossed, looked at Tentacle Man. Tentacle Man shook his head, then gave a bitter smile. I don't come here often. I'd appreciate it if you enlightened me, elder brother. He came to Chaotic City once every 3 or even 6 months, as amassing spirit coins took time, and the cost of round-trip transportation was exorbitant. Geez, you know about Nancy, right? I've heard a bit, seems like she's a quite famous host. Even though Tentacle Man didn't visit often, he would comprehensively learn about the information he needed to know, which major forces in Chaotic City couldn't be provoked, which powerful individuals needed to be avoided or even pleased. As a small figure bearing the fate of over 100,000 people, every step was fraught with difficulty and caution. He needed to be aware of the information from outside the chaotic world as well. The abnormal spoke. Do you know about the Spirit King? Tentacle Man was startled and nodded quickly. Of course. The various major forces were one thing, but the name of the Spirit King shone like the sun over all the connected worlds, dazzling and brilliant. That was also a supreme existence too high for him to reach. Then this should be easy. The abnormal began casually. Nancy has become the commercial endorser of a guild in Night City, crucially. This guild has the backing and investment of the Scion of the Sunset Spirit King, and all goods from the guild in Night City have become coveted items. Chapter 223, Brotherhood in the Storm of the Evil God. The first batch of goods should have been delivered by now. Abnormality clicked his tongue. I expect a lot of people will rush to buy them. Tentacle Man asked curiously. What kind of goods are they selling? The latest prosthetics? Neural connection systems? There are also super dream chips, super dream stations, and so on that are still in development. It's said that once a super dream station is installed in the world, there might even be a chance to connect with other worlds. However, I think it's all nonsense. Abnormality prattled on without stopping. Upon hearing terms such as prosthetics and neural connections, Tentacle Man's eyes widened abruptly. How much does a set of those neural connected prosthetics cost? I'm not sure. Why, are you thinking of buying? Abnormality sized Tentacle Man up. I'd advise you not to dream. Ever since the investment endorsement of the Spirit Prince's heir, these now belong to the high-end luxury market. Plus, they're scarce in supply, usually directly collected by major powers or influential existences. Tentacle Man seemed to understand and fell into silence. This meant these things were priceless. Currently, you couldn't buy them even if you wanted to. At this moment, what are you standing there for? Move it. The abnormality managing the team suddenly spoke with a cold voice. Tentacle Man hurriedly averted his gaze, showing a submissive gesture, and expressed his apologies in a fluster. Sorry. I'll catch up right away. He wrapped himself in his clothing, not daring to look any further. Too weak, having neither strength nor background. Final Home was still in a tough environment for survival, with all the pressure bearing down on the likes of small fries like him, like a stormy sea. These were ultimately beyond his reach. Bang. Suchi kicked Ethan Dawn. Why are you so tense? It's not what I had in mind. Ethan Dawn looked ahead, somewhat trembling, and said. I just think, they've gone mad. They're actually gathering all the top clubs, all the powerful first and second tier players. To hunt down. And 7th rank terror. Among the cliffs around, there were probably 200 or 300 people, including many strong solo players who followed the top clubs. Everyone was holding their breath as if waiting for something. Don't be nervous. Penelope Bloom and Justice Chief, along with other players from the Justice League, were also here. Penelope Bloom spoke calmly. We were planning to wait for you guys to join us before discussing this, but you guys just happened to run into it. Luckily, we didn't wait and rushed over. What was unexpected was. Justice Chief said, puzzled. I thought you would be ostracized. But when we brought people over, we saw you gathering together with other club members as if you were discussing something. You'll have to ask Brother Yang about that. Ethan Dawn looked at Suchi. Facing everyone's gaze, Suchi opened his mouth with a light smile. It wasn't much. Wasn't there a system pop-up? A bunch of confusing words, everyone was analyzing. I just gave some guidance, that's all. Ethan Dawn interjected. More than that. Brother Yang, you even laid out strategies and plans for the manhunt for Suboxian, convincing many top clubs to unite. A lot of people were swayed by his words. Oh? Penelope Bloom was surprised, as he listened to Ethan Dawn's narration, his eyes widened gradually. Such a comprehensive plan, it's like an inescapable net, pushing this Suboxian into a dead end. Justice Chief couldn't help but look at Suchi, hesitating for a moment before saying. I'm starting to doubt whether you have a personal grudge against this Suboxian. Suchi revealed a smile. How could I have a grudge? I've never even met him. Plus, I'm kind to others, make friends everywhere, as charming as a gentleman could be. Ethan Dawn said with a dark face. Alright, stop flattering yourself. So. Suchi said with a light chuckle. So I think. If Suboxian could have points over 100 million, he must be extraordinary, naturally requiring planning. After all, everyone understands the importance of points now. Justice Chief nodded. Indeed, we valued them before, and now joining forces to hunt this 7th rank monster is also 4 points. But what I didn't expect was that its priority turned out to be even higher than imagined. A 7th rank pollution monster's points were as high as several million. However, at the same time, its danger and horror level were not something individual players could withstand. As said before, the higher up the sequence, the wider the chasm became. 7th rank, at most, 20-some people could engage in fierce battle and kill one. But for the 7th rank, it was even more extraordinary. With over 300 people present, the atmosphere was charged with the spirit of team combat, yet many still wore grave expressions. Look, just for a few million points, it's already like this. Imagine the struggle for hundreds of millions of points. It'll probably be even more intense, Penelope Bloom said. And who knows where Suboxian is at this moment? Ethan Dawn replied. Who cares about him? No matter where he is, he can't escape. And I've already agreed with Brother Yang, we'll lead a team together to hunt down Suboxian. My probing abilities combined with Brother Yang's analysis, we aim to be the first to find Suboxian's trail. Suchi said. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but I have high hopes for you. An hour ago, in the pop-up information, Suchi clearly pointed out the key messages to everyone, pushing the importance of points to yet another level. Of course, what he said was also true. His purpose in doing this was simple. To stir up everyone's craving for points, to realize the importance of points. And they were indeed extremely envious of his own hundreds of millions of points. Because, Suchi feared they wouldn't come if they felt the danger. After all, that area was indeed terrifyingly abnormal, and he, faint-hearted on his own, needed companions to go together, to venture forward hand in hand. Let's not worry about Suboxian for the moment, it seems there's movement in the habitat of the 7th rank pollution monster, the Justice Chief said, his expression becoming much more solemn. He gazed into the distance. At the same time, many others also tightened their expressions, concealing their forms and movements as they looked ahead. Why are you shaking again? Penelope Bloom said exasperatedly to Ethan Dawn. Boss, it's unavoidable to feel nervous. After all, I've really seen a 7th rank entity before. Ethan Dawn spoke in a low voice with resignation. I've encountered a horrifically huge spider before, it must have been a 7th rank being. That oppressive feeling and aura were simply unbearable. We had over 100 people then, and if it hadn't been scared away by some inexplicable fright, we might have all been wiped out. Penelope Bloom shook her head. Weren't you two in the same encounter? Why are you the only one scared? Look at him. Ethan Dawn coughed. Brother Yang is just pretending to be calm, disguising his true self. You could see through it. Suchi looked at him quizzically. Indeed, I put on a bit of an act, since I was the one who scared it away. See, he's delirious, talking nonsense, Ethan Dawn remarked. Look. Even when one tells the truth, nobody believes it. Justice Chief calmly looked into the distance and said. Alright, stop talking. It's here. A 7th rank pollution monster often establishes its own territory, so there's no need to worry about other monsters of the same level nearby. It was the sighting of this one that had decided the major forces to unite in action. After all, not only could they gain a high amount of points, but they could also take this creature back to final home and exchange it for a substantial amount of spirit coins. On the desolate ground in the distance, a gaunt monster slowly appeared, standing 10 meters tall. Its stooped figure resembled that of an old man. Even its footsteps seemed to float slightly. But, none dared to even breathe out loud. Because this old monster was covered in ghastly faces, carrying a basket on its back, covered with a layer of flesh so muddled it was hard to tell how many people it had been stitched together from. Even those who had seen myriad monsters felt their scalp tingle in the face of such a grotesque and terrorizing entity. Moreover, this old monster was immensely strong and dangerous. Its body had a chilling aura to it that made countless others feel as if they were about to be dragged into the bottomless abyss. Suchi, however, found it all too familiar. Anything from the abyss camp tended to be more or less the same. Abnormalities survive in chaos, the powerful stand in the present world, pollution monsters come from the abyss. Suchi watched this scene unfold. Evil god brother. Hasn't yet recovered, hasn't left the ceiling, and he's already caused all sorts of worlds to be shrouded in haze and poison. Not to mention what would happen once the ceiling is lifted. When that time comes, it remains to be seen whether evil god brother will be the first to celebrate new life, welcome freedom, or travel the world in search of their stormy brotherhood. Chapter 224, I'll take charge as the general commander. At that moment, hundreds of people were besieging the polluted old man's face monster, standing 10 meters tall, expressionless, every skill and spiritual energy tool flung at it. When they exploded on its body, they only left superficial traces. This damn thing is too bulky. Careful, it's coming for us. The monstrous energy emanating from the old man's face monster made the very ground tremble, everyone calling out in shock and disbelief. Quick, defend. Get out of the way. Different cries made the team almost fall into chaos. A large number of people were sent flying harshly. Someone cursed, damn it. Can't you coordinate a bit? It's too chaotic. Everyone, calm down for me. The ghost-faced magician spoke with a resonating voice, coldly saying. It doesn't matter if you're here for a share of the loot or competing for points, now listen to my command. Don't scatter. Those with restraining abilities, use your special abilities. Those with long-range skills and bursts, attack its heart. Even if it breaks through and comes at us, don't run. Deploy defense skills together. Now the battle was in chaos, with various organizations and solo players mixed together, someone had to step forward for overall command. The players also settled down a bit. They immediately cooperated in the siege, following the orders given. Boom. 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 All kinds of special abilities burst forth. The human-faced monster remained expressionless, it was like a dead corpse, devoid of any emotion or ripples. But the twisted sense of eeriness on its body gave everyone the creeps. And in the next moment, all the faces on its body suddenly opened their eyes, hundreds of eyeballs large and small, densely packed as if desperately trying to squeeze out, staring at everyone. Everyone being watched tensed up. They were suddenly unable to move. What's going on? Damn, I can't move. And all the special abilities that had just attacked were caught by the faces, causing waves of twisted fluctuations. Then, the bursts were reflected back at them. Damn. Everyone shouted in horror. They hurriedly unleashed their spiritual energy to free themselves from the restraints and dodge. Luckily, with the power of numbers, the binding force wasn't strong. If a single person faced this creature, they would undoubtedly face certain death. The ghost-faced magician and several of the super rookies wore faces filled with fear and solemnity. Penelope Bloom took a deep breath, looking grave. 7th rank really does seem like a huge chasm, filled with odd and twisted strangeness. Our abilities are completely twisted and chaotic. With so many of us here, we still can't get a grasp on its powers. Their once proud lethal attacks, no matter how much spiritual energy they burst forth, no matter how powerful, were like hitting against an undetectable ripples, stop dead in their tracks. Some high sequences traits have rules of priority, either break the limits with a burst of spiritual energy or discover the patterns to break them. Our spiritual energy gets absorbed and then bounced back, and it has no flaws at all. The ghost-faced magician's face was overcast, he couldn't see any way through. Is this what 7th rank is like? The gap was simply too vast. And at this time, the human skin old monster now reached into the basket covered by human skin on its back, then took out a rattle. Although it looked like a toy in its hand. In reality, compared to its size, the entire rattle was actually as huge as a mallet. All the faces on the human skin old monster then closed their eyes again. At this moment, it actually let out a raspy laugh, as if a cold blood-tinged wind was filling the air, with a mixture of mockery, horror, and murderous intent. Then it incredibly began to dance around. One hand still shaking the rattle. Everyone's expressions trembled slightly. Thump. 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 The rattle sounded. Wave upon wave, like heavy hammers hitting everyone straight in their chests. Everyone felt a dull force pounding on their bodies. There's even an AO, what kind of terrifying monster is this? The people's expressions were filled with doubt. This 7th rank monster wasn't about how strong it was, facing hundreds of people, it couldn't just destroy everything instantly. But what really troubled everyone was its eeriness. Leaving the crowd powerless, as if punching the air. Someone shouted. What should we do now? Attack or defend? Attack. Interrupt it. The ghost-faced magician said in a deep voice. Another massive burst followed. But the next moment, the rattle stopped, the dance interrupted, and all the faces on the old man's face monster opened their eyes again, everyone once more experiencing the bindings, the force again bounced back at them. Watch out. Everyone's faces changed, dodging again. This time, seemingly in collaboration with the power of the rattle, both its force and speed had clearly increased. Boom. 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 Some people didn't even manage to break free from the binding before being violently blown away. And in the next moment, thump. 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 The rattle and the strange, eerie dance synchronized again. This time, the old man's face monster was also singing a weird chant. Everyone could distinctly feel the temperature around them getting colder, the chill on their bodies growing stronger. All of their palms broke out in a cold sweat, hearts filling with fear. Some even found they couldn't use their spiritual energy. Some thought they saw phantom evil spirits appearing around them, others had blood-red eyes and roared in fury. Fuck. There's even a spiritual pollution attack. Quite a few people have been affected. Ethan Don's body trembled slightly. Brother Yang. I feel like something bad is happening. The rattle it's hitting could soon have free reign to kill most of us. Not necessarily. Suchi, once it attacks, the spiritual influence will stop, and when it's hitting the rattle, it's also consuming its own strength. Chapter 225, I'll take charge as the General Commander. Ethan Don's eyes lit up, so you mean the situation isn't bad right now, we still have a chance? Of course, the rattle it's swinging is not lethal. It's just because everyone is afraid, which magnifies its effect. Suchi paused, calmly saying. And right now, it's just gathering strength for a big move to wipe us all out. Ethan Don suddenly widened his eyes. What do you mean just? Isn't his situation even worse? Don't panic, they've made their move. Suchi looked into the distance. All the top talents were standing at the forefront, each with a stern expression, directly and without hesitation, carrying their weapons. Charging toward that face-like monster. Penelope Bloom and Justice Chief did the same. They had realized that only physical damage seemed to pose a threat to it. As for the face monster, it stood tall, its pupils dripping with blood-red eyeballs, and it let out a weird laugh. Then stopped dancing and swung the rattle in its hand as a weapon, furiously hammering everyone attacking it. In that instant, everyone who attacked felt their heads burst, their bodies stiffen, and their eyes seemingly saw blood red. Then, one after another, they were harshly hammered and sent flying. Even the ghost-faced magician, Penelope Bloom, and Justice Sheriff couldn't resist and were brutally blown away. Boss. Ethan Don quickly activated his skill, forming a cushion of soft membrane, catching Penelope Bloom and others in the same direction, including the ghost-faced magician. And the face monster did not pursue its victory, but... Bang bang bang. The rattle started banging again. The eerie dance of the old man, along with that creepy sound, struck fear on everyone's face. Only Suchi lightly clicked his tongue. Dancing, although weird, and the sound quite unpleasant, this rhythm hits exactly on the beat without any deviation. That's not easy. If in another place, He's absolutely an elderly artist with artistic pursuits. Ethan Dawn. Why do I hear high praise in your tone? This isn't right, totally not right. An ordinary 7th rank monster shouldn't be this powerful. At this moment, ghost-faced magician's corners of his mouth oozed blood as he raised his head, clenched his teeth, and stared intensely at this skin-like monster. Previously they managed to negotiate. Now they were completely helpless, even powerless to resist. The opponent seemed much stronger than before. Moreover, that terrifying presence was spreading more and more. He felt utterly powerless. This was completely different from the 7th rank information he had gotten in Paradise. At this time, when everyone saw the top players quickly defeated, their eyelids twitched, and their morale plummeted, wanting to retreat and flee. When someone starts to flee, everything is declared a failure, and most likely, most people won't be able to escape. Fear and fog have already intertwined, causing everyone to lose themselves and become one of this old artist's facial pieces. Suchi murmured softly. Everyone looked at him with uncertain eyes, Penelope Bloom's expression a bit grave. We can't even escape? This monster is beyond the ordinary. Suchi turned to the ghost-faced magician. Aren't you the commander? Speak up, stabilize the morale. Ghost-faced magician's face was hideous. He was in no position to stabilize any morale right now. Originally, they were disunited, and now it's a complete rout. Since that's the case, Suchi said lightly, then I'll take over. You? The numerous top players looked at this young man. And then everyone silently watched as Suchi took out a small megaphone. Ethan Dawn's eyes widened even further. Where did you get that thing? And in the next moment, beep. The crisp sound echoed through the open area, along with echoes and harsh noise. Everyone couldn't help but startle, their attention diverted. Even the face monster couldn't help but turn towards Suchi. Facing everyone's gaze, Suchi apologized with a smile. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. The crowd. Suchi raised the megaphone to his mouth and calmly said, all players, please pay attention. I am now your commander. My name is Sunli Big Boy. I hope you all get used to and remember me. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Also, a reminder for those who want to flee and give up, if you do that, there's only one way out for you. Suchi pointed to his own forehead. From the moment you stared into those face eyeballs, you've been quietly targeted. It will sicken your mind with fear, gradually twisting your perception. In short, you'll get lost in the fog, and then be pursued by this old artist like he's chasing chickens. Suchi paused, then spit out a word, violated. What is this gibberish? Ethan Dawn roared. Then let's change it to humiliation. Is there any difference? And your language skills come from textbooks, right? Then everyone immediately noticed a small black dot between their eyebrows. It looked almost imperceptible, but it indeed carried a bizarre aura. When they tried to rub it off, they found it couldn't be removed. Someone despaired. So we're definitely going to die. What should we do? Should we try to run, or should we fight with all we've got? Suchi, holding a megaphone, shook his head. I've already said to follow my command. Have you not noticed that its aura hasn't increased? Everyone cast dubious glances toward the person-faced old monster, who continued to shake the rattle and perform its eerie dance. Indeed. Since the beginning, the chilling air around it had not intensified. What exactly is going on? Because emotions are its nourishment, and fear is the source of its power. The reason it's becoming more and more powerful is merely because it has been instilling fear step by step. Everyone was stunned, no wonder the monster was becoming increasingly terrifying. Ethan Dawn also caught on. I see. So Brother Yang, what you did just now wasn't for fun, but to distract everyone and temporarily divert them from fear, right? Suchi was momentarily taken aback. Then he nodded. I see, that's right. Everyone? Is it really though? It doesn't matter. Suchi locked eyes with the person-faced monster, smiling. Now, please pay attention. Let's resume strategic deployment and initiate the attack. When attacking, cover your eyes so you don't meet its gaze, and you won't be bound or repelled. It's okay if you miss, AO will handle it, just keep using skills. At that moment, the person-faced old monster seemed to sense something was wrong and stared intensely at Suchi, swatting away the surrounding skills and charging toward him. Suchi, look, it's moved to rage. Top players, go tie it down. And don't all go, 3 of you stay behind to protect me. Penelope Bloom, Justice Chief, and Ghost-Faced Magician fell silent. Suchi's speech was very rapid, seemingly having a clear understanding of many people's skill information on the scene, directing players from all positions just right. When to retreat, when to charge. Deplete, burst. Including the person-faced old monsters, every move was detected. A team of hundreds of people was being directed so nearly everyone played their part, rather than being a mess as before. Is this the power it absorbed before depleting? But it still doesn't show any wounds, Penelope Bloom said gravely. Moreover, the players had already used a lot of it in the previous battle. Justice Chief also spoke gravely. If we can't deliver a fatal blow, the result will be the same. A short burst and perfect command could certainly improve the current situation a lot, but everyone would ultimately become exhausted, and due to their decreased strength, be unable to defeat the opponent, and fear would rise again. It was all just a vicious cycle. That's true. Tsuchi looked at the person-faced monster, who was staring intensely back at him, seemingly aware that all the current circumstances were caused by this young man holding the megaphone. Continually growling, it burst forth to charge at Tsuchi. But it was desperately blocked by numerous other players. Tsuchi was their brain. Without this commander, they would probably crumble even faster. Look, even an old artist still has a temper. The three. Penelope Bloom said gravely. Don't worry, we will protect you. But if a solution isn't found within 5 minutes, I'm afraid everything will still. Tsuchi interrupted him. Do you see the basket on its back? That's the only place without a face, and it's also its fatal weakness. It's already red-eyed toward me. And now, it's your turn to step in. Chapter 226, 3-Hour Countdown. The fog polluting the world flowed slowly, casting a deep gloom over everything. Some people felt that monsters born fully from pollution were filled with boundless, bizarre horror. That was quite normal, after all, it was the influence of abyss power, and nothing normal came from that realm. Twisted shapes and the polluted sea were all from there. But Tsuchi thought, what horror. Those expressionless, twisted monsters. How aloof. Give them a pair of contemptuous eyes, and see if they aren't stunned. They were just not gentle towards you. Look. The human skin old monster was now being furiously besieged. It glared at him with its blood-red eyes. Wasn't this also a kind of bond? Bang bang bang. The human skin old monster burst forth with terrifying rage and murderous intent. It struck out at lightning speed, stirring up mighty ripples. If any of the onlookers had encountered it alone, they would surely face only death. But unfortunately, it was restrained by countless people, tied hand and foot. Deeply entangled within. Meanwhile, Penelope Bloom and the other two rapidly unleashed their full strength. Now that they knew the enemy's fatal weakness, there was no need to hide it. In this siege, points were distributed by contribution. Who played a key role and who exerted decisive strength were among the factors. Millions of points were now up for grabs. At this moment, Tsuchi looked at the scene. It's coming. As a being of the 7th rank, the human skin old monster was not just that capable. It became exceptionally strong by absorbing fear's bizarre traits during the siege of over 300 people. However, it was clear that it had not yet unleashed its ultimate move. At this moment, constraining, pulling, wearing down, bursting forth. Fatal attacks accompanied by several roars, Penelope Bloom and the two others charged with an unstoppable momentum towards the human skin old monster's back. Hiss. It also obviously felt a murderous intent locking onto its neck. With a monstrous roar, it tried to burst forth with power, but it was already too late to dodge. The human skin on its back was suddenly penetrated by 3 cold glints of light. Meanwhile, everyone also saw clearly what was inside the basket on its neck. That is, inside the basket was a flesh structure, still squirming, with faint black fog flickering within. The next moment, roar. The human skin old monster screamed. Its skin burst open violently. A large amount of black blood and flesh suddenly sprayed out from the basket. What's going on? What is it doing? The countless human faces on the old monster's body suddenly opened their eyes and mouths. Then they let out piercing screams. Mixed with the voices of men, women, children, and elderly, they all erupted. This bizarre scene made everyone present shiver all over. At the same time, they also saw an inexplicably twisted black fog gushing out from within. Ethan Don's eyes widened. Why do I feel like it's about to unleash its ultimate move? Don't worry, Tsuchi spoke lightly. It just wants to perish together with us. Tsuchi turned his gaze toward the monster, thinking to himself, it seems that it can almost be confirmed now. Pollution monsters, abyss believers, all those completely corroded. They all bear the abyss mark. Previously, lower sequence pollution monsters, including those of the 7th rank, did not exhibit such phenomena. Now it seems, they were simply not qualified. Earning the abyss mark comes with a threshold fee. He murmured softly. Compared to everyone in the present world who is desperately ascending ranks, desperately enhancing their strength, this form of pollution is undoubtedly even more unreasonable. Able to mass-produce, on a large scale, a great number of monsters quickly. That was the terror of pollution, the horror of abyss power. Cultists were the same, they held the evil god totem, embraced the bizarre and twisted, and gained faster strength increases and more dangerous powers. No wonder countless forces have betrayed the present world and quietly joined the Abyss camp. This virus-like expansion, who could see it and not be confused? This is also why Tentacle Man's final home, though it had grown so large in just 2 years, was still always on the verge of collapse. After all, pollution monsters were constantly born around it, and pollutants' manic nature meant they would grow through inner battles like rearing goo worms, simply unable to keep up with their development pace. It's about time for a conclusion, time to see this old artist off. Tsuchi would not let the opponent unleash its ultimate move, as his pupils slowly changed. A hint of dark light flickered faintly. Waves of bizarre spiritual ripples surged directly towards the human-skinned old monster. He activated Fingertip Universe, damaged version, which could pull it into the spiritual world. Boom. The human-skin old monster only felt its consciousness whirl, and the next moment it found itself in a world where black fog rolled tumultuously. And Tsuchi sat upon a throne wrapped in surging black fog. It was a bit dumbstruck, yet enemies meeting were particularly eye-catching. It wanted to roar and pounce. However, the human-skin old monster shuddered. Because, behind Tsuchi, was a vast and terrifying phantom shadow, standing behind him like a protector. And that presence, along with those unseeable pupils, they flickered in and out of the black fog. The next moment, it suddenly fell to its knees. Its head struck the ground with force. It began to kowtow frantically. Chapter 227, 3-Hour Countdown. Tsuchi paused briefly. Good golly, that was a quick kneel. And in reality, it seemed like everyone was springing into action. The human-faced monster's body started to show wounds, from which blood and flesh erupted, inch by inch, yet it did nothing about it, nor did it leave this spiritual realm. Even though Tsuchi hadn't said or done a thing. It was just crazily kowtowing. Expressing its utmost devout worship. It's just too pure, I'm crying to death. Who would have thought the Fingertip Universe's breath simulation effect would work so well? Of course, the most important factor was that the pollution monster's intelligence was not high. Tsuchi didn't even need to do much, and he mused, one can only say that evil god's talent for raising bootlickers is absolutely top-notch. Strength, mind, spirit, all wholly and utterly subservient. This was a monster fully corrupted by pollution. And not only that, whenever the evil god was mentioned, others from the Abyss camp felt a surge of genuine fear, worship, and madness from deep within their hearts. Of course. Ordinarily, no one dared to use an illusion of the evil god or impersonate its presence, given that totems, abyss marks, various polluted powers would be drawn to it. Existences that could not be looked upon directly or whose true names were unspeakable also had rules that transcended the present world. All falsehoods would only recoil upon oneself. In a nutshell, piracy was doomed. But then again, what did that have to do with him, who had the official authorization from Evil God? Boom. A terrifying noise came straight from reality. Tsuchi released the spiritual world and saw the human-faced monster collapsed on the ground, its body a mess of ruptured flesh, while Penelope Bloom and her bloody companions stood nearby. They had obviously succeeded in the kill. And just like the struggle for the tyrant's body, people rushed forwards, one after another. Points were important, but the body of the 7th-rank monster was also highly valuable, sure to fetch a fair number of spirit coins. Tsuchi did not join in. After all, if they wanted to exchange for spirit coins, they could only obtain them from the final home. The harder they fought, the more the final home would benefit. And at that moment, system notifications popped up in everyone's field of view. Only 3 hours left until the elimination mechanism activates. All players, please note, this will be the last qualifying stage of the ranking battles. Everyone's gaze sharpened, and then they fought even more fiercely. People were allying just before, now they've turned their backs on each other without recognition. Ethan Dawn watched their actions with a chill. It's normal. Tsuchi spoke up. It's clearly the final stage, and besides, it's all for self-interest. Self-interest can turn enemies into friends and can make brothers turn against each other. Look, even as the general commander, there's hardly anybody coming over to bow and say thanks to me. Maybe your expectations for gratitude are a bit too high. At this point, everyone's gaze paused again, as the points from the post-team battle were also being allocated. These so-called points weren't merely numbers. They were orbs of light endowed with strange powers. The size and brightness of an orb were indicators of the amount of points. Everyone had one, but some slackers had pitifully small orbs the size of fists. Those who had been valiant in the team battle naturally had much larger orbs. The system was fair, and many regretted not giving their all at that moment. This is the points from a 7th-rank monster. Just this orb alone is more than all the points I've gotten from all my previous tasks. If only I could monopolize these points alone. Don't even think about it, no one could face such a terrifying being alone. And for the many top players, orbs as big as cars streamed towards them. The orbs heading for Penelope Bloom and her peers were even larger since they delivered the final blow. "Brother Yang, where's yours?" Ethan Dawn looked at Suchi with some confusion, as there was nothing before him, though he had also received a sphere of light himself. It wasn't particularly large among the crowd, but the points were still considerable. Could it be that commanding isn't included? Suchi didn't really care, his points were already more than enough, and the points now being added were just a drop in the ocean. However, the next moment, a dazzling sphere of light slowly rose, several times larger than the combined spheres of Penelope Bloom and the others, drawing the attention of everyone present. Everyone's eyelids twitched. To their astonishment, this huge sphere of light was heading straight for Suchi. A prompt that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Congratulations player Suboxian for obtaining 792,414 points. As people witnessed this scene, they fell silent. Some were amazed, while others didn't understand. From their perspective, Suchi did indeed play the role of a commander, but weren't they the ones actually fighting tooth and nail? Why did he get so many points? The majority, however, had a glint in their eyes. They had gathered together for the sake of benefit, and now, with just 3 hours left until the face-off stage, all players would become mortal enemies engrossed in a fight to the death. "You're thinking too small, everyone," Suchi said calmly, raising a megaphone. "Just these points have blinded you, think about that Suboxian. With over 100 million points, even the loose change is much more than what the 7th rank monsters have. Instead of fighting each other at the beginning, we should all unite to hunt him down. Splitting his 100 million points and then competing for them. That's the most foolproof strategy." Ethan Dawn's eyes widened. "I think you really have a grudge against that Suboxian. Rallying everyone against that guy." The key was that several people narrowed their eyes, feeling that there was some sense in his words. After all, Suboxian was like a massive points package. If they didn't compete for it, they'd be left behind once the points were divided up among others. Of course, Suchi simply needed tools, the number, strength, and initiative of the players, which in Final Home exceeded the scale of the Guardians by countless times. The pace of their mission purge over the past few days was proof enough of this, it was just too scattered. That dangerous territory required both the safety of Final Home and their full dedication to explore the deep crimson, abyss mark. Yet, the crowd did not continue to act. With 3 hours left before the elimination mechanism started, whether it was recuperating, handing over the corpses of monsters they had captured, or using spirit coins to purchase tools from Final Home, they all needed time to prepare. Top clubs allied with one another, yet once again there was a subtle atmosphere emerging amongst them. The young man from Hidden Blade smiled and pointed to Suchi. "That kid is right, we do need to focus on hunting down that Suboxian. Instead of engaging in an elimination fight, we should first find that guy." A bright and cheerful big boy. The woman in a trench coat, with a cigarette in her mouth, smiled gently. "I not only like the sunshine but also big boys. You must be a solo player, right? That command was no small feat. I think you could come with me. I can give you close protection." Justice Chief frowned deeply. "You're poaching in front of us, pretending we don't exist." Penelope Bloom also smiled lightly. "Brother Yang is also a core member of our alliance, and we will keep him safe." Actually, Suchi suddenly paused, then said, "I think her proposal is quite good." "Penelope Bloom? Stay where you are." Penelope Bloom pressed her forehead. "Don't worry, with a few points you have. Not many people will covet them, and even if they do, we're the main force that draws their fire." All right. Suchi spread his hands. "My apologies, big sis." The woman in the trench coat. The leaders of the many top clubs watched calmly, choosing not to speak further as they prepared to leave. And a young man with a 7th rank symbol on his head calmly cast a glance at Suchi. "Meeting you, I'll let you off just this once." But only once. He then left. Suchi laughed. "This guy's pretty nice." Penelope Bloom. "Just listen and leave it at that. Right now, it's just the prelude to the raging storm. Although everyone can stand together and talk now, it's only because the time hasn't come yet. In 3 hours, every person, for that so-called qualification, for the final stage of this ranking battle, will become so ruthless. It's beyond what you, an ordinary player, can imagine." Chapter 228 The Eye of the Storm, Suboxian. Please note that players with points exceeding 100,000 will be exposed with their coordinates once every hour for 10 minutes, with the degree of exposure tied to their points. Final Home and strongholds are safe zones. Spending more than 5 hours in a safe zone will trigger continuous, uninterrupted exposure. 3 hours after the countdown began, a system message would update every hour. And now, there are only the final 10 minutes left. All the players had neither entered final home nor hidden within the strongholds but were silently moving through the fog. Brother Yang, now. There are only the last 10 minutes left. Ethan Dawn stood at the entrance of a cave, watching the time and the fog outside, speaking with a grave expression. Everyone be ready to move at any time. Although we don't know where those other guys are hiding right now, it seems their main goal is to hunt down Subuxian first. When the time comes, Brother Yang, you must keep up. Ethan Dawn turned his head and suddenly snapped. Can you not carve stuff on the wall in such a critical moment? Suchi said, stay calm, be graceful. You have to understand the principle of keeping your composure even if Mount Tai collapses before you. Is that why you're carving a smiley face on the wall? And doing such an ugly job of it? Ethan Dawn massaged his temples, let out a sigh, and said earnestly and seriously, Brother Yang. Listen to me, this is not just a game. I hope you take it seriously. You've managed to acquire so many points, if you can keep them, you might stand out from among the ordinary players in this ranking battle. Is there any benefit to standing out? Ethan Dawn paused. Naturally, you'll be valued by the forces of paradise. That sounds familiar. It seemed that Left Hand and others had said something similar. In fact, the top club's super rookies, including the beta testers, had a completely different attitude towards everything here than the ordinary players. They were clear about the importance of the ranking battle. They understood the profound undercurrents behind it. They were even more aware of the varied depths they would encounter upon entering paradise. The forces from paradise did not pour resources into them just to see them chat politely with each other. Without showing enough value, unable to become a force's asset in the future, many of the powers behind the scenes would decisively abandon them. He also spoke the truth. The powers of paradise had been accumulating for many years, with various forces and organizations entrenched. Ordinary players without any background striving to make a name for themselves in paradise would only find it extremely difficult. In fact, people like Left Hand were top forces. As were Night Guard and Zulinki from Zone 9, one of the biggest organizations. The other two major organizations were, naturally, Free City and Sequence City, which were also colossal entities. Elimination mechanism countdown begins in 5 minutes. All players, please be prepared. The system map has been generated and can be accessed at any time. The pop-up message appeared again. The map. Ethan Dawn opened the map, his brows slightly raised. Apart from marking my own position, everything around is fog. Suchi looked at the map for a moment. That means, even though the coordinates will be exposed in real time, the actual effectiveness of this is still in question. Ethan Dawn nodded. It also gives those exposed a chance to react, but once they're surrounded or their position is predicted, being found is inevitable. The boss and the others are nearby too, although they're spread out, they can respond very quickly and set up. He looked at the map. Now, it depends on where Subuxian is. At this moment, players in other locations were also silently waiting for the game map to refresh. The last minute. Everyone, get ready. Primary target is Subuxian, secondary targets are all players we encounter along the way. The young man from Hidden Blade said calmly. Subuxian, who has been hiding for a few days, finally can't remain hidden. The ghost-faced magician's gaze turned slightly cold. Over 100 million points. What kind of brilliance would that be? And finally, a minute had passed. The system message appeared before everyone's eyes. It's here. Ethan Dawn quickly fixed his eyes on the map, which gradually began to reveal twinkling points of light like ripples in water, the surrounding fog dissipating from the center of these lights and slowly rotating. He understood. Those were the top players with over 100,000 points, and the amount of points could be discerned by the brightness of the light and the degree of rotation of the surrounding fog. For instance, his boss's presence nearby was clearly indicated by 2 twinkling points just a few kilometers away. What's more important? The fog around them was undulating, clearly rotating with more intensity and thickness. Where's Subuxian, then? Wait a second. Ethan Dawn's eyelids suddenly twitched. One ball of light. No. A flare. No. A sun. It was like a burning, impassioned sun furiously crashing down onto the ground. The entire map was initially just a 3D plane effect. But, influenced by that terrifyingly bright orb, the surrounding fog spun wildly like a hurricane, towering to several dozen times its height and speed, a fearsome twister that lifted a vast amount of fog from the map, declaring the center of the storm. Your mother's kiss, this is just outrageous. However, Ethan Dawn had no time for surprise, as he excitedly discovered. Brother Yang. The light is extremely close to us. The fog was turbulent, but the position at the center of the light remained identifiable. The margin of error isn't more than a kilometer. He's right near us. Moreover, Ethan Dawn immediately noticed other points of light on the map starting to move. Boss and the others have started moving. And all the other lights are also converging this way. Our luck is so damn good. Brother Yang, hurry up and get ready for action. Let's encircle him with the boss. Ethan Dawn suddenly fails to get a response, and turning his head, he sees with wide eyes. Why are you still carving words on the wall? Suchi spoke calmly. Don't rush it, 10 minutes should do. The nearest point of light on the map would take about that long to get here. That's enough time. Enough time for what? Aren't you afraid that Subuxian will run away? Isn't he the target you always say you want to hunt down? Ethan Dawn was getting anxious, genuinely afraid that Subuxian would escape. Haven't you noticed that he seems to have not moved at all? Ethan Dawn was taken aback, looking at the terrifying bright spot on the map. Although the surrounding fog was swirling intensely, the eye of the storm indeed hadn't moved. He was somewhat dazed. Why? Shouldn't a normal person be frantically referring to all the points of light on the map and making a run for it by now? At that moment, Ethan Dawn's eyelids quivered slightly. Earlier, he had only seen the smiling face that Suchi had carved. His attention had been entirely on the map. He failed to notice until now the characters carved into the wall above were boldly and powerfully inscribed, deep enough to leave a mark. Subuxian was here. Chapter 229, Subuxian leads the sniping against Subuxian. Ethan Dawn's body was slightly stiff as he stared at the 7 characters. His voice trembled a bit as he said, Brother Yang, tell me, what are you doing carving these words for? Practicing calligraphy. What a load of crap calligraphy. Ethan Dawn pursed his lips, forcing a dry laugh. Then I guess, and it's just a guess, it won't matter if I'm wrong. After all, it's only a guess. Brother Yang, you are Subuxian, right? He was no fool. Considering the map coordinates had not changed at all and were nearly overlapping with his own dot. Any bullshit coincidence or stroke of luck was nonsense because the real Subuxian was right in front of him. But the multitude of unbelievable emotions still made him unable to confirm completely, so he asked aloud, hoping for a direct answer from Suchi. Suchi, didn't I tell you? I'm a sunny and cheerful big boy. Sunny and cheerful my ass. Ethan Dawn suddenly stepped back, roaring angrily, you're bloody Subuxian. Suchi looked at Ethan Dawn, who was unconsciously posing defensively, looking back at him hurriedly and in a panic. Good grief. The 12th generation successor of the wild chicken sect? Big doofus Ethan, what are you planning to do? Suchi said calmly. I never told a lie. Don't give me that. The coordinates haven't changed and the calligraphy you're carving is exactly like the one on that painting. Now all the evidence is laid out in plain sight. Ethan Dawn clenched his teeth. And you still say you're not Subuxian? Suchi turned around, carving knife in hand that wasn't pausing, still preparing to finish up. When did I ever say I wasn't? You. Ethan Dawn was stunned, realizing he indeed never had. Good, finally finished. In the dim cave, Suchi looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although he had used a carving knife, the calligraphy did not lack any of the usual attention to detail, and compared to the script on the scroll, it had more dimension and boldness. How is it? Does it have some charm? With a smiling face to go with it, the strong atmosphere of postmodern art was practically assaulting the senses. Ethan Dawn could no longer contain himself and roared again, at this point in time, you're still carving. Do you know the map is lighting up with a swarm of dots all heading this way? The lure of 1 billion points is enough to make countless people eliminate you. Ordinary people would be frantically running away by now. Suchi responded breezily. I'm not worried, so why are you? If I had run away earlier, they wouldn't be able to find me, would they? Wait a second, why can't I sense any logic in that statement? Ethan Dawn took a deep breath. His emotions were complex, just like the time he found additional questions on the back of an exam paper after the starting bell rang. And it was painful. Like promising to sing with colleagues at the annual party, everyone claiming they are tone deaf and can't sing, and then someone belts out a high note on stage. Ethan Dawn sighed, you. Go now, I'll give out false information or stall for you for a while? Is that touching? Bullshit, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm all about loyalty. When I said Brother Yang, that meant for a lifetime. Ugh. Ethan Dawn clenched his teeth, damn, this is too disgusting, I can't make this up any longer. He grumbled, get lost while I can still resist the temptation. Otherwise, I'll just hog all these points for myself. Ethan Dawn truly coveted those points. He couldn't help but fret. Damn it, even if I hog them, I won't be able to escape. Unless it's owned jointly by the players of those top clubs, it's impossible for one to survive an onslaught of this scale. Suchi tossed the carving knife back into his item slot. You could never know how much of a hodgepodge he had in there. You're wrong in what you say, I'm not fighting alone. Ethan Dawn's expression hardened. So you do have an organization backing you. Ever since learning of Suchi's true identity, He had suspected that there was an organization behind him, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained here so calmly. There were probably allies buried in hiding nearby, ready to extricate him. Of course, Tsuchi said. I'm a key member of the Justice League. Didn't you and your boss say you would protect me? Damn it, the backing organization was myself. Ethan Dawn almost cursed out loud. Protect my ass. We promised to protect you because we thought you were an ordinary player getting so many points for the first time. Not eliminating you now already shows I'm being friendly. Besides, now's not the time to talk about this. Ethan Dawn looked at the indicators on the map, already sweating a bit. Most are almost here, and they're getting closer. Even our boss is about 2 kilometers away. After all, to support each other, share information, players of the Justice League were not too far from each other. Tsuchi glanced at the converging dots on the map. Having so many groups of light, this is the first time I've felt like Ultraman. Stop with the joke. Ethan Dawn pressed his forehead. Do you think they're all here to support you? They're all enemies. It's not a big deal. Tsuchi began to walk toward the cave entrance. Haven't you noticed something special about this place? Ethan Dawn walked alongside Tsuchi. Because they needed to be situated higher up, to have a better vantage point and the advantage of information, their hiding spot was above a cliff. What's so special about here? This is the edge of the final home safety defense line, which means that beyond the east side of the cliff ridge lies the dangerous area where the pollution is intensifying. Over 2 years of development, Tentacle Man's established final home had actually already figured out the danger levels of the surrounding areas, and all the strongholds were built to the west, never nearing this place. In these few days, players had been courageously clearing out the pollution monsters, reducing their numbers by a large swath, but after all, these were disorganized monsters, heavy on quantity over quality. What are you going to do? Ethan Dawn was taken aback. Don't tell me you plan to escape into there? His eyes lit up slightly. That appears to be a good idea indeed. Indeed. Tsuchi nodded. In many novels, when the protagonist is pursued by a powerful enemy, they would often chance upon some forbidden area where stepping in means certain death, and the enemy would not dare to enter and would give up the pursuit. Then they would sneer, looks like this guy is as good as dead, let's return and report. Ethan Dawn. But often at his point, not only does the protagonist not die upon stepping in, according to data statistics, there is a 32.2% chance they would encounter an unparalleled treasure, 22.1% chance to meet a grandpa, 45.7% chance to bump into a holy daughter afflicted with seductive poison, and then the Dragon King returns. Ethan Dawn, with a dark face. You read too many novels. That's the so-called protagonist's halo. Do you think that's possible? Forget about everything else, just this area. It's risky, but it's not forbidden by any means. Players would definitely step in, and even if Subuxian escapes and plays dead. Wait a minute. Could he play dead? Exposure every hour. The players would just focus on him. Definitely not possible. Tsuchi calmly said. I also think it's nonsense. After all, in this polluted world, all you will find is a holy daughter with syphilis. Ethan Dawn suddenly became alert and looked towards the map. 10 minutes are almost up. But. He glanced towards the distance with his eyelids twitching lightly. The other players, they're also down there. It's about time, we should get ready. Huh? Ethan Dawn was baffled. Ready for what?